The girl is an empress. Her life was incredibly difficult, which invariably affected everything around her. Name Dante Renatus. Age unknown. Things didn't start out as well as we would have liked. The girl never had a family because she was left completely alone to the mercy of fate without the right to choose. The beauty's father was the crown prince, who turned out to be a scoundrel. The young man was not going to take responsibility for his promiscuity, which happened not so long ago. After his departure, the virgin's mother could not make ends meet, constantly complaining about life. A woman working as a musician abandoned her daughter in another city, hoping that it would be much easier and better. As a result, the girl grew up on her own, constantly wandering among the beggars and street children of the city, who, just like her, did not know where to go. My childhood was indeed extremely difficult. Renatus had to eat discarded food, and then, after she grew up, she could steal from the markets to obtain food for the following days. The year the main character turned 12, everything changed dramatically. A turning point came in her life that managed to change everything for her. The little girl was interested in one academy, which she would never have been able to get into anyway. She dreamed about it, but in the end, all she could do was come to the gate every day and watch the classes. The man, who apparently was the owner, notices the girl, leans over and asks if she also wants to try to pick up a sword at least once. Judging by her interest, she could do everything in the best possible way. The beauty was too fascinated by what was offered to her. It seemed that wishes would be fulfilled, but getting it was not so easy. Emptying her pockets, the brunette notices the fact that she has no money at all due to the fact that she lives on the street. The teacher knew this, of course. Smiling, the teacher holds out a wooden sword. Nobody knows how things will turn out. If Dante succeeds, she might even be accepted as a student to further teach her art. Accepting the little thing, the maiden sighs. For some reason, there is confidence that the old master said this as a joke. But if you can't try, then it's impossible to know anything in advance. In order for everything to really be a joke, all she had to do was get involved, which the heroine happily did, following every instruction given to her. Everything really turned out for the best. The beauty's abilities turned out to be amazing, blinding everyone around her. She managed to defeat everyone on the battlefield. Realizing that something is wrong, the brunette turns to the master in horror. She doesn't know how this happened because she didn't even intend to reveal her talents. The man was serious, so placing his hand on the child's shoulder, he asked if the lady would like to truly learn the art of the sword. The only thoughts running through my head were that the nasty life on the street was over. Squatting down, the teacher asks the student's name, to which he receives an answer stating that she does not have a name. This turned out to be no problem. The guy decided that from that moment on, he would call his companion Dante. Now it was necessary that if someone asked who the master of this miracle was, she would say the right name. After that very day, the brunette became the adopted daughter of an old art teacher who, showing kindness, decided to take this important and big step. Then everything went exactly in the direction everyone expected. The teacher taught the girl with all his might, putting all his efforts into it, and she, in turn, tried her best. At first glance, the situation may seem sweet, but in the end, the days of grueling training were no different from the testing and bullying that had always plagued the poor fellow before. Dante thought about running away, but decided not to risk it. Overcoming all the trials was much easier than fighting every day with hunger and cold, which the ladies intended to drag into their tenacious clutches. The year the main character turned 19, the old master died from how hard he had trained all his life. This was quite expected. The entire inheritance went to his own children, but the old man did not leave a penny to his adopted daughter at all, probably considering that she did not even fully deserve it. The man really pissed off the lady by doing everything exactly in this way, hoping that he would get away with everything safely. At the end of his life, only the princess looked after him when the rest did not care. After everything that happened, money became the most important thing in the heroine's life. She researched where she could get them, and one day she came across an advertisement for participants in gladiator fights. There seemed to be just an endless stream of people wishing to come, which replaced the crowd. Everyone around who was able to fight was interested in easy money. Beauty, of course, was one of them. The very first person who was able to sign up for training and then for a real fight with bets. The girl promised herself that she would never return to the same terrible life that she had to endure before. Money became the best thing that could replace everyone and everything around. With such an outstanding attitude, Renatus managed to accomplish many great things. One of them was participation in gladiator fights, where the maiden invariably defeated her opponents one after another. The next thing the brunette went on was a hunt for monsters, which also fell at her hands, helping the heroine get a good monetary reward. Everything continued as best as possible, because the lady also managed to join a detachment of mercenaries and take part in the war, performing many incredible feats that were certainly imprinted in the history of mankind. The most important was the last act. Dante managed to seal the golden dragon in a cave, thereby saving the inhabitants of the planet from eternal destruction from the dragon. At this rate, the girl realized that everything was getting better after she became known as more than just a heroine. The titles rained down like hail in the middle of the day. Offers really poured in, just like a mountain. Many offered to marry their sons or themselves. Some asked to work with them, even offering to pay more than their competitors. And some just wanted the lady to shake their hand. The girl did not expect gratitude because she did it all just to earn money for food and survival. However, fans followed her everywhere. At this rate, it was possible to create your own country. It seems that not only the main character, who wanted to make this her feature, thought in this way. The emperor apparently saw something in the girl who was able to achieve too much. The year the lady turned 23, the king, who was the father, invited her to the palace for important negotiations. It was clear from him that he was extremely serious, hoping to extract some benefit from this. The man promised to allow his daughter to bear the surname Renatus, as well as become a member of the imperial family, only on one condition, which will be announced later. Initially, the beauty did not expect gratitude, but she kept the sign of the dominant family, which seemed like an ordinary trinket. After becoming popular, Dante revealed the secret of her origin. I should have thrown the pendant away from the very beginning. Nothing could be changed, so all I could do was stand there and think about what to say. The heroine wanted a reward that could somehow help her get back on her feet. The father, who clearly did not expect such a turn of events, seemed speechless. This was the first time such ignorance was shown to him, which he actually noticed. As it was known, the emperor was also a lover of different girls, so as a result, 15 children were born from different ladies. The quantity is huge, but the quality is average, which made the man remain dissatisfied. When the young man learned that one of his daughters, growing up on the street, had achieved great things by becoming a hero of the continent, he probably started dancing, lifting his spirits. The girl needed to think carefully before making any decision about the proposal, even if, according to the king, it was a great honor. The heroine still wanted to receive some kind of reward. She already had a rough list in her head, so when the man asked what she needed, everything became as simple as shelling pears. The emperor seemed mad at the moment because he thought that the ragged woman would want him to call her crown princess. The choice was already difficult, so adding another child didn't make it any easier. Smiling, the brunette notes the fact that she is not at all interested in the throne. Her other siblings have a much better chance, so it's worth leaving it for them. To begin with, the woman would like to receive separate lands and an estate, as well as a huge amount of coins. The next condition was to receive 10 horses and soldiers. His Majesty, after all, is the girl's father, so she names an extremely low price, despite how much she wants. It is necessary to calculate the profit in order to give the opportunity to borrow the name of the imperial couple. Bringing his finger very close to the man's nose, Dante reminds him in a quiet, threatening tone that he needs to quickly choose what to do. Otherwise, the deal will be canceled. Until now, in her dreams, the girl dreams of a face that tries to swallow curses, slowly agreeing, trying as much as possible not to stutter from indignation. Everything was decided, so the lady agreed to lend her name. This is exactly how a deal was concluded that will remain in history for a long time, where, of course, the support of the Renatus family was not indicated. It so happened that if the father had refused, the lady would still have lived a wonderful life. But the man had no choice, because over time their family began to lose popular support. No one simply could ignore such a drama, because the brunette was the best swordswoman at the peak of her popularity, who suddenly turned out to be from the imperial family. The woman had done her job, so she hoped that everything would go much more smoothly, because she would no longer have to think about food and clothing. But everything was not that simple. It seems that the existence of a person like her was a thorn in the side of the brothers and sisters, who did absolutely nothing all day long, relaxing. The girl gave up the throne in order to live in peace, but it seems that this did not work. Every second Monday, new hired killers came for her soul. This incredibly irritated the young lady, who did not understand at all the meaning of such behavior. They simply drove Dante crazy with their pathetic attempts. The beauty got angry and, in the end, made it so that she became the empress, pushing all her relatives, who became quite angry shortly before this happened. This is how a girl who was unremarkable, being a street child, became the best, remaining in order to live a luxurious and wonderful life, which seemed to be the best choice for her. This story is like a story with a happy ending. Such a life definitely resembled a happy ballad, which remained in the hearts of readers, even if the girl died at 33, ending her reign. It was a good life given by God. Every moment of her life, the lady remained free and fierce, overcoming all difficulties, gaining a lot of experience along the way, and taking possession of everything she wanted. The beauty believed that she had reached her peak, because it seemed that no one had ever been able to live such bright moments created with their own hands. Even if Dante began to live again, she is sure that she could not be even more diligent than then, even though everything was just beginning. There was no residue left in my soul because of unpleasant things. Having done everything she wanted, the heroine decided to try to go into oblivion, realizing that she would never be forgotten. But 500 years later, an incredible thing happened. Renatus was reborn as a young girl with silver hair and beautiful blue eyes. The woman did not count on such a turn of events, hoping to finally rest properly. The blonde's new name is Helena Foresca. She changed the whole reality, completely different from her past self. The baby is the precious daughter of the Duchy of Foresque, receiving the love of the entire family and subjects. Life seemed something interesting, given the new circumstances, despite the fact that one single fact spoiled the whole existence. The beauty fully remembered all the details from her past life, trying not to go crazy, just like an adult. The heroine heard this phrase more often than anything else over the last 10 years of her second life after rebirth. She had time to get used to it. The baby never caused absolutely any trouble, remaining a much quieter and smarter child among the rest of her peers who behaved their age. In addition to other well-deserved regalia, the blonde herself taught herself to read, write, and ride horses. The difficult tasks that were a challenge even for some twice her age became special fun. This is how everyone began to consider Helena the pride of the family. She seemed like a wonderful heiress and daughter who tried to help everyone around her. A girl should be the best, but sometimes the character of an independent warrior comes out on its own. Sitting on the bed, Foresca sighs, talking about how bored she is. Whatever the girl did, she got bored very quickly, stopping her halfway. Nothing seemed to make sense anymore, which made Helena's father and mother terrified. Leaning closer to his daughter, Dad reminds her that it is better for small children not to think about something so strange. They should enjoy time with their family. The couple, as usual, overreacted, suggesting they look for something interesting that could show up at any moment. If the beauty wanted to do something, she could always turn to her parents for help. This speech did not evoke any tenderness or emotion in the body of the young lady, who looked at everything from an extremely skeptical point of view. She didn't want to do anything. The girl still felt incredibly awkward because of the boundless love that was given to her despite what happened in her past life. Sometimes I wanted to ask the couple to leave me alone, but in my head, the lady understood that they would be even more upset. Squatting down next to her daughter, the mother tries to convince the baby to hold her head up. Life is long, and during this time you can try a lot. No one leaves in order, however, remembering the age at which the heroine crouched in a past life. You want to laugh. You need to try to find something interesting for yourself. Turning around and heading towards the exit, the couple nods in agreement. They were confident that their daughter would be able to find something, and if not, she could always turn to her parents for help. Unfortunately, their worries will not disappear even in this case, but nothing can be done. It's worth at least trying to take the first steps, which can make the situation a little easier. In her past life, Dante survived diligently, so now it won't work out better. She has been reborn, so no one can blame her for the fact that now the girl is bored with all her activities. Falling on the bed, the beauty exhales furiously. She doesn't know at all what to do, even if she has already promised in advance to find something she likes. Looking at the ceiling, the heroine admits that this task is one of the most difficult that she has received recently. She can't understand why she suddenly found herself in the baby's body. In the morning, my brother came into the room. Leonard Foresca was the heroine's best friend, who always tried to support her despite the fact that he understood the least due to his 13 years of age. The young man sits down next to her, asking what she is going to do, to which he receives only a quiet grunt. The girl will pretend that she is looking because there is absolutely no such desire. Smiling, the boy promises that he will then be responsible for Helena until she becomes a grandmother. If she never likes anything, they won't have any other options. Grunting, the little girl answers with sarcasm because the blonde seems too confident. The very confidence of a 13-year-old is cute, even though it doesn't help the matter. It is worth recognizing that Farisk's dignity is not wealth or power, but Leonard's cuteness. Big Brother is the sweetest creature on the planet, even if he tries to appear more serious. Stopping laughing, the heroine turns her head to the side, noticing one interesting detail in the room. She asks the young man about the sword that stands in the corner. Turning towards the thing, the guy sighs. This sword is intended for fencing training, which will take place this afternoon exactly as scheduled. Asking about lessons, the beauty chuckles with interest. It turns out that a teacher recommended by his father came. He graduated from the famous Capital Academy, which is located far from here. The time has come to learn how to use weapons, so the blonde is interested in asking many questions that interest her, which seem to never end. Lowering his eyes to the floor, the brother admits that he still does not quite understand the meaning of this lesson. It all started not so long ago, thereby not making it clear what was what and why. This answer causes excitement somewhere in Helena's heart. Leonard is quite understanding and diligent. He can even be praised for his independent studies, which have been going well for several years now. The young man does not know to what point they have reached. The teacher said that you need to find out everything yourself, so they just continue sparring, which began from the very beginning of the day. The question looms large in my head, because no master would teach a beginner starting with sparring. Times have clearly changed, but this seems too hopeless a way to get what you need. The blonde can't leave everything as it is. Now retreating quickly, she asks Farisk for permission to attend the lesson. The boy freezes, not expecting something like this. It seemed to him that such things were not at all interesting to someone like Helena, even if to some extent everything was fine. Without even thinking about the answer, the young man smiles, actively nodding his head. He was never able to refuse his younger sister, who knew how to persuade. Only a few hours passed, which dragged on incredibly long. The couple went down to the second floor of the estate's hall sometime in the afternoon. The day remained ahead, promising to be interesting. Leonard's smile seemed strangely unusual. The blonde seemed to glow with happiness all the way, clearly hoping that everything would go as it should. No longer finding the strength to remain silent, The girl asks why the boy is looking forward to the lesson so much. He denies, saying only that this is all because his sister is clearly interested. Raising his weapon in the air, the guy smiles more than ever. If Helena becomes interested in swords, then they can train together, which will bring even more benefits to both of them. Trying not to show hidden emotions, the blonde just nods. The brother completely misunderstood what she was trying to say, despite the fact that the girl tried to explain her point of view. Swords were indeed once of interest to the heroine, who experienced pure delight when she was near them. Now they are terribly tired after all the years of handling guns. Helena came here only out of interest in the teacher, who chose a strange technique to teach lessons that should have been completely different. Hearing a voice from the door, the blonde smiles, greeting the teacher. The lady promises herself that she will punish the scoundrel who made fun of Leonard by teaching the techniques incorrectly. The man, as if straight from the cover, puts his fingers to his temple as a sign of greeting. His name is Vider. The last name was not provided because it seemed the guy didn't want to say anything. Introducing his little sister, the boy notices the fact that she will not study because she wanted to watch the training that will take place here. Remaining patient, the girl exhales slowly. The impression that the brunette makes remains strange, so despite the fact that he is a fraudster, he seems to be, the beauty is going to teach him a lesson. Grabbing the hem of her dress, the girl tries to force herself to endure it, curtsying in greeting. She cannot begin to be indignant prematurely when this is completely unnecessary. Lowering her head down, the little girl introduces herself. I would really like to watch how the lesson will go, even if, according to others, she understands absolutely nothing about it. Grunting, the brunette notes that observation is everyone's choice. However, if she is interested in the weapon itself, it is worth immediately warning about some details. Freezing, the girl raises her eyebrows, trying to understand what exactly the man means. His statements incredibly worry the beauty, who finds it increasingly difficult to remain calm. A sword is a dangerous object. No matter how strange the following words may sound, this activity is not for women, who remain fragile creatures incapable of fighting. Without expressing any emotions, the princess continues to look at her interlocutor with a stony expression on her face. I want to say a lot of things, but I don't have the strength to do so. The girl remembers Empress Dante Renatus, who turns out to be a man, judging by the young man's stories. Bursting into laughter, the guy declares that the queen was a mutant. Obviously, the woman was bluffing, and all this was invented to praise her. Frowning, the little girl tries to keep her face. There is not enough strength to help a person who is already so deeply mired in what happened to him. This bag of bones simply insulted the princess, turning all the torment into a bluff. I don't want to be angry at a baby born 500 years later, but it's difficult. Looking at the thing, the young man examines the sword with a loving gaze, saying that it was created for men who are strong and are always ready for all difficulties. Clenching her hand into a fist, the blonde thinks about how she can hit a person so that she will feel better. This needs to stop before it goes too far. The brother seems to understand everything from the first emotion, so stepping forward, he interrupts the man. Whatever Helena is interested in, no one should interfere with it so as not to frighten off her interest. Turning away, the brunette looks at the couple in shock. He quietly asks about what happened to the young man who suddenly decided to stand up for the princess. The girl standing behind is looking somewhere to the side. She is incredibly touched by how brave Leonard is. It's not like anyone else would have tried to resist, so she praises the boy. Smiling, the man notices the fact that the prince has become too self-confident. Being with his sister gave him a strength he didn't have before, no matter how hard he tried to hide it. Putting his sword forward, the man stops a few steps away from the guy, who freezes, eyes wide. Tears are held back, remaining somewhere in the corners of the eyes, which have become larger. Throwing the thing over his shoulder, the teacher grins. If the boy wants to have the right to object, he must defeat him at least once at all. Looking down at the floor, the young man blushes in embarrassment. Silence is regarded as giving up without a fight, so the master suggests finally starting the lesson that has already begun. Turning around and heading towards the middle of the hall, the brunette notices that they have absolutely no time for empty chatter like this. There are still many things to do ahead. Sighing, the girl tries to contain the uncontrollable anger that will very soon break through the dam of reason. A teacher should never say such things to a beginner who has only been studying for a month. This bastard shamed not someone incomprehensible, but Helena's brother, who promised to take care of her until she became a grandmother, being in some business that would be interesting to her. Folding her arms across her chest, the blonde looks coldly towards those sparring. She thinks about how angry she is at the scoundrel from the academy. A man does not watch his language at all, as well as his movements, which can bring trouble to himself. It is worth teaching a lesson to a puppy who does not behave quite appropriately. There were no goals in sparring except one. The master wanted to break Leonard's pride, so he won over and over again, being at the highest level of this chain. Lowering the guy to the floor once again, the brunette giggles disgustingly, forcing the young man to follow instructions that seem endless. He should rise more smoothly and follow everything that is said. Starting to laugh with a strange laugh, the teacher mocks the prince. He fell because his steps got confused. You should be careful, because the princess is looking at them, which can lead to shame. The boy tries to get up as quickly as possible, finding his last strength to lean on the sword that stands next to him. His cheeks were flushed with shame and fatigue, showing his true emotions. It seems as if the teacher is simply amused by the clumsiness of the child, who, instead of learning, receives a lot of ridicule, absolutely not worth the attention of others. At first, looking at this picture, it may seem that a superior teacher is diligently teaching a beginner who does not understand at all how to do most of the elements. However, it is not. You can't fool the eyes of a trained fighter. The girl sees everything herself, each time becoming convinced that the man is simply trying to make the situation as worse as possible. Stepping aside, the guy offers to take a break. The prince must have been tired, even if the teacher himself could continue further, which, of course, is not true. He's just pretending he's not tired. This man has terrible sword skills. The man studied somewhere, but he strangely uses techniques that go haphazardly, all the while masterfully performing the easiest of them, accessible even to a child. If he had entered the battlefield, he would have died long ago because of his own problems. If he had the ability, the Duchess would scold him in a quiet place. However, this can be done even here with the help of his brother, who, most likely, also thirsts for revenge, which will be committed very soon. Moving closer to Leonard, the blonde gently places her hand on his shoulder. She quietly asks him if he believes her and the actions that will need to be taken very soon in order to teach someone a lesson. Smiling, the young man slaps his hand as a sign that, of course, he believes in everything that he is told. He would never doubt his sister, who always has only the best plans. Leaning closer to her ear, the baby begins to whisper the necessary steps of the instructions. During the next sparring, the blonde will need to look at the teacher's feet, because this is what will help him a lot. The boy looks back towards the teacher, who seems completely unaware that an assassination attempt is being prepared on him. Quietly asking again, he tries to understand what the meaning is. Dante noticed one important thing that could well serve her purpose. During a fight, a man strongly exposes his left leg in order to ensure a clear position. At the moment when the battle begins, the brother must aim exactly there. Don't be afraid to do something wrong, because in any case it won't end badly, so you should just poke him in the foot. The blonde seemed confused. Blinking his huge eyes in surprise, he looks intently at the girl, who continues to explain the rules of the game. Concluding her speech, Helena confidently says that he can do everything, which means he can try. She will always believe in her loved ones, no matter what. Still not understanding what the point is, Leonard retreats and smiles to assure that everything is fine. He will believe his sister no matter what. Interrupting them, the brunette asks if they are done with their useless chatter. The rest time was over, which meant the second round of sparring had just begun. Stretching his sword forward, the man takes a stance that, as Fresca predicted, was an advantageous position for the enemy. This time, the boy is full of determination. Mocking the student, the master notices that the sister clearly encouraged the guy because his courageous face expressed all the emotions. It would be nice if this had an effect. The young man angrily clenches his teeth until that very slight crunch. He tries not to let his emotions out, but at the same time remains determined to fight. Dante sits back down on the sofa, folding his arms across his chest. This effect will be more than great. The cheater will get what he deserves because he clearly deserves it. The battle begins. A man rushes into battle, raising a wooden sword directly above his head, only to jump back the next second, allowing the enemy to miss. Leonard tries to defend himself before doing what was originally intended. It's hard to try to keep up over and over again when the teacher drags the child down. Laughing in a voice that is not his own, the brunette lifts his head even higher. These children get into trouble by continuing to disrespect adults, so this fight will curb their ardor. Jumping back, the blonde tries to fight back, realizing that each time it becomes more and more difficult. The master swings his sword more coolly, leaving no time to look at his feet. Looking down, the guy notices what Helena told him about. The leg is put forward again, making it clear that the little sister was clearly not mistaken in her calculations. The girl carefully watches the course of events. Right now, the teacher gave much more chances than before because of how actively he jumps from side to side, putting his legs forward. Leonard must continue to advance until he achieves complete success and victory. Rushing forward, the boy strikes his left limb, which turned up just in time. Jumping up from her seat, the blonde tries to contain the inner delight that is rushing out. The boy got it the first time, hoping not to disappoint the princess looking at them. The man cannot concentrate, feeling incredible pain, screaming at the top of his lungs. He doesn't understand how this could even happen. Rushing forward, the boy looks at his master with concern. It seems that he achieved what he wanted and got exactly what he wanted. This feeling will remain irreplaceable. The guy did exactly what Renatus, who was incredibly proud, told him to do. The teacher lies injured on the floor, probably feeling ashamed. Getting up and heading towards the people in the hall, the blonde happily congratulates her brother. Today, he proved himself, thereby winning the victory. Standing up and leaning on his elbows, the brunette screams furiously, claiming that these were not the methods that are so cowardly that they cannot be taken into account. This sparring was not valid. Dropping down next to her, the stone-faced blonde says that she knows nothing about swords, and her brother is a beginner. He didn't have too much choice in techniques. A man must admit defeat. Not allowing him to finish the last sentence, the brunette jumps up, shouting that the princess has no right to interfere in men's affairs, which should remain only between them. Quiet laughter fills the room from which you want to escape. It is non-recyclable garbage that has no future in this world. It seems that he has lost the battle with his mind. Without thinking twice, the girl asks her brother to lend her a sword, extending her hand to the thing in order to immediately intercept it into her possession. Now the game will be played by different rules. Not allowing the man to rise forward, the blonde points the weapon at him, ordering him to attack or defend. It will depend on him. The girl remains persistent, ordering an attack so that she can show exactly why the teacher lost. Laughing, he says that if he is wounded, he will have nothing to do with it. Getting up, the brunette takes a pose that proves that he will lose very soon. It's impossible to forgive someone so terrible. He became overexcited, hoping that he would win against the child. By attacking, he hopes that he has at least some chance, which is a pure misunderstanding. This degenerate is a complete flaw, which simply appears as an eyesore. Carefully dodging, Dante asks his brother to pay attention. By blocking an attack to the face, you can easily miss it, allowing the enemy to get tired much faster than expected. Leonard freezes, unable to say anything. He watches in amazement at the fight, which seems to only be gaining momentum with every second since it happened. Moving her sword forward, the blonde deftly makes her opponent feel weird about the whole thing. Victory is very close. The man recoils in horror, still trying to fight. He tries to make sure that this time the child also loses, But this time, the outcome will be completely different. The teacher underestimated the princess because she was just a child. Going to ask her with his useless abilities, the young man chose not the best method from the ones proposed. You need to be agile and confident. Giving his next instructions, Dante turns his hand, allowing the other sword to slide away. The weight is too sweet because the stand is shaking. Still trying to dodge, the brunette straightens his shoulders and receives a blow to his stomach, which makes him bend over and start coughing. There would be no more mercy, and this was the final step. Raising her leg up, Faresca pushes her body down, causing it to fall onto the cold tiles, remaining there after all the techniques of a 10-year-old child. This mediocrity just wanted to show off to the newcomers by pretending to be strong and not teach them how to fencing. He taught his student, who was a prince, absurdity. Sighing, the princess says that it was so simple that you want to yawn. Getting up, the master tries to put 2 words into a sentence, not understanding how this happened. As in the previous life, everyone who touched the family suffered ruin at the hands of the knight. Smiling, the girl repeats the guy's words, saying that the sword does not suit him. The best solution would be not to touch such a terrible and dangerous object, but to start embroidering. Crawling back, the enemy still won't let up, trying to object to everything that has been said to him lately. He doesn't want to just accept it. Raising her hand in the air, the blonde makes the master shrink and begin to shake from the fear that has been present in the room for the last few tens of minutes. Throwing the wooden weapon into the air, the heroine turns around, no longer feeling any satisfaction or any desire to be in this place. Seeing the sword approaching the body, the man screams in horror, trying to get up as quickly as possible. The pain bothers him, so he remains sitting on the cold tiles. As she approaches the door, the blonde stops only to say that teachers are no longer welcome in the palace, along with his strange teaching methods. The weapon hits his head, causing the guy to fall and cower. Today he got what he deserved, even if he hoped for the usual favorable outcome, which was not destined to come true. Approaching Leonard, who is still standing with his mouth open, the girl puts her hand on his shoulder, trying to assure him that everything will be fine because he will no longer see the one who humiliated him. From today, the girl will take over the training of the young man. Therefore, just like that, Helena, who was 10 years old, found what she would like to do after a long time of searching. Arriving at her parents', the girl tries to express her point of view as gently as possible. She wants to teach her brother the arts of swordsmanship, which will obviously help her in not being bored anymore. The girl decided to tell this news to the married couple, who promised that they would support their daughter in absolutely any endeavor that she would like. You could tell they weren't entirely delighted. However, it was more like a veil that covered their eyes. After all, after everything that happened, they seemed extremely surprised. I wanted to ask a lot of questions. The couple, despite their words, refused the children purely for their safety, without even explaining the exact reason, hoping that they would figure it out on their own. A week passed that seemed to drag on for almost an eternity. Duke Fresco's office, as usual, was in complete silence despite the fact that his daughter had arrived there. Turning to Helena, who was interested in reading the book, her father announces that he sent a man and found out about the teacher whom she fired. They needed more information. It turned out that due to a lack of points, the guy often stayed for a second year at the academy, which affected his career. The friend who recommended him apologized for a very long time after what happened. This swindler did not even surprise the princess, because his insides were immediately visible from him. The father believed the reputation of that academy and his biography, finding himself deceived. Faresca is not a line of swordsmen who are trying to complete their task. That is why the Duke trusted his acquaintance in this matter without checking the information. The man could not even think that the teacher would be useless, that he would even be defeated by a 10-year-old girl. This, of course, only happened because it was the main character, but it was also worth attention. Smiling, the blonde is glad that she fired the crook before it was too late. If Leonard had continued to learn the ropes from him, he might have simply gotten used to the wrong approach that was being used. The blonde turns away once again, trying to come up with an excuse. There is some meaning in the daughter's words, and she never throws words to the wind. However, common sense must also be present. She says that she will teach someone to fencing, although she herself has never studied it in her life, exposing herself and those around her to unnecessary risk. Rising from his chair, the father offers to make a deal. The girl was never interested in anything, and now that she has the desired thing, nothing can be missed. There's a visitor coming to the Duke's lands next week, and he's the same age as Leonard, which makes for some interesting things to happen. The proposal was that Helena try to train her brother to a level where they could fight without any problems. Clarifying, the lady understands that they want her brother to defeat that guest. Judging by Leonard's understanding and diligent attempts, this will be quite possible. The guy smiles. The daughter agreed because she thought that she would be able to do it. However, she realized that the proposal was more of a provocation. Continuing his speech, the father announced that this summer, Prince Kaisar would arrive and stay at their estate somewhere for a not very long period of time. The young lady freezes in shock at what she just heard. She can't believe that she is being asked to defeat the famous prince, thereby proving her abilities. I want to run away and forget about the deal, because after rebirth, this is the first situation in 10 years that left the princess speechless, who promised to return not so soon. Many say that Kaisar is an incredibly capable child. In the imperial palace, he was trained as the future head of state, and of course he studied the art of the sword. This will most likely be incredibly difficult, because Leonard and the prince had a huge gap in training. The young man was excellent at wielding a real sword, while the blonde was just beginning his journey. Thus, the father was hinting that it was better to give up. My brother is distracted from his thoughts by grabbing his sister's shoulder. He asks if she can see the color of the crown prince's eyes, to which she shakes her head negatively. Turning around, the girl notices the boy. They say that all people from the Grey family have scarlet eyes, which seems surprising, considering how rare this color is among the rest. Turning a skeptical glance at those around her, the blonde sighs. She doesn't understand it, so she always thought it was nothing special. Thinking back, the Empress remembers how she passed the title onto her best friend, Duke Elisa Grey, before her death. He was a wonderful man who always served with his heart and soul. Now this brings back memories, because the girl is sure that then it was red eyes with a kind, devoted sparkle in the pupils that looked at her. The blonde leans down to greet His Highness. Introducing his name, he says that it is a great honor to meet one of the royal couple who has arrived. Helena decides to do the same, so curtsying, she closes her eyes, calling her first and last name, which is already known to everyone because of the dukedom. Looking at the young man so closely, Dante notices strange similarities between the prince and Elez. They are too similar, but it is logical because the guy is his descendant. Without allowing anyone to finish the sentence, the brunette turns away. If these were empty greetings, then he, of course, did not need them, even if they were supposed to somehow soften the situation. The boy had a disgusting character, which was known to everyone around him. Even if this is so, Kaisar was somewhat right, because these were indeed empty greetings. Normally, the blonde would pretend she didn't hear anything. However, instead, because of the prince's resemblance to his best friend, the girl asks what kind of greeting His Majesty wanted then. Grey turns back sharply, widening his eyes. Looking at the interlocutor, he quietly asks what she said, realizing that he most likely heard it. Stretching her hand forward, the lady offers to shake hands instead of unnecessary greetings, which for some reason he did not like at all, even though this was customary in high society. The people around stared in surprise at the outstretched palm, which was still very close to the guy, who seemed astonished as everyone else. Jumping to the side, the brunette shouts that this is completely unthinkable. The girl dared to behave inappropriately, thereby putting herself in danger. The guy who arrived with the prince grabs his hand and begins to shake it. The princess is incredible because she decided to meet His Highness halfway, despite all the obstacles. The man apologizes for daring to touch the body of the imperial family, but while they are here, everyone needs to live together, even if someone doesn't want to. Tears roll down their cheeks on their own. By clicking his tongue in contempt, The boy no longer blocks the greeting that made him want to fall into the ground. Turning to the princess, he nods. They will try to live these few months on good terms without spoiling each other's entire vacation here. Expressing no emotion, the blonde just nods. He immediately became so soft, even if it seemed that he would become even more arrogant. The hand squeezes the woman's palm forcefully, causing slight pain. It seems that the prince had already been informed that the girl had some sword skills, so he decided to defeat her by force. You have to fight with a boy who was born 500 years later, thereby driving yourself into an unpleasant situation. In this case, she cannot lose, even if this happens. Smirking, the blue-eyed girl understands that it would be best to teach this guy how to properly shake, because it is impossible to win with strength alone. It is important to put pressure on the joint. So by raising her thumb, the beauty presses, thereby causing the bones to compress, sending endless pain into the body. The young man jumps back, shouting to the whole hall from how much strength was invested in him, which seemed strange for a child of 10 years. He lost even if the fight had not yet begun. The servant runs up to His Highness, trying to ask him what happened because the reaction was clearly unusual for those who surrounded Caesar. Frowning, the boy tries to recover, declaring that nothing happened, even if just a minute ago he burst into a loud scream that everyone heard. Smiling, the blonde follows the brunette with her eyes. After all, this little guy is a descendant of Elez, because just like his ancestor, he's not going to snitch on anyone. Waving her hand after her, the girl promises that this summer will be unforgettable for both of them, even if you shouldn't hope for it. Now the prince realized that if he went against the enemy, he would die immediately. Smiling wryly in response, the brunette happily awaits this moment. Even if from his face one can understand that he just wants to take revenge for everything that happened as soon as possible. This couple will arrange quite a few fights among themselves, thereby making everyone else worry. This is the only way to make everyone believe in their strength. Now they are simply having a confrontation that cannot be interrupted. They glare at each other, smoldering in their gaze. Mom brought Helena into her office to talk to her about what happened. Even if the emperor is the same age as the baby, she should always try to behave appropriately. It must be difficult for the boy after the loss. In this estate, he and Leonard are the only ones of his age, so they must try to treat him with affection. Deciding not to argue so as not to waste extra energy, the blonde nods in agreement, realizing that this will be the only way out. She will remember all the instructions given. The girl thought that the first meeting with Caesar was successful, but obviously the adults did not think so. They looked like cats that had gotten into a fight. It wasn't all that bad, because thanks to this, the princess learned the reason for the future emperor's visit to their estate. Last winter, the empress passed away, so the prince fell into despair, no longer finding any reason to be happy. It was something unnecessary. Thanks to his father's care, the boy left the imperial castle and came here to get some relief. This was the real reason why the ruling family ended up here. The situation made it possible, at least a little, to feel sorry for the guy who had lost too much. She understood that the arrival was too sudden, but she was never interested in the reason. After the empress died, everything turned upside down. There was probably no one in the castle who could protect Caesar, which was a direct threat. His father brought him here in order to get rid of opposition forces at this time. Now, in this situation, it seems even more annoying, because if you are in someone else's house, you should show at least a modicum of respect. Walking out into the corridor, the girl waved her arms in different directions. If this behavior continues, Helena will definitely beat him up in some quiet corner. A cough from the side makes Dante freeze. Her eyes flutter innocently because she was in an extremely funny position that could not be explained. The person who interrupted her was, of course, the prince, who asked what the girl and her mother were talking about. Many say that the blonde was scolded for what happened earlier. It's strange that the boy has been waiting here all this time. Mom lectured for more than an hour, which was recorded immediately after it was over. The words were true, so Renatus nods. Sighing, the young man says that this is the right decision. Dante's behavior was a little tactless, but it doesn't bother him, so there's nothing to worry about. Nodding, the blonde promises that she will do so. She's not too bothered by what happened, which once again proves that she doesn't care at all. The reaction remains only a quiet sigh. By putting his finger forward, the young man says that she better worry. Many problems will arise if the girl does not behave in an appropriate manner with those who are higher in status than her. He has imperial blood flowing in him. But now, if there is no dukedom, then he will be the one who will be in a difficult situation, because he was sent here for safekeeping. The victorious smile itself is displayed on Renatus's face. This young man himself ran here to save his blood, shouting in this position about his status as a prince. He cannot put himself above others. Gritting his teeth, the guy tries to restrain himself so as not to say even more nasty things, which will probably come back to bite him later. Lowering his head, the boy sighs heavily. He wants to start a conversation about something important, but he doesn't know at all what exactly to say in this situation. Gathering his strength, he announces that he wanted to wait for the princess in order to dispel the misunderstanding. Everything that happened before weighed on his psyche, so it was worth doing it even earlier. Looking contemptuously at her interlocutor, the heroine sighs. The guy pretends to be an innocent lamb, despite the fact that with that handshake, they themselves promised each other to tear the enemy into pieces. Without allowing a word to be inserted, the young man continues his speech. His person always causes a lot of problems, so even this time, he is not the most welcome guest in this estate. The fact that the family accepted the boy proves that they opposed the Baller family, the family of the first empress. For Farisk, who left the front, His Highness is just ballast. With those words, when meeting, the brunette tried to say that they would not show him false hospitality. He didn't intend to spoil anyone's mood or do anything bad. Freezing, the blonde trying to understand and digest all the information that she had just been given. It turns out that she was the only person who acted inappropriately. It turns out that the girl was torturing an innocent person who really suffered because of what was happening in the castle. This was the first mistake in Helena Fareshi's life. The guy seemed like someone who was backed into a corner, but still trying to do at least something in his situation, which made it clear that everything was bad. He wanted everything to be as before. Beauty failed, thinking that the foolish prince was too arrogant, but he already felt a lot of pressure, so he reacted accordingly. Turning around to leave, the girl makes no further attempts to explain herself. It's too late to regret it, especially since it was true, because the child was not happy with visitors. In any case, there were more important problems now. You need to think about how to break the boy, which means the girl will believe that he launched a strategic psychological attack in advance. For the last time, allowing herself to turn towards the corridor, Helena realizes that she is surrounded by complete emptiness and silence. The prince had long since gone to his room. Heading to her brother, the beauty wanted to just talk, but from the threshold, she received a question about whether she had made peace with the prince. Obviously, everyone expected this to be what would happen. Perhaps the girl has already forgotten, but this incident happened in the hall a week ago. There was a bad atmosphere that hung in the air, making everyone worry. Lowering the sword to the ground, the lady notes that it was a psychological duel between two children. After this, no one has to put up with it. There's no need to worry about that boy, only if the father said something about this incident. No one said anything, but they both would like to live on friendly terms with the prince. It must have been difficult for him to make friends in the imperial palace, considering how bad things had gotten lately. His brother would like to make friends with him. Such innocent and kind people still exist, as evidenced by Leonard, who still had to swing his sword 298 times to complete his training. After defeating that disgusting teacher, Fareska did not ask anything about training, realizing that it would be easier this way. The student's result was visible to the naked eye. The boy trains day after day, so the master should little by little learn the strength of the enemy. Nodding her head, the girl agrees to make peace with His Highness. Literally glowing with happiness, the blonde actively nods. He doesn't know that this is not true, so he can't help but rejoice. While she is away, you can complete the 295 swings that remain on the list. As a result of several days of observation, the princess learned that Hamilton and Caesar were training swordsmanship on the second floor of the hall, which could be reached in a few minutes. Clearly, reconciliation is a cop-out. First, you need secret surveillance to understand whether the enemy has strengths and weaknesses. Dante must do everything to ensure that Leonard wins. Knocking on the door, the princess opens the oak doors, carefully looking inside. She's in no hurry to enter without permission. Hamilton, noticing the girl, lowers his weapon, examining the beauty with interest. He wonders what happened that she suddenly decided to come here. Still standing in the aisle, the blonde awkwardly scratches the back of her head, saying that she would like to watch the training that is about to begin. The teacher smiles, remembering that she is also learning fencing with Prince Leonard. She is probably interested in the techniques taught in the palace. She teaches, but it would take too long to explain now. Coming closer to the guest, the guy asks the prince if he wants to see the lady next to them. There is no way they can refuse the princess, who will not interfere. Without expressing any interest, the guy just sighs, agreeing to this proposal. Hamilton can do whatever he wants because it won't affect the training in any way. Trying to clarify whether it is definitely possible, the teacher almost bursts into tears. Caesar really has a terrible character. If he was going to allow it, he better do it in a good mood. Sitting down on the chair that was kindly provided, the girl looks at the beginning of the battle. Either way, it gave her a chance to examine his weaknesses. This chance cannot be missed, so you can try to come to training more than once. Dante promises to study the enemy's abilities so that he knows his every move. By holding out his sword and taking a stance, the brunette announces the start of the battle. The prince gets a total of 30 seconds to prepare before he rushes into battle, trying to fight back and attack. Watching the progress of the fight, the beauty tries not to show that she is completely in shock. It seems like everything didn't go as planned. The young man tried to make the fight more varied. Quietly admitting her mistake, the blonde lowers herself down. The prince is too good at what he does despite trying not to show it. Surprisingly for his age, he has very high concentration and quick reactions. If Leonard gets better through effort, then everything is completely different. Kaiser was born with abilities that could not be interrupted. One could say that the young man was somewhat similar to the main character, because she was exactly the same. Being in shock, the girl realizes that now they have huge problems. Leonard cannot be compared to a prince who does everything in the best possible way. The blonde is trying to fulfill all the steps that he promised to do for his sister, not yet suspecting what kind of mess they got into. It will take a lot more effort than expected. Exhaling air, Hamilton stops. His Majesty is in good shape today, so they can continue after the teacher has rested for a while. Nodding lightly, the brunette lowers the wooden sword in order to hide it in the sheath intended for the item. He was also pretty tired, so he needed at least a 5-minute rest. Running up, the girl holds out a towel, noticing the fact that the young man has incredible abilities. She is really surprised that he revealed such a side. Frowning, the guy accepts the thing, asking from which side he was seen before. He had always been one of the most capable children studying the arts, so there was no point in doubting his abilities. Smiling, the girl nods, trying to change the subject. After watching the sparring, no matter how she looked at this kid, no flaws caught her eye. There are no options left except to personally engage him in battle and find at least one weakness. If the prince was not too tired, they could engage in battle. Kaiser freezes, trying to find the right words, which disappeared somewhere at that very second. Hamilton also could not find words, not understanding how the princess decided to do this. The young man starts screaming. He heard that the girl had just recently started learning fencing, which meant she could get hurt. The answer is that mastery must be learned by being wounded. This is true, but if the girl gets hurt, he will be ashamed in front of the Duke. The teacher agrees, because even if the princess were to spar with someone more outstanding than her, she would still not be able to learn anything. It's cute how the couple cares about the girl, but she needs to find Kaiser's weaknesses by any means, otherwise it's all over. Assuming that he is not very interested in sparring with the young lady, the girl sighs. It's not about interest, but perhaps you can get ahead of the reward for winning. Something material would not fit the description very well, so all that remains is to come up with something like fulfilling the wish of the sparring winner. The silence lingers as Hamilton tries to get His Highness to refuse. If something goes wrong, the fees will be too high. Grabbing the handle, the brunette frowns, asking if this will be absolutely any wish that he wishes to be fulfilled. It seems the bait worked as it should. Extending her hand, the blonde nods. The winner can overcome absolutely any desire he wants, regardless of the age of the combatants, warning that later it will be impossible to back down, only accepting the terms of the game. The young man nods, because it turns out that this is the best choice that could be made. The blonde chuckles. Looking into her opponent's eyes, she anticipates how she will understand his weaknesses, which will give her the strength to train Leonard. Hamilton, who already seemed resigned to the future, announces the start of the fight, looking at the young men who stood in a stance, waiting until they could take action. Almost crying, the man begs that none of them get hurt. You need to try to do everything as carefully as possible, without any bad consequences. The young man doesn't answer, just thinking that it's all over now. He would like to win without injury, but everything will be seen very soon. When choosing a strategy, the princess reminds herself that this battle is one of weaknesses, which means she needs to try to attack the enemy in a variety of ways. The servant announces the beginning, which means that in the next second, the couple breaks into each other, starting to move to the side, fighting off with swords. The first way to get what you deserve is tactics that come on their own. The thigh side is the part that is difficult to defend, which makes it clear that it will be easier. Noticing the attempts made to hit the leg, the boy quickly dodges so as not to end up on the ground in the next second. Deciding to take a step that helped bring victory closer, the brunette counterattacks her opponent, who almost manages to jump back. It becomes clear that the fight will not end so quickly. This little guy defends himself incredibly quickly, while trying to counterattack an opponent who is unable to do at least something about him. From the scarlet eyes that glow with the fire of victory, one can understand that the young man craves victory no less than his rival, who still cannot concentrate on what she is doing. Swinging his weapon, the prince attacks from the side, forcing the princess to defend herself at the speed of light, while moving closer to deliver another blow. Moving to the sides, the couple lowers their swords, giving themselves a few seconds of truce so they have time to gather their strength and enter the second round. Grunting, the prince notices that Helena is clearly not a beginner, despite the fact that she said that she was just learning fencing. Of course, she wouldn't bet if she intended to lose. Grinning, the brunette nods. The girl is right, because then it wouldn't be so interesting if she didn't even intend to try to do what was intended. The blonde said that she was not a beginner, but still the child's body lacked the physical training that was present in the old body. She thought that things had gotten better recently while training Leonard, but that turned out to be untrue. Reflecting another attack, the girl tried to deliver another blow as quickly as possible, which was still in vain. The princess brought attacks to places that were difficult to block, but every time the guy instinctively reflected them. To resist such a genius, you need to make a lot more effort. She simply had no other choice but to apply the knowledge gained in battle, not memorized in lessons. The next attack will definitely be impossible to repel, so the young man will simply have to quietly accept the defeat that has come to him. The sword rushes with great speed straight towards the prince, who freezes for a second, obviously trying to understand what to do in such a situation. Instead of being confused, the young man covers himself with his elbow. You cannot reflect an attack by blocking it with your hand, because this can be incredibly dangerous. Still holding his elbow at the ready, not allowing the object to pass, the brunette swings his sword, which flies into the air next to the heroine. This guy is clearly crazy for trying to appear the best using techniques like this. They stand ready to finish each other, but Hamilton breaks up the fight. Taking off, the man runs to His Majesty, asking if he is okay after what just happened to him, even though he brought all the trouble upon himself. Sighing angrily, the brunette declares that he almost won, but was stopped at the most inopportune moment, which ruined everything. Intervening in the conversation, the girl notices the fact that it was a draw, to which she receives a bunch of objections. If the teacher had not intervened, the guy would definitely have won, thereby helping himself to conquer desire. If the sword had been real, the prince would have been left without an arm long ago. This fact was generally accepted despite the fact that the man tried in every possible way to deny his involvement. Instinctively grabbing his shoulder, the young man is not going to take the remark into account. Obviously, the one whose head is cut off loses. Hamilton, clearly giving in to panic, tries to force Caesar to stop saying such terrible things, but they do not listen to him. Addressing his interlocutor, he says that he has not had such an interesting sparring for a long time. Pushing the ward towards the entrance, the master asks what he meant by this. You can't say something like that because he was asked not to get hurt, a mission that the young man successfully failed. The door slams, forcing the blonde to remain completely alone in the huge hall, skeptically looking at those leaving behind. Chuckling an abnormal laugh, the girl turns her gaze to her shaking hands, which still cannot calm down. This guy is truly something. By training Leonard, the heroine feels that it is not in vain. Even if he has not achieved success now, in the future his brother is guaranteed to become a worthy warrior. There was no doubt about it. Caesar's whole charm was that he was incredibly unpredictable. All the time, trying to make sure that the enemy did not understand his next steps, the brunette made a monster of himself. Perhaps these were the feelings the master experienced in a past life when he first saw Dante. The girl never asked him anything, realizing that she would not be answered. There was a certain confidence in the actions that if you keep going, something will happen after training, which will last a certain time. In the evening of the same day, a dinner was held in the main hall, which was attended by the whole family and guests almost in full. The Duchess asks where His Highness is now. Hamilton, trying to somehow make amends for the earlier situation, simply says that the prince was pretty tired, so he decided to stay in his room today. The blonde sitting at the table is clearly stressed. A new friend didn't come to dinner, and that couldn't help but worry. Most likely, this happened because of what happened earlier. Still, Kaiser experienced severe pain when he tried to block the blow with his sword. He didn't show it, so she thought that maybe it would just be a bruise. But, as practice has shown, it turned out to be much worse. Slowly exhaling air in an attempt to calm down, the princess realizes that this was also her fault, although the young man should have been calmer, or at least careful. This situation seemed unpleasant to everyone involved. Approaching the door of the prince's room, the Duchess quietly knocks on the wood. A normal, familiar voice is heard behind the door. The heroine promised herself that she would return for lunch immediately after checking his condition. It seems that everything was in perfect order. This is the second time that Helena Foresca is so worried about another person's condition, even if this was not inherent in her before. Walking inside, the girl notices a guy sitting on a chair. Dante freezes, trying to find decent words to describe what she's feeling now, or at least ask about the prince's well-being. Horror is displayed on the heroine's face. The arm was broken, so there was no question of a bruise. She did something terrible to the child, and even if he put his elbow in, it didn't mean anything. Smirking, the brunette notices that the interlocutor has a funny expression on her face. She seemed to feel horror and confusion at the same time. Sitting down next to him, Renatus asks whether the treatment was carried out properly. Hamilton invited a doctor to ensure that the wound healed as quickly as possible. Folding her arms across her chest, the lady begins to grumble about how she shouldn't take something like this so lightly. She knows what it's like because she also broke her finger, after which the place hurt and ached due to the rain and changing weather. Memories pop up in my head. In order to protect herself and save her life, the knight tried to do everything as best as possible, but having failed, she grabbed her sword to stop him. Turning away, Dante says that she did not try to stop the attack, but was simply fooling around. The best solution was to change the topic, because without noticing it, the princess almost told about an incident from a past life. Asking a few more questions, Helena wonders if Caesar will lie about the fact that it was the heroine's fault that he broke his arm. There is no point in him doing this because he is not a child. He would never act in such a shameful manner, but he does not even deny that he does not like the girl at all. She is the same because the guy knows very well that the beauty does not like him. Putting on a smile, the Duchess says that for her, everything is just the opposite. Actually, she likes His Highness because she would like to raise such a genius for future victories in battles. Clearly embarrassed, the guy jumps up from his seat, starting to talk about sparring. At the end of the fight, the girl still relaxed and almost lost. Unsurprised, the blonde nods easily. She will not deny the truth, because when the lady saw that Caesar was blocking the blow with his hand, she was afraid that she might hurt someone. At that moment, the lady could not change the course of the attack, but it was necessary to avoid breaking his arm. So, having tried her best, the girl almost lost. It turns out that the prince knew what could happen and knew about the consequences, but still crossed the line and put a block, exposing himself as a masochist. The only excuse is that the guy had absolutely no idea what wish the lady could make. He asks what the girl wanted to ask. By putting on an innocent expression on her face, the lady announces that she just wanted to get herself a servant who would obey her. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. Almost exploding, the brunette shouts that the emperor of an entire country cannot become a servant of an aristocrat who is lower in status than him. The answer is a roaring laugh. The girl asks what the young man wanted to ask, who flinches after asking the question. He didn't expect anyone in his right mind to ask him this. Turning away, the brunette pretends that everything is fine, because the fight ended in a draw long ago. It was unfair, because the princess spoke about her desire. Deciding to take the prince weakly, the lady grabs his hand, saying that she understood what exactly they wanted from her. The man wanted to force the girl to do something daring and inappropriate. Turning away, the young man sighs. It is unclear who they take him for, although the brunette just wanted to suggest calling each other by name in order to perhaps become friends in the future. Not understanding what the problem is, the blonde asks why make a whole wish out of this? Perhaps she was not destined to understand what the whole problem was. For the guy, this is a very serious matter, because even when His Highness asks to address him informally, people become uncomfortable, which leads to misunderstandings. When the young man asked Hamilton to address him by name, he fell to the floor in a bow. He begged to forgive him if he had done something wrong, and not to do anything like that to him, continuing to sob. Looking at her interlocutor, the heroine understands what he is leading to. The same thing had happened to her before, because in her previous life, she was an empress. Now everything has continued despite the changes. In her past life, the queen also almost begged Alez to do what she asked, but in the end, she received nothing but a refusal, which turned out to be difficult to accept. Although everyone held the empress up and stood in awe, all they really wanted was the power that the princess could give them. Nobody wanted to get close to her. It was precisely because the others did not want anything to do with the queen that she simply decided to take this step, asking Alez to address her informally when they were alone. Instead of agreeing, the man told Her Highness not to say anything like that, even as a joke, thereby rejecting the proposal. Snapping herself out of her thoughts, the beauty nods, promising that she will call the prince by his name, even if it is not something that should be done. Asking in surprise, the prince cannot believe that everything will be exactly as he wants. The princess promises to speak to him as a friend in an informal setting. Smiling, the beauty nods again in agreement, as if confirming her words. She asks the prince to sometimes spar with her so that the training will help her remember forgotten things. The brunette freezes, mindlessly looking at his interlocutor, who offers nothing more, only waiting for a specific answer, which she should receive very soon. The guy's cheeks turn a little red from such drastic changes, despite the fact that he was incredibly glad that the girl so easily agreed to everything that was offered to her. If Kaiser knew that this would happen, he would definitely come up with a more difficult wish in order to win and then make it. The girl just started calling the guy by name, and he was already so happy. It seems that for the complete picture, only such small details are needed, in the form of at least one friend. If Ella's had done the same then, perhaps the Duchess would have felt the same. Laughing lightly, Dante imagined her face in the past, which would express joy. Bursting out with uncontrollable laughter, the heroine tries to calm down, hearing reproaches from the prince, who became even more flushed with color, which does not leave her face. Khazar decided to take a break from training until his hand healed. He seemed quite complete without classes, because now he had friends. The three of them got together almost every day to play cards. This was a suggestion from Leonard, who clearly cared about Khazar as if he were his own brother. But after a few days, everyone got fed up. As usual, lying on the carpet, the friends complained about everything, because in addition to all the problems, trouble did not come alone, forcing them to stay at home due to the rainy season, which had just begun. The boredom is interrupted by a voice that says that on such days, something unusual usually appears in the duchy. Waiting for the children to ask about this, the man pauses. The brunette clasps his hands, saying that on summer nights like today, a woman in blue clothes usually appears in the basement, looking for a new victim. The boys try to make their interlocutor change his mind and say that he simply lied about everything, but he remains silent. Sighing indifferently, the beauty with a stony expression says that ghosts do not exist. This was clear even to small children who were 5 years old. Putting his finger forward, the man assures that there are neither one nor two witnesses, which adds credibility. It is for this reason that the Duke restricts the entrance to the basement. The prince quietly turns to Leonard, asking if this is true. Almost crying, the boy says that the entrance to the forbidden room is really closed so that no one goes there. Of course, the father does not allow him to go down and go there, because no one knows what will happen to the one who is caught by the ghost. A person may be very unwell. You can see that the corners of the guy's lips are raised, which means he's joking. However, without stopping, the man asks to be calm, so as not to catch the eye of the woman in blue. Starting to scream, the friends grab each other, hoping that this will somehow save them. Obviously, they are children, so they believed in another story. Knocking on the door, thereby causing panic, the brunette enters, asking Mr. Viscount to discuss with him the details of the carriage repair, which needs to begin today. Sighing, the blonde escorts Hamilton out. Apparently, the guy relieves stress after work. Asking those in the room why they were so scared, the girl looks at them skeptically, because this is not true. Jumping up from his seat, the prince vehemently assures that ghosts are not a myth, and they exist. They are even in the imperial castle, not to mention the Duke's estate. They say that on days when the sun disappears, there is complete silence from which you want to hide. A ghost haunts the castle and seeks revenge. Sealed by Empress Dante Renatus in her youth, the Dragon Cruce flies through the corridor and searches for her reborn body. She left the world a long time ago, but he still does not want to forgive what the woman did. It's even harder to believe in such a fable than what they were talking about before. No one seems to care about her opinion or why this happened, because she knows this dragon. It's not clear why you need to fly in the castle if everything burned down and disappeared. The prince decides to take an important step and suggests that instead of cards, they go to the basement tonight and see for themselves whether there is a ghost there. A fight begins between friends. The princess is not going to go anywhere, while the prince is trying to get her to get up and go with them. Nobody pays attention to Leonard. Falling to the ground, the girl rolls onto her back. It seems terrible to do what you most don't want on such a hot, sultry day. If a couple wants, they can go together. Already turning to threats, the girl breaks into a scream. She doesn't want to go anywhere, no matter what they might offer her. I just want to get a little peace and quiet. Still, no one left a choice, so the beauty stands in front of the door to the basement, holding a candle to illuminate the road, which is completely covered in darkness. Stopping near the doors, the guys check the door, realizing that it is locked, which is quite logical after all the stories. I don't want to believe that the heroine fell for such a simple trick that was thrown as bait. They wanted to take her lightly, saying that the princess was simply afraid. This character trait did not go away even after Rebirth, so the Virgin is skeptical about such fun. No one knows where the key is that would help open the door. Taking out his sword, Leonard swings. They understand that there is nothing left but to break the lock that blocked the passage to that very treasured place. Realizing that there is no choice, the girl rushes forward. There is no need to create unnecessary noise, which would probably wake up all the inhabitants. She can handle this matter herself. The girl, of course, does not have a key, but this is not even necessary, because there is always a hairpin in her hair that will help to cope with a closed room, allowing friends inside. During the times of street children, she often did this, but in order to avert suspicion, the beauty says that she just read about it in a book that talked about everything. The door opens with a dull sound, letting everyone inside. Once there, young people still cannot muster the strength to go inside. Taking the candle from her brother's hands, the girl orders them to look at their feet. From here, she will go first in order to prevent any problems that might arise. The opinion changed because Leonard took the blow, being the eldest. Carefully going down the steps, he looks around to understand what awaits them. The atmosphere in the basement turned out to be even worse than imagined. The dampness and dust didn't help at all, but I had to pull myself together, because if one of them got hurt, only the heroine could take care of her friends. There was nothing scary here, even if at first it seemed like there was a ghost there. In the depths of this tunnel, there is a canal, because everyone hears the murmur of water, which makes it clear what exactly it means. There are definitely no ghosts here, but the temperature has dropped sharply. At the beginning of the stairs, I was almost breathless due to the temperature, but now my body is literally freezing. The couple was finally convinced that everything was in order, and the story about the woman in blue was a fiction, which means that it was time for them all to head upstairs to return. The iron door slowly rises, exposing itself, allowing the boys to see something in the distance. A little nervous, the blonde carefully examines the darkness in which something is visible. In the distance, a strange silhouette appeared in a blue dress, which was suspiciously similar to the girl whom Hamilton described before leaving the children alone, sending them to repair the carriage. Starting to scream frantically, the guys scatter in different directions. Their eyes widen in a split second, thereby making it clear that they are in shock. The blonde, who did not expect to see something like that in the basement, heading here just to prove to her friends that all this is not true, looks away with concentration. She can't believe there is a person there. Grabbing the lady by the arms, her friends drag her away from the basement, continuing to scream about the ghost they just saw. There was no point in resisting anymore. All that remains is to say thank you for the fact that the guys, despite their fear, brought the girl with them, because now they could remember what happened for the rest of the time on an ongoing basis. The father, as usual, was sleeping peacefully in his bed with his wife, but screams from the corridors made him wake up. He wanted to get some sleep, but this is exactly what happened now. The servants, like all the other inhabitants of the estate, were sleeping at such a late hour, but even for them the noise seemed too annoying, which was incredibly annoying. That's how the whole house woke up right in the middle of the night. Thanks to what happened, the adults learned that the boys entered the basement to check it for ghosts. The boys sit on their knees with their hands outstretched in the air. Kaisar cannot stretch out his left hand, so he sits looking displeasedly at the floor. This punishment seemed deserved. Dante frowns. She doesn't understand why she was also assigned to them if she didn't even intend to go there, much less believed in ghosts that didn't exist. No matter how much the lady thinks about the person who seemed to them, this is just a mirage that turned out to be unreal. She didn't want to believe such nonsense. Clarifying about the mirage, the prince notices the fact that it is usually seen only in deserts, but the princess refutes this fable. They say that if there is a big difference in air temperatures in a place, you can see something like this. Hoping that this is exactly what his sister says, the blonde sighs heavily. He doesn't want to encounter something like that again. Turning to his interlocutor, the guy notices that the girl missed something, thereby forgetting about what happened. A mirage, due to the refraction of light, reflects objects in another place in the air. Most likely, it was reflecting some kind of portrait, but the brunette did not see any paintings in the basement. everything seemed even more confusing than before. The young man smiles triumphantly, although he himself is now wildly scared. There was nothing there that could be reflected in the air, thereby creating a shadow. Smiling her characteristic mocking smile, the blonde nods. Goosebumps ran down her arms because of the fear that enveloped her entire body with a slight chill. In her second life, Renatus met a ghost, held hands with the kids, and now spent the entire night apologizing to whoever they disturbed with their arrival. Interrupting the suffering of the young heirs, Hamilton clarifies whether they mean the same ghost in the basement that so diligently pursued them. Smiling, the brunette says that he heard about the tiles that are laid out in white and blue colors at the bottom of the canal. Almost all members of the ducal family know that it is she who gives such a strange reflection. Asking again, the prince almost stutteringly clarifies whether this is definitely not a ghost. The servant cannot believe that the children believed this story, so he laughs lightly. Saying that at least his friends have a fun memory, the man notices strange expressions on their faces. They show contempt and anger at the same time. This is how the story of friendship between three young people who had nothing in common began. An unspoken rule appeared. Never, ever disclose that story to anyone. Later, after people asked how they met, the couple always reminisced about that day. Even after the questions, the friends stood firm, not about to divulge what they had agreed never to tell anyone. This was prohibited. This idea came to the mind of Kaiser, who understood that adults would constantly laugh at what happened. No more mistakes could be made. Over time, the prince's left arm almost healed, returning to normal. Around the same time, the summer solstice festival began in Alpentus, where the duchy was located, which I wanted to attend. Turning to Forescu, the young man asks if they have already been to the festival. If so, I would like to know if they liked it, or if it's all empty advertising. Turning away, the blonde asks the guy to leave her alone without interfering with her doing what she wants. The constant questions sometimes irritated me more than anything else. Quickly jumping off the thick tree on which the hero had been sitting all this time, he asks why the girl doesn't want to go anywhere, to which he simply receives the answer, "I don't want to." Sighing, the beauty understands that at the festival, people are divided into only two types. One of them is more harmless, because these are children, and the other is pickpockets who can take anything out of their pockets. There is also a third type, little pickpocket kids, who turn out to be even more agile than adult thieves, who are not so nimble. Jumping in place, the brunette reminds the princess that she is also a child, because she is one of the youngest. Interrupting the skirmish, Leonard says that the village has absolutely nothing to see. The young man has never seen a festival for the middle strata of society, and Hamilton forbids him to go there alone, which means he needs to find some company for himself the next evening, thereby hitting the mark. Perhaps the teacher will allow all three of them to go there. So Leonard, as usual, is right in proposing his candidacy. Dante should be excluded from their plans because she is simply lazy. Apart from teaching Leonard, Helena is too lazy to do absolutely everything in this life. No one knows that she had to work hard while trying to achieve the status of empress in her past life. The prince sincerely feels sorry for Leonard because his sister is his mentor. It turns out that everything is completely wrong because Foresca is an excellent teacher of all arts. The blonde does not know how to lie, thereby proving that it is true. Putting her sword forward, the girl assures that they better not joke with her. She will not go to any festivals, even if they send her by force. Turning to his sister, Leonard smiles his innocent smile, which makes the heroine's heart melt. This view, as usual, makes you change your mind. Sighing heavily, the girl realizes that everything is lost. The boy had a truly incredible gift of persuasion, without even opening his mouth to say anything. While at the market, the couple examines another stall with vases, saying that the saleswoman has good abilities in works of art. Approaching the guys, the girl asks why they brought the Viscount here, and then suddenly ran away from him. It was mean, but also quite fun. It turns out that if the innocent Hamilton is accused of losing his charges, he will also find himself helpless, just like they once were after his stories. It seems that the prince's head can only come up with something so bad that it seems like he has no heart. Perhaps he just doesn't feel sorry for the teacher at all. In fact, Renatus has no idea how bad their relationship is. He grumbles even about simple things and is very annoying, making him constantly want to hide. One can understand the Emperor's feelings, but the Viscount is also right in some ways. He does all this because someone has been following his friends for the last hour, hiding in the corners. After the guys broke up with Hamilton, the princess continues to feel a strange presence. It was clear from the start that well-dressed children walking around unattended would become bait for the bad guys. Either it will be a pickpocket or a kidnapper who will turn out to be someone who will demand a ransom. The girl is more than confident that she will be able to resist, but no one knows how it will end. The blonde man is completely invisible in order to understand that he is dressed quite richly, which means he is neither the first nor the second category. The next second, the couple made eye contact. The girl freezes, trying to understand how she could make such a terrible mistake. The young man openly looks at the beauty, who understands that that energy belonged to him. Noticing the princess's concentrated gaze, the figure immediately disappears around the bend. Taking off, Dante thinks only that she cannot lose sight of the man. Her future will depend on this, so on the go, asking the couple to stay on their own. She promises that she will return soon. Running around the corner, Helena brakes sharply, hoping that she will understand where the young man who was just here and then simply disappeared, suddenly went. Walking into the distance along the alley, the blonde looks around. The figure really seemed to have disappeared despite the fact that the alley is quite long. A man's voice is heard from behind. The young man introduces No, kneeling on one knee before greeting the princess, who does not immediately understand who is addressing her. Bouncing sharply and turning sideways, the beauty tries to move away as far as possible. This guy's pretty quick to end up somewhere behind so quickly. The man straightens his hair. He really wanted to meet the girl. His comment seems surprising, but he notices that his friend has grown up to be incredibly beautiful. His cheeks turn red. Taking a few more steps, the girl squints. She doesn't know this man, and although he has no reason to attack, the heroine will still have a strange feeling. The blonde begins to cry, talking about how he was only waiting for the birth of his empress, who would be his savior in the future. He felt really bad without her. Continuing to sob, the man thinks out loud about why time passes so slowly. He mentions someone else, but Helena's questions prevent him from finishing his sentence. Screams are heard from the street because friends are clearly looking for Faresk. Rising from his knee, the guy wipes his face, saying that very soon he will come to the princess again. Turning around, he is about to leave, once again promising that before everything is over, he will be able to visit the Empress to tell her the desired story of his life. Starting to run, the girl tries to catch up with the stranger so that he can explain more clearly without any problems. The guy called her Queen, which means he knows that in a past life, the girl was Dante. The prince, who arrived almost on time, grabs Helena's hand, trying to pull her friend back. Everything she did was incredibly dangerous, which the girl did not pay attention to at all. Breaking free, the blonde is about to run away, but they don't let her go. Kesar seems crazy at the moment because he is frustrating the plans of the girl, who doesn't seem to understand why it is impossible to talk to that person. Looking around, Renatus realizes that the man has disappeared into the air again, as if in 1 second, leaving behind only dust that slowly settles to the ground. The beauty looks at one point, unable to find the strength to believe what is happening. It seems that something is threatening her existence, without making it clear what exactly is wrong. Asking what the man did, the brunette starts screaming because the answer, nothing, did not suit him. The atmosphere was completely different, making it clear that the guy was going to cause harm. Grabbing the princess's wrist, the young man pulls her closer to him, stopping absolutely any attempts to escape. Trying to justify herself, Renata says that she was only asked for directions, and she showed it. The beauty understands that they are worried about her, but there is no need to be angry. Frowning, Kaiser nods. What has been said still does not seem convincing, but there is simply no strength left to argue any further. It looks like they didn't believe the girl. Even the heroine herself understands that such an excuse seems ridiculous, but there was no time to find a plausible legend. Asking to let go of her hand, Helena realizes that it will leave a bruise. After instructions, the young man can do whatever he wants. Grabbing her wrist, the blonde pretends to stroke the place where she was being held, continuing to assure that the stranger did not tell her anything. Leonard offers to go further to the fair, to which the prince asks to find Hamilton because the time has come to unite. The boy himself recently ran away from him, and now he offers to look for the Viscount without even knowing where he is. Sighing, the young man talks about the carriage. Every time Kaiser does this, the teacher is waiting for him near the carriage, exactly where they separated. This means that the boy ran away more than once. The brother offers to go call the man, but the brunette interrupts him. If he is left alone with the princess, they will definitely quarrel. Offering them to go together, the girl tries to ignore the questions looming on Leonard's face. If No is still around, you can't miss your chance. Twitching with anger, the young man sighs. She's going to wait completely alone, and obviously, when the stranger offered her candy, she is going to immediately follow him to her certain death. Reminding again that the man was just asking for directions, the heroine realizes that they are not listening to her. The guy promises that he will quickly run there and back, because the carriage is very close from here. Losing sight, His Highness leaves his brother and sister completely alone. It turned out as if they were simply using it for their own purposes. Turning to Helena, the blonde clarifies for the last time whether everything is all right. Stroking her head, the young man realizes that nothing threatened her health or life. Hugging his sister, Leonard agrees, because words always have meaning, but this does not change the fact that he is incredibly worried. He thought that the girl was injured because she did not come here of her own free will. Sighing quietly, the girl admits that her brother is the best in the world. He is sweet and calm, unlike the one who, although he is the same age, gets angry when things don't go according to his plan. Snuggling up to the guy, the beauty thanks him for the care that he tirelessly gives, while never asking for anything in return. Empress or not, it doesn't matter. Surely yesterday's man was just another crazy person who couldn't control himself. You can simply forget about what happened in order to continue living a calm life. Still in the embrace, the girl relaxes. Now, even the energy that followed the girl has disappeared. She was here from the very beginning, and only now it seemed to have disappeared somewhere. If the young man was hanging around, intending to get closer, now would be the time to do it. But if he disappeared from the moment Kaiser separated, then this is a bad sign. Tearing herself away from her brother, the blonde looks into his eyes with horror. The realization came too late, despite everything that had happened recently. She should have known. The prince found himself in danger without knowing it, heading towards certain death, which most likely awaits him if someone does not dare to save him. The girl was too frivolous. People had a choice. Either a princess who is nothing, or a prince who, although he had lost his power, was still in line for the throne and who, of course, would be attacked. They don't see His Highness, but the girl is more than sure that he was dragged into the brothel. There is no one there during the day, so you can easily hide someone. Breaking into a run, the beauty heads towards the very house we were talking about. The virgin was not just confident, because she knew for sure that the guy would be there. Giving instructions, the girl asks her brother to go find the Viscount, while Helena heads to the brothel. This can be dangerous, but there is no way out. Trying to convince his sister, Leonard offers his candidacy to go to the place where his friend is being held. Still remaining unshakable, the beauty refuses the next proposal. The boy runs much faster than she, which means he will be more useful in another place. Fresca sighs. He cannot help, given the real arguments presented. My sister never lied or said nonsense, so it was worth believing. Helena promises that she won't do anything wrong, knowing full well that she will have no choice but to attack first and risk her life. The blonde listens, so she's not going to get into trouble. If anything happens to Kaiser, the Duke's family will also be destroyed. The best thing to do would be to just calmly check the location and wait for the Viscount. The girl is tormented by the remorse that haunts her. If her friend isn't okay, she won't leave it that easily, even if she has to swing her sword. Passing by the houses, the beauty carefully examines each one for a closed room in which the prince could be. Something very nearby attracts your attention. Running towards one of the alleys, Dante realizes that the sound is coming from one of the houses. The front door will remain incredibly dangerous, so you need to quietly go through the back. Sneaking further and stopping near the door, the girl listens intently to the sounds coming from the house. It seems there is someone there. Running her hand through her hair, the beauty feels for the hairpin that has saved her life more than once. She helps to get inside the room. Carefully making her way into the corridor, the maiden slowly moves forward, trying to make as little sounds as possible that could be heard from behind the creaking floor. In the very nearest room, voices are heard that offer options for reprisal against the prince. A knife definitely won't do, because then everyone will understand that he was killed. The girl freezes, listening to the horror that is coming very close. They want to make it look like an accident, so they're going to throw the guy into the river. Smirking, the man leans towards the prince, who tries to move away as far as possible. After the rainy season, there was enough water to stage it as if the guy was playing on the shore and accidentally fell. Looking through the gap between the door and the wall, the beauty examines the room. Kaisar is very close, which means everything is in perfect order. Most likely, this is not just a kidnapping, and even if it is not entirely clear whose orders they are acting on, it becomes clear that there is still time. When planning to throw the young man into the river, the killers will wait until nightfall. It looks like the kid still hasn't come to his senses, so he's trying to resist. Obviously, the young man still did not understand that he would be killed very soon. One of the attackers throws a nightstand into the wall next to the prince. The plan doesn't seem so good anymore because Kaisar keeps screaming. If they throw him into the river and he gets out alive, then it will be bad for everyone, especially the one who ordered this murder. There are no other options left except to kill the brunette, who backs away in horror even further, unable to do anything because of his tied hands. With his insolence, the prince allowed Helena to determine his location, but at this rate, they will not be able to wait for the Viscount. You need to lure one out, and at that moment get rid of the second. Moving closer to the wall in search of the necessary furniture, the girl grabs the legs of a chair, which she subsequently swings at one of her rivals. The men clearly did not expect something like this, so without having time to react, they turn away in order to look at the person attacking them. The sound in the corridor makes the guys shy away. They didn't need witnesses, so one of them was sent to check the situation. Someone threw the stool onto the floor with all their might. Baring his teeth angrily, the blonde sighs. Something happened too suddenly, not making it clear who exactly appeared here and how. It looks strange. Grabbing the leg that was torn from the chair, the girl pushes forward with pressure. Due to the difference in height, it will be very difficult to hit the vital organs, thereby buying yourself time. Still, it's not worth giving up. So Helena hits the knees from the other side, which causes incredible pain to the enemy, which breaks out along with screams. Turning around, the blonde tries to find the one who dealt the striking blow, forcing him to fall to his knees, knocking off all his knuckles and skin. The prince moves to the side, freezing because he already understood that the end had come for him, but the stranger saved him, giving him another chance. With another blow, the girl causes the opponent to fall to the ground with his face, which probably received a lot of damage that will not be able to heal. The boy is almost crying, quietly calling Helena by name. She's somehow made her way into a house located on the outskirts of the city, saving a friend. Without answering any questions, the blonde runs closer and picks up the guy, saying that they need to leave as soon as possible. Very soon, another young man will arrive here and cause a lot of problems. Without wasting a moment, the couple runs out into the corridor, quickly realizing that the journey is becoming something of an obstacle. A brunette can be seen in the distance, who just recently went to check other rooms. There is no time to think, so Renatus turns in the other direction. She had thought of everything, so she left the back door open. It is worth staying as far away from the enemy as possible. Starting the race, the children head towards the exit, hoping that this will help them escape. They say that if a person is led into a dragon's lair, one must have common sense to carry away one's bones. The gaze is directed to the door, which is only a few meters away. If they can just get out of there, it will be the biggest victory. Just about to let go of the stick in order to speed up, the maiden abruptly changes her mind on this matter. A strange stomp is heard behind the door. Freezing for a split second, the blonde sighs quietly. It could be Leonard and the Viscount, or they could face a misfortune that would ruin everything. The doors swing open, and a huge, big man appears who is not going to enter. His head does not fit into the doorway, precisely because of his height, which once again proves his strength. Jumping back, the girl realizes in horror that all this time there was another person here who was now making it clear that they were not going anywhere else. A man who stopped behind asks why this couple hoped so much for salvation. The servant must stop them at all costs. Smirking, the big man overloads the exit. Grabbing the scabbard, the man slowly pulls out a sword, which this time is no longer wooden, but a real one, which can cause many wounds. The hand itself squeezes the chair leg, which now seems like a completely useless thing, even if 5 minutes ago it helped neutralize one of the opponents. Rushing into battle, the guy shouts that they are going to die. He will teach them a lesson so that the Duchess will not even think about escaping and saving her worthless friend, who is not capable of anything. Dodging, the brunette hits Kaisar directly, leaving a long wound on his back. It seems too painful to even watch, let alone experience. Gritting his teeth, the young man tries to remain courageous, so he orders Helena to run away from here as quickly as possible in order to at least save his life. The girl doesn't have time to answer anything because the guy's body bends over and falls on her, forcing her to back away. The prince falls to his knees and then into the Duchess's arms. There is noise all around due to a squabble that is just beginning. The leader accuses his subordinate of injuring his highness with a sword because it does not look like an accident. All this time, the girl was hugging her friend, but now, raising her hand, she notices that a scarlet stain appears on her snow-white skin, which comes from her clothes. The pupils shrink, and the eyes display horror that cannot be confused with anything. The princess realized too late how bad things were. The guy who had been following the couple all this time overtakes them, grabbing the girl's hair. The whole thing went down the drain because of a stranger who came literally out of nowhere. No longer wanting to put up with the kidnappers, who seemed to absolutely not care what or with whom to do, Dante raises his hand, thereby tearing his hair out of his hands. Throwing the man away with the sharp corner of a stick, the girl only hears his cries about how much pain he is in. He can no longer withstand such bullying. The brunette, who has almost lost consciousness, tries to look directly at his girlfriend, who seems to be furious. She, as expected, was not going to put up with such an attitude. At least in this life, the blonde wanted to be peaceful. But even here, some strange people ruined everything, forcing her to change her mind. Grabbing her weapon, the girl looks menacingly at those who dare to touch one of her relatives. Now they must prepare for the worst possible outcome. Leonard really did his best. He ran as quickly as possible to find the Viscount, but everything ended very unfavorably. Hamilton hoped that they would make it in time, but the girl turned out to be much faster. There was no choice left, so she got rid of the garbage, which carried out the assassination attempt much faster. The man clutches his head, terrified. The girl confronted all these people alone, considering that one of them was 3 times her size, carrying a real sword. Looking around to once again make sure that his eyes do not deceive him, the Viscount looks into the princess's eyes, asking who she even is. Helena silently wipes her face from the blood that runs down her cheek. She can no longer make out which of the dead left their imprint, but that doesn't matter. Renatus did it all without any effort. After the incident, the beauty was sick for more than 3 days. The load was too much, but it was worth it. Luckily, the kidnappers survived, but they were sent to the capital, so it doesn't bode well for them. Those people will pay a price for daring to touch a member of the imperial family. The king was not going to leave the matter just like that. That day was still incredibly grueling, forcing the girl to forget about everything around her. However, most importantly, Kaisar survived. There is no longer any threat. At first, it seemed that there would be no more problems, but Foresca had to listen to a long lecture from his father, who was amazed at how everything had turned out. Inviting the girl into the office, the father sits her on the chair opposite, asking if she knows why she was called. From the expression on his face, one could say that everything was obvious here. There's a silence in the office that puts pressure on the ears. The virgin does not have a worthy answer, even if deep down she knows the reason. Smiling, the blonde jokes, saying that they just want to thank her for the fact that His Highness returned home safely. The man does not seem to share his youngest daughter's humor. Frowning, he sighs, hoping that the girl will no longer joke with such a thing, instead of being in a serious mood. Humor was never Dante's strong suit, because in the end, the prince did not return completely unscathed. His back was crippled, so there was no point in joking. Lowering his head onto his hand, the blonde sighs. They are worried not at all because of how she is acting at the moment, but because Helena seems to be an unusual child who has powers. Humming, the blonde says that she understands all the experiences. Perhaps the Duke is afraid that because of her unusualness, the princess will suppress her brother and seize the dukedom, to which she has answered with only no. This man knows his child too well. In fact, Helena just stands out too much. As soon as more people find out about this, the virgin may get involved in very dangerous matters, which will then come back to haunt her. Even if a smart girl is heading towards something, hoping that she will be able to save her friend, her parents still cannot be delighted that the beauty herself ran to the kidnappers who wanted to kill her. Unfortunately, my father's words were true. He just, like his mother, worried about his daughter, protecting her in every possible way from misfortunes and adversity. But there was nothing to say. In his past life, the father found the most interesting story about how a woman sealed away an evil dragon that terrorized everyone around her, which was quite normal for him. It turns out that Viscount Noct now also wants to take the girl with him to the capital. It seems that another person similar to the master in the past has appeared, because he wants to hire a teacher and train the princess properly. The man didn't find anything special, but after he saw the girl in action, he sharply changed his mind. She could become an outstanding knight and protector. The Duke never wanted to put pressure on his daughter, making her feel worse than usual. If she agrees to this, then everyone around her will definitely recognize her as a special child. As a parent, a man is not sure whether this is right or wrong. There are too many pros and cons in your head that need to be overcome. The blonde is only interested in what the guy is going to do. The beauty is sure that the life of the special child that the interlocutor is talking about will be far from the quiet life that the princess has been dreaming about for many years. She had had enough experiences in the past. Everything would be simpler, but the virgin has not been able to find anything interesting for a long time. A quiet life still remains a dream, but this does not affect it in any way. Whatever the beauty did over the years, it did not give her any fun at all. Only the way Leonard began to swing his sword after their lessons became exactly that pearl of joy in his second life. Thinking a little about how she could respond to the proposal, the main character asks to be allowed to teach her brother how to wield a sword, which will become her outlet. Nodding, the Duke agrees. He understood what exactly his daughter wanted, even if he was not immediately going to give her something like that. Freezing in anticipation, the girl almost jumps out of her chair. You can see lights of joy in your eyes, splashing next to each other. Now, after a long time, the woman will be able to do what she wants. In her past life, such a choice was not given, because in order to survive, she had to overcome a lot. Battles became her outlet, but now life promised to be much more comfortable and quiet while using a sword, which was her best friend. The father gave permission, so any reason to defeat Caesar was gone. Previously, everything was much more complicated, but it's worth forgetting about it. It's time to visit the prince after what happened. Virgo still feels a lump of guilt that still won't go away, even if she would like to. The boy was injured because the knight doubted. The girl does not understand where the boy with his hands tied got the courage to cover his girlfriend with his body. thereby saving her from being wounded in the stomach. Sighing heavily, the girl leans on the door with her hands. Nothing will come of what she has in mind, so she should just go back and not bother her friend. She didn't notice the prince next to her at all. Announcing his presence, the boy asks where she's going to go. He doesn't quite understand what happened and why his friend is so upset. Without letting her anger out, the blonde asks why Caesar wanders the corridors so late instead of sleeping. He just couldn't sleep, but ended up catching his girlfriend doing some important nightly things. Walking into the room, the guy sits down on the sofa. Smirking, he assumes that the girl was going to do something daring with him while he sleeps, thereby giving himself a chance, which is delusion. Leaning back on the bed, the young man turns over. His wound is almost fine, despite the heavy loss of blood. The place seems to be burning, but he can move freely, helping himself in his actions. Sighing, the girl says that the young man now probably won't be able to get married. There has long been a legend that the groom must have an easygoing character and smooth skin. Getting out of bed, the blonde walks from side to side, pretending to lament that now the young man will not be able to get married. She could say that she was very sorry, but that was not the case at all. Trying to resist, the prince assures that his friend will also not be able to get married, to which she nods her head. She doesn't have to choose, because her brother promised to take care of her until she is old. Turning away, the boy almost screams in horror, because he does not want to accept such rules of the game. If everything turns out this way, the heroine will have to take full responsibility for what happened. The refusal is not long in coming, because the girl would have a headache, even though she gets a headache from everything she does. Smiling, the blonde sighs. Still, bullying the emperor is a lot of fun, so you need to quickly come up with something else to cheer yourself up. Sitting back down on the bed, the girl calls out to Caesar. She's been worried about something lately, and it's because the patient's face is too exhausted and looks too bad. Approaching the boy, the heroine asks how he sleeps. It seems that the old problem has returned, bringing with it many troubles. So the young man cannot sleep. Nodding quietly, the guy mutters something under his breath, hoping that he will eventually be heard. Things really were worse than ever, even if the hero tried to sleep. The real problem was that the prince was afraid. Every night he was tormented by nightmares that did not allow him to think about anything. He was afraid to return to the imperial palace. Curling into a ball, Caesar hugs himself with his arms, saying that all people intend to kill him. This is not true, but there was still some truth to it, because the assassination attempt was committed quite recently. The blonde carefully examines the young man, who began to shake. His nerves are starting to fray, and if he doesn't get help, the whole situation may only get worse after everything that happened. Gently tugging at the blanket, the beauty reminds that there are people in the world who want to protect it. The Viscount and Duke are among those who definitely care. Jumping up, the young man illuminates his face, along which tears flow in a stream. He does not want any throne, because a quiet and peaceful life would be much better and more valuable than anything else in this world. Sighing, the heroine admits that this was expected. He is only 14 years old, which makes him worry about everything around him, especially when the guy does not know the future. The hand furiously squeezes the blanket, while the owner, trying to calm down, breathes heavily. He never succumbed to pressure, and all this time he tried to be what was expected of him. Time passed, and the fortress fell because the brunette was just a child. He simply broke down because of those who wanted to get rid of the prince. Realizing that support is the only thing that really matters right now, the girl quietly calls Caesar's name, hoping to attract his attention. It certainly won't get any easier, because even if the young man renounces the throne, the attackers will still have reasons to worry. They will try to kill the prince at any cost. Shuddering, the brunette stares in horror at his interlocutor. I don't want to believe the horror that could happen, but as long as Caesar remains the crown prince, there remain those who intend to protect their owner at any cost. This is exactly what the princess learned in her past life. Every action was taken from reality, because this is how the girl got rid of her stepbrothers and sisters. Sitting up in bed, the brunette grabs his head with his hands. It seems that he is now backed into a corner and is in the most hopeless position imaginable. Smiling, the girl assures that there is nothing complicated here. Kaiser is first in line to the throne, which means he should simply become emperor. Nobody knows that Dante was already an empress. Screaming, the boy says that it is much more difficult. A friend thinks this way because it doesn't apply to her, but she knows what to talk about and knows how to help. Opponents need to be shown that if they in any way touch the prince, then their lives will also come to an end. The more they push you into a corner, the more you need to come forward to show everyone around you what you are worth. The boy will not be able to do what he is asked to do. He is not as strong as a master, so he has no idea how to face others. One has only to object, because the future emperor is much stronger. He saved his girlfriend, risking his life, even knowing that this could not end well. Reaching out her hand, Helena intertwines her fingers. Boys are really much stronger, so they simply have to become emperor without running away to hide away from the others. Determined to encourage her friend even more, Fresca promises that she will never leave him, ensuring that he becomes emperor in the future. Memories of that day come to mind when the maiden sitting opposite deftly dealt with everyone around, snatching the sword from the enemy's hands and then taking his life. He can definitely be calm, still not letting go of the girl's palm, as if this is the last salvation. The young man nods, saying, "Thank you." All that remains is to sincerely rejoice and hope for a good future. After everything that happened, the couple went to sleep next to each other in the same bed. Dante didn't want to leave her friend in such a sad situation, especially knowing that he wouldn't be able to sleep without someone next to him. That night was long and terrible, but left alone, they were able to overcome everything in the world. The wound Kaiser received on his back faded over time and became an invisible scar. He clearly had a complex about the way he looked now, but his girlfriend was always there to cheer up the prince. Until the very last moment, Hamilton tried to persuade the princess to go with them to the capital, but the girl's father firmly refused, forcing the Viscount to fall behind. Saying goodbye to His Highness, the brother and sister bow down, asking that the guy return home without any problems. They really hoped to see each other very soon. Looking at the young man with a warm gaze, the girl seems to promise that everything will be fine, even without any words, which in this case turned out to be useless. Caesar smiles back, realizing that now he should be more careful and at the same time persistent in order to achieve his goals and not let Dante down. Coming closer to Helena, the brunette asks her about the students, even if he knows very well that the only student is Leonard, who has achieved good success. Nodding, the girl says that for now, this is the only person she spends time with, because it's the easiest way to concentrate. Making a pleading expression on his face, the prince asks that Fresca also take up his sword training, which he might need as a future emperor. The servants, in shock, just like other family members, goggle, hoping that they were just imagining things. The girl will not be able to go to the capital, so there will be no point in this. There is no need to worry about moving anywhere, because the prince will come to the Duke every summer to take 3 months of fencing lessons. Asking him to keep his promise, the brunette reminds him that his friend said that she would be with him until he reaches the very top of the pyramid, ascending to the throne that was intended for him. Frowning, the beauty makes it clear what to plan, however. Without keeping herself waiting for long, she nods and, smiling, agrees, because from the very beginning, there was no point in refusing. Extending her hand, the heroine shakes her opponent's palm as a sign of agreement. She will be a little rough, but will still try to remain gentle in teaching, which remains an important part. From the very moment, noise came into the girl's life, which had been missing in her boring life for so long. That summer was short, but at the same time long because of everything that happened. The estate regained its peace and quiet. The prince left the duchy, returning back to the capital, where he was about to begin his reforms in advancement to the throne. A maid enters the room, who has been waiting for a long time to be let in. Lord and mistress were busy with something, so they did not immediately invite the maid inside. Taking out a piece of paper with a beautiful seal, the woman holds out a letter, asking them to read it as soon as possible. The sender was unknown. Opening the paper, the girl realizes that it came from Gray. He promised to come to the estate next month, so he asked him to tidy up his room and, finally, remove the strange curtains from the windows. The blonde sighs. As usual, the letter contained no formal greetings. In addition to all this, the guest room became his for some time, despite the fact that no one signed the agreement. Coming closer, Leonard looks over the princess's shoulder. He clarifies who the letter is from, noting how quickly time flies, which can no longer be stopped. Summer came too quickly despite the fact that this year everything seemed completely different. It had been exactly 3 years since the couple met Kesar, which seemed crazy. Looking at how hot the sun was, my brother was sure that this season would be hot. Everyone just wanted to be in the shade, even if summer had not yet begun. The princess, as usual, had too much to do in the city. She was always busy, and now her life no longer seemed boring and completely meaningless. A middle-aged man says that the order is almost ready. After Leonard won several local competitions, the girl began to be called Princess Mentor, which added to her status. Handing out the boxes, the guy offers to check the collected order. One of them belonged to the prince, and the second to the princess mentor. Opening the chest, the seller reveals 2 beautifully crafted swords made of pure silver. They were needed for new sparring sessions. While examining the goods, Helena is interrupted because the man says that the Perel family told her because their son wants to learn fencing, and only Dante, the most capable of all teachers, is nearby. Grunting, the girl takes the sword out of its sheath, carefully inspecting the work, which was almost a perfect option. It looks like the master did his best, as usual. The son of the Perel family was also an exhibit. Last year, he made fun of the princess by ordering her to go play with dolls instead of taking on the betrothal of her peers. The thing was made even better than expected. The sword turned out to be short and light, thereby adapting to the fight, which promised to be more comfortable. It is impossible not to admit that the weapon is as beautiful as an accessory. Unfortunately, the girl did not have much time, so she could forget about the hopeless students whom she did not want to take. The master also asked to tell the boy to go play with dolls. Turning to leave the room, the woman says goodbye, stopping and waiting for the maid to hand over a large bag of gold for excellent work. The beauty had a beautiful sword and the best mood, which immediately evaporated. Going out into the street, the blonde freezes, looking at how the child snatches her wallet. Recoiling, the mistress almost falls due to how difficult it becomes to maintain her balance, which is completely absent. The shoe slips on the cold stones. The maid who is nearby runs closer to the mistress in horror, swaying from side to side. She seems to be even closer to nervous than the princess, who silently looks into the distance. She felt it was a pickpocket. Turning out her pockets, the girl says that she was robbed. Screaming in horror, the woman suggests immediately reporting to the security detachment, which will immediately go on a search. There were only a few coins that don't have that much value. Helena did similar things in her past life, but still, when it comes to her, it's a little annoying. The girl carefully unties the bandage that was used to hold the beautiful hat on her head. It provided cover from the sun, but it would obviously get in the way when running. The heroine takes off because she decides to find the pickpocket herself. Such children can be incredibly large, but you should worry more about them, because a girl in a fit of anger can kill someone. The servants freeze in complete shock, just like the seller. It seems that everyone took this as reality, which means that jokes are still not what the Duchess should do. Using logic, the girl finds the place where the street children are hiding, which becomes easier than ever. The guys are trying to figure out if Rose really hid something from the aristocrat's wallet, which she denies. Laughing, the guy says that she, of course, steals, even if she denies it in every possible way. The fact that the maiden is from the Bonds family does not mean anything at all, because she could not beg for money. Putting her hands forward, the girl declares that she borrowed money, because the nobility have plenty of it, while she really needed it. The brunette is saying some nonsense. The blonde, as she knew that the pickpocket would come here to give money to the older street children, because the princess herself also had the same things at times in her past life. It seems that the thief is talking about the Duchy of Bonds, which has been heard about for many years. They were distinguished by their wealth. The family had an impeccable reputation, but the Duchess was sure that they did not have a little daughter. It remained a mystery how this happened, because the Count also had blue hair. This girl is most likely illegitimate, like Dante herself, who had a very bad time in her past life due to the fact that her own father abandoned her as a child. These people make the girl remember only bad things, and this is a problem because older guys beat the girl to establish discipline. Going down and hitting the leader, the beauty pulls out her wallet. Today is exactly the day to use the sword that is intended for fighting. Grabbing the hand, which has turned red, the brunette jumps to the side, asking who it is. The guys standing behind stop and look at the princess in surprise. Smiling, the blonde assures them that she is the owner of the wallet that was stolen from her. She is not going to return the purse, which rightfully belongs only to her. It seems that the people around him do not understand normal language. So, hoping to use forbidden means, the girl suddenly steps on the guy's foot with her heel. The head falls to the floor, clutching his foot. The princess does not convey any message, just asking to be treated with respect because she is older than all of them here combined. Grabbing each other, the street children evaporate at the speed of light. According to them, the lady was clearly crazy, so the best idea was to just do her feat as quickly as possible, walking off into the sunset. Children today are too cowardly. They didn't even try to fight for what they managed to get, so there was nothing more to talk about with them. All but one person were truly missing. There remained only a girl from the Bonds clan, who, clutching a stone, looked angrily at the enemy. Most likely the child is going to attack, which later happens. Picking up another stone, the brunette rushes into the fray, ordering her wallet back. Carefully jumping to the side, the blonde asks what the problem is, because she purchased the little thing, to which she is answered in an extremely rude manner. The girl stole the wallet herself, thereby earning her living. Stopping her rival, the lady offers a deal. If the girl can hit the princess at least once, she will give all her money from her purse. Not believing her happiness and the words spoken by her interlocutor, Bonds hesitantly asks again, hoping that this is true because she really needed the money. The condition is not so simple, because if the maiden surrenders, she will become a servant who will be obliged to serve the Duchess on the estate. Laughing lightly and breathing heavily, the brunette nods in agreement. Such conditions more than suit her, because she still doesn't know who exactly she's dealing with. Noticing the enlargement of her pupils, the blonde notices the fact that her rival's gaze has become more piercing. This is what was needed, because the heroine knew in advance that she would be left with the winnings. The attack will have no effect, and this becomes clear from the first seconds of the battle. Easily dodging stones that fly in a hail to the side, the beauty tries not to show how easy it is for her. The hand rises into the air in order to catch the handle of the sword, which has been attached to the back all this time. Convenience allows you to make every move faster. Jumping to the side, the Duchess launches into a counterattack that is almost impossible to counter for an inexperienced fighter like Bonds, who screams helplessly. By lightly waving the weapon in such a way as not to hit the girl, the aristocrat adds fuel to the fire by saying that the thief cannot do anything to her. She did not expect the princess to attack, but she did not say that this would not happen. Dodging again to avoid being hit, the brunette screams that it was a trick not worthy of being used. Hiding her face in her hands and trying to defend herself from the attacker, the girl asks to stop. She was wrong, so even after what happened, she admits the mistake she made. Kneeling down, the lady asks for forgiveness and promises that she will no longer steal the aristocrat's things, to which she nods. A Bonds family man can't steal anyone's things. Bursting with bitter tears, the brunette begs her to forgive her for saying something she shouldn't have. She's just an illegitimate child who doesn't even know what the Count looks like. Folding her hands on the sword, which she places on the ground, the lady, not at a loss, quietly asks what the name of the heroine is, who tried so hard to hide it. Bowing her head, the girl says her name is Tara. The next question doesn't keep you waiting, so the lady asks about the origin of the name. According to the mother, the street child was named that way even before birth, and it was the Count himself who chose the name, which eventually stuck, even after the man abandoned his family. Holding out the blade, the Duchess gently lifts her interlocutor's chin with the tip, saying that everything is in order. She doesn't seem interested or disappointed because she doesn't care. From now on, the girl will be called Agot. This new name will be perfect in appearance, helping to forget the old days that were not too rosy. Turning around and heading to the side, the Duchess reminds that she was promised to become her servant if the winnings are on Dante's side. Now you definitely won't be able to escape your fate. Not quite planning to follow the new owner, the girl asks why they chose her. She was a thief who was suddenly taken into the estate. The answer to this question is even more difficult to find than to answer. Once upon a time, in a past reality, Renatus helped a person who saw something in her. Perhaps this is simply a desire to pay for the shameless life of a street child. Deciding not to reveal the secret, the girl only says that she likes to pick up people on the streets. From that day on, a new family member appeared in the castle. Agath was a smart child who, in addition to all this, turned out to be not much younger than everyone else on the estate because the girl was 12 years old. The baby quickly learned everything, thanks to which she earned a good reputation among the servants, and even quickly got used to the dukedom, thereby showing how capable she was. There was only one but left, because the girl always followed her mistress. She was helping, so one day she simply asked her to tie her shoes, because the Duchess should not do something like that. Otherwise, Agat noticed dust on her mistress's shoes, so kneeling down, she offered herself and her dress as a rag for her feet. Going beyond all limits, the maid even tried to feed the princess, saying that she did not have to hold the fork at all. The maid obviously couldn't believe her luck, so she wanted to pay back. The only place where they were not allowed was the training field. The princess asked not to follow her, leaving the girl to wait, like a dog sitting in one place. Leonard, who has been observing this phenomenon for several days, once again asks if everything will be okay. According to Dante, the maid will soon calm down and will no longer feel guilty. It wasn't that this was a problem at all, but that Kaisar was arriving soon and would probably have a terrible relationship with Agat, which could be predicted in advance. At that moment, the lady still had to accept that ominous premonition that did not leave her body. That very day came, without foreshadowing any misfortune that happened later. The carriage, which stopped very close to the main entrance, releases His Highness, who greets Helena and Leonard, who, for sure, missed him. The couple freezes with surprised expressions on their faces. They seem unable to find the right words, which flew out of their heads in a split second, no longer allowing them to object. Silence stretches around, which causes discomfort to everyone around, who are trying their best not to show it. This Kaisar is definitely not the one the princess saw last year. It seemed that the guy had shed his chrysalis shell, so the maiden decides to ask how much the prince has grown in general. Putting his hand on the girl's head, the guy says that he is now about 6 feet or even taller. He had grown a lot, just like Leonard, so now, looking at the master, it seemed to him that Helena had shrunk even more. The young man's hands also turned out to be quite huge, resembling the paws of a giant. So by kicking, the beauty forces him to let go of her head and not spoil her hair. Putting her hand forward, the girl hits her friend in the stomach, to which he only laughs. It seems that the character has become even colder since their last meeting. Still, realizing his mistake, the emperor collapses to the ground, clutching his stomach. In this empire, no one except the master treats the crown prince this way, which is simply ridiculous. Rising up, the brunette grins. He likes the duchy precisely because, whenever he comes here, everything always remains exactly the same as before, without any changes. The words don't seem to have the same clear effect as before, because the maid comes into view and grabs the princess's arm, glaring angrily at the guy. Sitting in the living room, the couple had been discussing for the second hour that no one could be trusted. The prince could not understand why his friend brought a beggar woman into the house who could steal a lot of things. Humming, the girl says that she does not cause any problems, thereby greatly liking the princess. Kaiser does not agree at all because he cannot do anything about Leonard, but instead, now has to worry about the servants. Staring at her interlocutor, the girl asks why he should worry at all. He will only be here for a few months, which is not that long of a number of days. Already starting to scream again, the young man is no longer able to restrain himself. The girl seems too kind to other people who don't deserve it. Interrupting, the brunette asks with interest where the princess is looking all the time during the conversation, who seems not to be taking her eyes off something special. Still not looking up from her contemplation, the blonde says without any embarrassment that she was looking at her interlocutor's thighs. The young man freezes, trying to digest the information he has just received. The pupils shrink while the guy tries not to scream. Jumping up, the prince grabs his knees, pressing them closer to himself. The girl has completely gone crazy, although she finds a reasonable explanation for this. Over the course of a year, a friend has gained a lot of muscles, which may be growing due to some kind of sport. The beauty begs to touch her leg just once, completely not noticing Agot, who opens the doors to bring in a cart with tea. Setting the cups down on the table, the brunette also offers sweets that should have been a nice addition. Receiving gratitude, she looks contentedly at the object of her adoration. Not intending to step aside, Agot only comes closer, almost touching his shoulder with the opposite one. Leaning even closer, the girl does not want to go further than a few centimeters from the princess, who does not seem to feel the same delight. Pointing his finger at the door, the young man orders the maid to leave because he and Helena had an important conversation, which in the end did not take place because the guy refused to show his thighs. Stepping forward, the maiden reminds that she must protect her mistress from willful people trying to seduce the princess with their pumped-up thighs. Pulling his legs under him again, the prince shouts that this is complete nonsense, to which Agoth bursts into tears and falls into Dante's lap, telling her that the man is shouting at her. Kaiser has grown big, but still behaves like a 10-year-old child who can't grow up. Rising from the chair, the mistress invites the girl to go to another room and calm down. Smiling, the brunette turns towards the losing man, who now definitely won't be able to do anything as soon as the couple leaves the room. A man, being embarrassed, is no longer able to control his impulses of anger, which are ready to break out and injure everyone around him right now. Realizing that the situation urgently needs to be saved, the young man calls out to Helena, hoping that the girl will give him at least another 10 minutes of her attention. Sitting down on the sofa in the appropriate position, the guy spreads his legs on the floor, pointing at one of them. Dante wanted to touch the muscles so badly, and now she will be given the opportunity. Clarifying her intentions, the beauty receives another consent. They are on very good friendly terms, which allow such manifestations of love. Now the victory remains on the side of Kaiser, who looks incredibly proud. He never remains in the red, even if it means sacrificing his honor. The look on Agoth's face makes your insides clench. She is ready to cry just because she will now spend less time with her mistress, who has just been distracted. The blonde doesn't remember them being so close, but she certainly won't miss the opportunity that was so easily provided. Sitting down next to him, the girl carefully runs her hand along her leg, feeling the pile of muscles right under her palm. Sports was still something special in His Highness's routine. Blushing, the princess sighs contentedly. The leg seems hard, like a stone, which gives incredible pleasure mixed with admiration. The muscles have already differentiated, even if the prince is only 17 years old. This man is incredible, because even when Renatus was in her prime, she could not boast of such wealth. Smiling, the beauty cannot stop doing what she started doing. The prince grew up unnoticed by everyone, allowing others to doubt their abilities. Approaching the guy's ear, the girl asks what Caesar is going to use. Of course, she was talking about techniques, because with his training set, he could use even high-level techniques without straining his body. Realizing the whole situation too late, the lady moves even closer to the young man. The cheeks turn scarlet, showing embarrassment that reaches right to the ears. Realizing that for the heroine, this is a huge awkwardness. Like an abyss, the young man asks what is wrong, to which he receives only a crumpled answer, saying that the princess will leave first. After everything the maiden has done, she simply abandons everyone with whom she was here, even rejecting Agoth, who wanted to go with the beauty, but was refused. The scream, which was higher than usual in decibels, made the couple cower and remain in the guest room with surprised expressions on their faces, hoping that everything would end well for them. Running down the corridor, Helena tries to escape not only from the room, but also from her mind. The way she reacted to a simple situation doesn't suit her. The girl simply became embarrassed after she had sufficiently crushed the prince's leg, who himself agreed to this. Dante did not expect that after everything she would feel so bad. The ominous premonition that remained before the carriage arrived turned out to be all too accurate. Caesar grew up despite the fact that this was normal for a boy of his age. Freezing in the middle of the room, the blonde screams at the top of her voice, trying to release all the accumulated evil that was languishing in her chest as soon as possible. It all seemed like a cruel joke. It takes time to get used to a student who has matured a lot. After that incident, the lady began to avoid Caesar by hook or by crook. Coming to training, the young man, as usual, greeted the princess, to which he received nothing in response. Each time, Leonard was the only one who greeted the guy not coldly, but with a smile on his face. He was more friendly, especially since nothing happened between them. It was impossible to believe that everything the maiden feared happened. She was hiding behind her brother, who, not understanding what was happening, simply helped his sister. She could not look His Highness in the eye. During training, the brunette almost begged Helena to look at his stance, which required attention and adjustments. He looked helpless, despite his age and strength. The answer was either ignore or a cold answer. Without even turning to the student, the master said that you need to put your left leg forward and better hold your right one to achieve the result. Now, after what happened, the girl was even embarrassed to touch her friend. This applied to the lessons too, which made them suffer, and Leonardo was confused. Everything that happened was not on purpose. The girl would never have thought that an ordinary desire would turn into a complete disaster that would be impossible to improve. Once again, making attempts to talk about everything that happened, the maiden refused to listen. The guy again did not understand what his fault was, so he silently watched as the master moved away into the distance. Now, not only was the princess a sword master, she was also an adult who had done everything in her past life, except for that most important moment. She felt ashamed to look at her friend, with whom she had been friends for a long time. Such moments remained the most pitiful thing that happened in my entire second life, which had already lasted 15 years. The woman just wanted to forget herself and erase her mistake from her memory. Another day passed by, causing tired Helena to fall onto her bed. She is a teacher and must look into the student's face when teaching him fencing, which so far has not been entirely possible. My thoughts are interrupted by a strange sound outside the window, as if something was hitting the glass. Getting up, the maiden opens the doors, hoping that this is not the hired killer they sent her in a past life. Directly below the windows was the prince, who smilingly greets Dante, who does not seem delighted with such an unexpected meeting. A handful of stones that he threw remain in his hand. Turning away, the blonde thinks with annoyance that it would be better if it were a mercenary who would not influence her so much. Just about to go back in, the beauty again hears a man's voice asking them to talk about something incredibly important. Smiling again, the young man tries to win over the teacher for a conversation that obviously, as usual, will not go well. After all the days that have passed in attempts to avoid this, it is worth admitting that everything was in vain. The guy again has an overly mature expression on his face that makes the lady melt. Allowing her friend to crawl through the window, the girl moves towards the bed. Loudly to express her displeasure, the blonde turns in the other direction. Next time, you will just need to use a regular front door. As it turned out, Agoth, who still remained overly devoted, remained standing outside the door, intending to guard the princess's chambers to the last, despite the fact that she had sent her to bed. Asking why the young man came at night, the lady tries to avoid conversation or simply throw the young man out of the room. The lady does not admit her mistake, because during the day she avoids him. Quietly asking what is wrong, the young man tries to get the answer he needs. Helena suddenly became so cold towards her friend, with whom they had communicated much better before. It seems that Foresca began to hate the one she knew, because now she stopped even looking him in the eyes. The reason is completely different, because the young man simply grew up too much, becoming like another person. Laughing like a madman, the interlocutor exclaims, "It's not his fault, and it's clear even without confirmation, because the guy can't do anything with his body or mind. In fact, the girl just needs a little more time. She is not going to reject an old acquaintance who has become too dear to her, but it may take time." Kaysar looks worried, confirming his worries by saying that he will only be here for 3 months. They spend less time being apart, so it puts pressure on the mind. The prince never wants to admit his weaknesses, but now he is absolutely serious about the fact that he and Leonard can someday forget about their friend. Coming closer, the heroine carefully sits down next to Kaysar, quietly asking for forgiveness. She has no right to abandon her student who needs her so much. Looking down at the floor, the interlocutor asks you to swear. He doesn't always use it as something worthwhile, but now the only option left is to save everything. Extending her hand, the beauty interlaces her fingers with the guy's palm. She will never again avoid the one she loves and appreciates so much, no matter what. Helena swears on her heart and admits that she was too insensitive. It doesn't matter what Kaysar looks like now, because he is still a student of his master, who remains the same deep down in his soul. Smiling, the young man nods. Now the situation will only get better because they talked. This should have been done a little earlier, but in that case, they would not have realized how much they needed each other. Inviting the guy to have a good sleep in his room, the girl listens to how tired he is, while he was in tension all the previous days, which made themselves felt. Instead of listening to advice, the young man crawls under the covers, leaning back on the pillows. Saying good night, he turns in the other direction to begin to fall asleep, not understanding what the prince is reminding, that the princess used to also sleep in his room with the argument that she was too lazy to go somewhere. They used to be children, so everything was allowed, different from what it was now. Grabbing a half shelf, the blonde heads out of the room to lie down on the sofa. Throwing his hands behind his head, the brunette says that the girl has vowed not to avoid him, despite the fact that this is completely different. This man is clearly acting like a child. A friend thought that only his height had increased, but it turned out that his infantilism had also become many times stronger. Not wanting to listen to anything anymore, Kaysar slams his hand on the bed next to him. He wants to sleep, so the Duchess just keeps him very busy. Sighing, the girl doubts the correctness of her decision for a few more seconds. She wouldn't really want to sleep in the same bed with someone after everything that happened, but there was obviously no choice left. Deciding to do what is asked of her, the blonde climbs under the blanket, lying down next to the prince, who cannot take his eyes off, as if he is glued to the heroine. Still looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, the brunette says that now he can definitely remember the old times and how they used to spend time together. Without turning her head, the maiden only looks away, hoping that her silent question will be answered. Back then, a long time ago, they also slept all night in Kaysar's room after an incident that strengthened their friendship. Almost falling asleep, the man mutters something under his breath. If only he had known that his girlfriend wouldn't like him, he would never have grown up to not embarrass her. Turning away, the girl asks why the guy started talking about this. Words don't seem like anything real or valid. The hands intertwine again, allowing the couple to fall asleep. Kaysar, who surprised everyone with his strong growth, reassured the girl with his unchanging childish character, which still remained with him. Children grow really fast, and it becomes noticeable when you don't spend much time with them. They began to rely on each other again to feel more at ease. The next day, the lesson began as usual, with shouting and giving instructions to practice the technique. The brother was ordered to use not only the techniques familiar to him. Previously, embarrassment made it impossible to focus on training, so now my efficiency has greatly increased. Every time the friends got together for dinner or for a walk, they did nothing but discuss swords. The two of them improved their skills very quickly, which really only got better and better each time. However, Kaisar, who seemed to not care at all, was no longer willing to pay so much attention to detail. The boy studied much faster than the heroine would have liked, which means she had a lot of paperwork awaiting her in order to redo the entire lesson plan that had already been drawn up, which had already failed. Perhaps the master from a past life felt the same way, but as a teacher, the girl could not skip classes just because of laziness. She was obliged to create new plans, at least a week in advance. The papers became the second curse, which is interrupted by a male voice heard from the side. Greeting the princess, the guy notices the fact that she, as usual, is unusually busy. Smiling, the Viscount asks how the improvement of His Majesty's abilities is going. More than a year has already passed since the start of preparation, so it would be worth asking. It is precisely because of how well Kaisar is developing that the maiden has additional work to do. He is progressing well, but this is due to a good teacher, as well as a training plan for 9 months in the palace. It seems that the girl compiled that list for herself during the absence of training quite well, taking into account all the pros and cons that were in the same plan. Changing the subject, Hamilton thanks the maiden for becoming such a close friend to His Highness, who had absolutely no idea who to hang out with or who to vent to about his experiences. The brunette is incredibly glad that at least in this place, His Majesty, like his peers, chats and even laughs, not paying attention to the pressing problems that surround him. Not understanding what this means, the blonde quietly asks again. The fact that Kaisar laughs and makes noise is not something unusual, because it seemed to his brother and sister that the guy was always like this. In the Imperial Palace, Gray is known as a completely different person who finds it difficult to be surrounded by people he hates. Because of his behavior, a nickname spread throughout the castle. The man is called a gray wolf, who will tear into pieces and kill anyone who comes even an inch closer to him. He doesn't want to see anyone within a few meters or be disturbed. The words remain a mystery that has never been solved, even after everything that has happened. Memories of that same whiner who almost cried in bed pop up in my head. It turns out that His Highness does not trust anyone, considering everyone around him to be enemies, so he does not want to bring friends or acquaintances who could get to know him more. After the incident when a hired killer was sent to the prince, he became even more cruel. Previously, it was just a child who tried not to contact anyone, but recently, everything has changed dramatically. Freezing, the blonde tries not to break down in order to ask a million more questions. The man never mentioned the assassin, always saying that everything was fine. In fact, it turned out that the castle did not have the best conditions. It would be better to keep the conversation a secret, because the prince simply does not want to bother anyone with his unnecessary problems. Now the puzzle has fallen into place. It was very difficult for the guy to be in the palace, no matter how hard he tried to hide it. Even after what happened, the young man did not change his decision to become an emperor, showing his reliable side. This all happened thanks to the princess, who once made her contribution by helping the prince realize that giving up is not the best choice, which should simply be abandoned. Hamilton had heard that the girl had made a promise that she would make her friend an emperor who would reign in peace for a long time. At first, the Viscount was worried that Helena was acting purely like a teacher, trying to support the student, but over time the man realized that everything was much better. Bowing, the guy thanks Farisk again, asking that in the future she will continue to take care of His Highness, as the most important person in her life and as part of her family. Jumping up from her seat, the blonde hurries to stop what is happening. The servant bows to the girl, despite the fact that she is still very small and does not quite deserve something like that. Leaving the table, Dante also bows in order to at least somehow balance the forces that no longer coincide. Virgo couldn't let this happen. Memories flash through my head of how the blonde begged Kaiser to become emperor, no matter what. He had to take care of his future and the empire. Now recalling what happened and adding it to what was said quite recently, the girl thinks that this promise was too thoughtless. It is incredibly difficult for the prince, but in this life the lady did not want to get involved with the imperial family again, because what was happening in the palace was far from a quiet life. There was a knock on the door only to enter without an invitation. Kaisar was called to an important conversation, being in a good mood. Looking at the swords in the hands of his girlfriend, the guy asks why she needs this. From that day forward, they would conduct special classes at night to further improve their blade skills. Looking at the hand clutching the weapon, the man quietly asks about the conditions of the training. For some reason, he did not see Leonard, who was usually somewhere nearby, trying to complete his next task. Putting her foot forward, the girl promises that now everything will change. She will teach her friend dirty, sneaky techniques that she cannot show her brother due to her principles. Without having time to say anything, the young man notices how the girl begins to move, starting to attack from the side with 2 blades, which still remained against 1 sword. Almost piercing her opponent's shoulder, Helena gives him time to jump to the side and have time to recover. The battle is just beginning, which means that the most interesting things are yet to come. In an attempt to stop his rival, the prince asks how she can attack so vilely without using any of the logical techniques that she taught him earlier. Pausing for a few seconds to answer the question, the blonde reminds the young man that she promised to teach him the sneaky techniques that will now become part of his training. Now the princess has the power to cut the guy from the back with a sword if she wants, so it's worth trying to defend yourself so as not to get hurt and fail in the duel. Without answering anything, the brunette asks why Helena has 2 swords. They are absolutely no match for one, considering they were only made recently. Rushing into battle again, the girl screams that she needs to be called a master, considering that they are right in the middle of a sparring lesson, which, if mistakes are made, can cost lives. You need to memorize maneuvers with your body, and not through training, which will still have its importance. The blonde didn't learn this from the master either, because while working as a mercenary, the others helped her learn it. It is probably even difficult for the young man to defend himself, which is immediately noticeable to the naked eye. He tries his best, but without knowing the enemy's next move, he simply loses before his eyes. A frantic scream escapes from the mouth, which makes you want to cover your ears, which cannot bear to listen to something like that. Fareska did not injure her friend in any way, but she did her job. Moving one hand to the side, the blonde runs the second blade straight along the body, almost touching every piece of clothing. Looking skeptically at the student, the beauty notifies him that he has died. The battle is over, and if it were a real fight, he would no longer be alive because of the attacker with the best knowledge in dirty techniques. Kaisar looks at her friend in surprise, trying to project everything that happened. Obviously, the guy has never before encountered the murderous lust that will one day overtake him. Lowering the blades, the lady offers to do the job again. If a guy is afraid and turns away, trying to save his life, he definitely won't be able to win, thereby putting himself in danger. This time, waiting for the enemy to take the sword out of its sheath, the blonde begins to attack again, turning around with speed and jumping from side to side, making the task and the move to victory almost impossible. The guy puts the weapon forward, thereby blocking the path of the blades towards his face, which definitely should not have been damaged. As the girl thought, the enemy defeats her by force, because after all he has abilities, which of course cannot be denied in any case. Everything would be much simpler if the princess was going to teach the guy techniques, but since combat remains forbidden, she turns the sword in the other direction to make the next attack. One of the blades is with the handle facing the young man, and the second is still moving forward with its sharp side. They can't stop, but the man seems speechless. Forcing the opponent to fall to the floor and cower, the master again puts the sword towards him, saying that he would die again if he were in the midst of a real fight. Looking from under his brows, the young man breathes heavily, trying to psych himself up to say something. His gaze remains just as beautiful. It contains hostility and fortitude that cannot be broken. Such a picture is something special, but it is definitely impossible to kill a person with just the strength of your spirit when you are attacked from all sides. Until now, only Helena was capable of killing the enemy, despite the fact that everything should have been completely the opposite. The young man should be the one who will kill his girlfriend if necessary to do this. Crawling back a few steps in horror, the brunette asks why he should kill his master. It doesn't have any logical ending, despite the fact that she is trying to convey something. Leaning over, the girl reminds her of the promise to make this boy an emperor. In her past life, Dante was able to survive and become an empress only because she destroyed her brothers and sisters who were thinking about murder. This is the only correct way. Virgo cannot abandon her student, so she is going to take responsibility for her words. Standing up again and picking up his sword, the man suggests starting again. Smirking, the opponent stands opposite. This is exactly the approach everyone who wants to achieve something should have, going over the heads of their rivals and enemies. All summer, the couple engaged in prohibited training, which took place at different times of the day. Beauty began to notice progress, but also regression in the relationship between the prince and Agate. As usual, leaving the training room, the master promises that he will add something more to the training plan that she will draw up today. He handles everything well, so this will be a good start. The maid standing outside glares angrily at Kaisar, as if he stole something that belonged to her without asking permission. There's a certain anger in the gaze. The man also doesn't lag behind, glaring at his opponent. It shows that it would be a joy to get rid of the maiden who is getting in the way. The battle with glances became something ordinary, but as usual, it was interrupted only by the mistress leaving for another room, calling Agate after her, who tried to keep up with the blonde as quickly as possible. Turning around, the girl, as if in the end, sticks out her tongue, making it clear that she is truly better than everyone else the guy could ever meet, because she is close to Helena. Agate was even able to stand up to the Emperor's son, which was not even surprising because Fresca saw the potential of this lady from the very beginning. While in the living room to relax, the princess again listens to complaints from the maid, who, while pouring tea, continues to shout about how much she does not like Kaisar, who is behaving strangely. The brunette clearly sees the prince's intentions to monopolize the mistress, who remains unable to defend herself. Unfortunately, lines can be drawn, because these two say about the same thing. The young man also spoke for several days about the fact that he did not like Agate at all, who wanted to monopolize her. Helena hurries to calm her worries, because with her character she can get anyone, but she will never belong to anyone not of her own free will. The brunette understands this, so she always tries to remain loyal, but she is hampered by jealousy from how the three of them conduct their classes. Freezing with a mug of tea right at her mouth, the blonde looks intently at her interlocutor, who seems quite serious in her stories and statements. It turns out that what happens in class can look quite fun, not taking into account the fact that Fresca drives the students to the last drop of strength. Making the girl feel inferior was definitely not on the list of tasks for His Highness, so smiling, the Duchess invites her interlocutor to start fencing. Sadly, lowering her head, the brunette remembers her status, because building a logical chain, it becomes clear that this is impossible. Instead of agreeing with Agate, the blonde only says that nothing is impossible for her, which means that the girl will have her chance to study. At any moment, the princess can try to send the maid to the fencing academy for precise training, which will take place over many years. Falling to her knees, the maid begins to sob because she wants to learn how to use a sword from her mistress, who immediately says that this is impossible. Clutching Helena's legs, the brunette bursts into tears, asking that she be allowed to at least watch Mr. Leonard. And then she can begin training on her own without causing any problems. Sighing, the princess notices that the former street child now looks even more desperate than when they had a fight in that very alley a few months ago. The idea overall doesn't sound like a bad idea, because when the prince leaves, his brother will need an opponent, and Helena's combat level is too high to fight a student who can't stand it. Perhaps if you take up training and teach Agate everything that she herself knows, then the lady will turn out to be at least some kind of average opponent who can withstand in battle. Looking down at the girl, who is trying to calm down, the Duchess suggests starting training while Kaisar is away, who will leave the estate very soon. The conditions remain exactly the same simple, but Agate will need to catch up with Leonard in just a year. If this does not happen, the maid will be sent to the academy for further training. The girl's eyes light up with a bright, joyful fire. She couldn't believe her luck, because the girl decided to get such help which would definitely help in promoting her skills. Jumping up from her seat, the lady begins to circle around the hall, shouting that she will try until she dies, even if she is asked not to do this for her own safety. Turning around and running away, Agat continues to rejoice uncontrollably. Feelings suggest that if this continues, the princess will be able to open her own fencing school. It was at the moment when everything happened that the very words of the father came to mind, that one day the daughter might find herself in a situation that would be difficult for her to cope with, and which would then drag her down. After the conversation, nothing changed, and the relationship of the couple, who hated each other, remained exactly the same as in the beginning, which added to the problems. Everything flowed at its own pace along its own course, so the girl continued to train Kaisar and made sure that he was not killed in some dark alley because of his thirst for power and the throne. At the moment when the guy began to achieve success, the lady realized that her role was completed. She did everything possible to help the young student achieve heights, and now she must only reap the benefits. After training, the guy was always exhausted, but it was worth it. The princess felt that she was too lazy to study for several hours a day and at night, but it paid off and brought relief. After a while, the last month of the warm summer was over. Kaiser returned back to the imperial palace, leaving his brother and sister alone as usual to continue their training. Appearing in front of the carriage to say goodbye to a friend they wouldn't see for the next 9 months, the couple gathers to do just that. The blonde does not want to admit her mistakes, but it is worth saying that she was too careless and again lived, making too much effort. After autumn began, everything returned to its place. The lady calmly trained young students and lounged around with Agat and her brother, who always wanted to help her in this. Life was like a fairy tale that never ended. This rhythm of everyday life suits a person like Dante, despite the fact that many considered her lazy. Winter came and brought with it problems that helped vacations and plans burst like a soap bubble. A woman came to the castle and introduced herself as Rowena Evergreen. The girl did not immediately say why she came, pausing. Leonard clarified why she had arrived, because it seemed as if they had never met before. As it turned out, the envoy was sent by His Majesty Prince Kaisar, who conveyed with her some message that could not tolerate delay. Taking something out of her messenger bag, the lady carefully hands over 2 letters with the seal of the kingdom. The man asked to hand over a paper that contained what needed to be signed. Initially, it was planned that Viscount Noct would come, but the prince prudently said that if he sent a person he knew, the princess would simply run away. If the blonde had only known that the prince had sent Rowena, she would definitely not have come to the meeting, especially since over time it turned out that the invitation was to the coronation of Kaisar. A few days ago, as usual, there was a booth in the duchy due to the fact that friends were actively discussing the coronation, which this year they are holding together in the winter at the beginning of the year. As it turns out, the castle is planning to hold the transfer of the title and the birthday at the same time, which coincides. It seems that His Highness personally asked his father for this fate. Turning her head from side to side, the lady pretends that, of course, she knew when her friend's birthday was. The prince's middle name is Winter, which adds even more meaning. If Kaisar had heard this, he would have cried. In any case, it did not matter because they were still too young, which means they could not attend such events, which were prohibited. This was, of course, not because the girl was lazy. The lady was going to spend the whole day in the absence of adults, doing whatever she wanted without any worries. So going to the capital because of the crown prince seemed like a bad idea. Putting the letter back into the envelope, the lady hands it to Evergreen. She's really sorry, but now is not the best time to make her debut in high society so early. The brunette nods, saying that the prince foresaw even this. He conveyed that if the girl said this, it would be better to read the invitation more carefully. Not understanding what exactly they want from her, the blonde only lifts her eyebrows sarcastically, hoping that very soon she will be able to solve the riddle. Grabbing the sheet of paper again, the lady begins to actively run along the lines of the neatly written invitation. The first time she didn't find anything unusual. One note was added at the end of the paper. If the master does not show up, then at this event Winter will inform everyone about Helena, who likes to touch other people's thighs. The paper immediately turns into a lump. Jumping up from the sofa and running to the fireplace, the young lady throws a piece of the letter into the fire as best she can, looking at how only ashes remain. Leonard was the only one who completely did not understand what had happened. Looking angrily at her interlocutors, the blonde reminds them that she cannot go anywhere without an invitation, even if she really wants to. The couple silently watching the madness does not find the right words to say anything or somehow comment on what is happening. Not intending to wait any longer, Rowena pulls out several more letters, which contain the same text, supplemented by an invitation. His Highness foresaw everything that would happen, so he ordered many copies to be made. Those in the room freeze in shock at how cunning the guy was, even with ordinary invitations that didn't mean that much. Clenching her hand into a fist with all her might, the blonde talks in a killer voice about how she is looking forward to meeting His Highness at this wonderful event. The princess intends to go to the coronation and meet Caesar in person in order to kill him and reprimand him for his resourcefulness, which ruined her day off. Rowena seems calm, however. Adjusting her glasses, she talks about how the prince is waiting for their arrival. According to him, they are among the most important guests. Giving some command, the girl calls several more maids into the room. It so happened that Evergreen would prepare the prince and princess for their debut in the capital, because she was tasked with it as the one in charge. There is very little time left, so instead of sewing, the woman brought and prepared several necessary dresses in advance. The couple can look at the catalog as well as the titles of everyone invited to the event to memorize each one. For the ideal debut of his friends, His Highness ordered to help financially and spiritually too. The Duke's permission is also already in place, so there are just a few finishing touches left. With the appearance of the lady, the plans were really destroyed, making it clear that this would not end well. The girl and Leonard were taken to the hall to take measurements. While the princess did not understand anything and blindly followed Rowena's instructions, the day of the coronation arrived. The capital was filled with many people. Father and mother also promised to be present. They planned to stay for the ceremony while the children could return home after the banquet. This will be the first public appearance from the Duchess and Duke, so it is worth talking less and listening as much as possible. Nodding, each of the young people agrees to the conditions set. The only disturbing detail remains the holiday itself. The couple thought their parents would be there for them. As it turned out, the family needed to visit a lot of important places during the day, so, promising to meet them a little later at a country house, they left their children right in front of the palace. The Foresca family is not personally involved in politics, but they are still a ducal family, so aristocrats definitely need to appear in all places at the same time. It seems that such meetings are something empty, but this is not so. Nobles do not just meet briefly and engage in idle talk, but exchange information and create factions. Although the couple are close friends with His Highness, their parents did not force them to attend the coronation, knowing how long such a matter would drag on. Leonard wonders whether they will meet with him today or not, because it seems that his friend is busy greeting members of the political world. The Virgin only nods, because when her coronation took place, no one even came close to her. Perhaps the reason was completely different. The ceremony took place immediately after the repression of relatives, so some of the nobility were most likely simply afraid of the Empress. The lady sat on the throne in an unusual way, so she influenced the outcome of events. There was only one person left, Elas Gray, who invited Dante to dance with him because he knew that she was a good person. When the princess was embarrassed by the too uncomfortable atmosphere, the guy extended his helping hand, which made Renatus incredibly happy. In those days, what happened even made the lady's heart beat faster. Of course, now we could forget about all the exciting moments. The blonde promises herself to meet Caesar before they go back home. Apparently, Helena really wants to meet His Highness too much. She had to travel too far in order not to get anything new, realizing that the prince simply wouldn't even talk to them now. Most importantly, the girl set herself the goal of taking revenge on the scoundrel, who decided to use forbidden methods to lure her friend to the coronation. She was no longer interested. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the princess says that there can be no other reason for this. She just wanted to talk without assault. Extending his hand towards his sister, Leonard asks if she really likes him more than anyone else in the world. This kind of beginning of a conversation cannot bode well. Looking into the eyes of her interlocutor, Helena nods without hesitation, saying that he is truly the best in the world. She never considered him an ordinary person because of the kindness that lay hidden in his soul. This time, what was said was true. Combining her past and present life, the maiden could not remember anyone as kind and beautiful as Leonard, who had always been exactly like that. Walking inside the castle, the beauty decides to postpone revenge on Kaiser only for the sake of a good and worthy debut for her brother. He definitely deserved a good ending. In any case, the day did not promise to be too difficult. The blonde will remain in the corner and then quietly leave, because in the previous reality she had enough of social receptions. There are too many aristocrats in the castle, who, one after another, are trying to get inside as quickly as possible so as not to miss anything vital. The first 30 minutes passed quite calmly, but nothing is so simple. So exactly after a while, a glass of wine was thrown onto the ladies, which spread like a scarlet stain on their snow-white dress. Raising the hem a little higher, the princess looks in shock at what happened to the fabric. The girl, on the contrary, talks about how sorry she is because her hand twitched. A beauty with bright wheat hair and blue eyes puts her hand to her mouth in horror. She didn't mean to push too hard, but she thinks the lady definitely needs to change her clothes. Skeptically examining the lady who appeared as if from underground, the girl sighs. They still won't leave her alone, even if she tries with all her might to hide from attention. The celebration has already begun a long time ago. The usual techniques have not changed after several hundred years, which could not but rejoice, but it also has its side effects. People gather around the princesses, trying to offer them some of their mugs. Some want Helena to join the reading club, and others want the Duke to invest in a venture that the other Duke's family is starting. They didn't want to leave Leonard alone either. The girls surrounded the prince, talking about how much they enjoyed watching the last competition, in which the blonde won again. People were not going to retreat. Almost shaking with exhaustion and anger, the girl says that she is really glad to meet so many wonderful people who mean a lot to her. There is no denying that the princess was simply fed up. Turning towards her brother, Fresca realizes that he is doing much better than expected, soaking up all the attention. This only meant that Dante could start trying to get out. Carefully addressing her acquaintances standing nearby, the blonde makes a tired face, saying that this is her first time at this event. It's a little difficult for her, so it would be best to go and rest. The princes crowding around begin, as one, to offer to go with them to the restroom or some other quiet place. They want to help, but at the moment, the girl needs something completely different. Such a difficult situation, and Fresca arises for the first time in a long time. Everyone has good offers that there is no reason to refuse, which drives the girl into a stupor. Leonard, who appeared at the most opportune moment, extends his hand to his sister. As her escort, he himself will be able to fulfill his duty, thereby helping the girl go to the restroom. Smiling, the blonde nods at Helena, as if trying to say that he understands why she wants to leave, so he can definitely help her with this. Walking into the hall, the lady sits down on the sofa thanks to Leonard. She had long wanted to escape from there, just to sit in silence, and the excuse still could not find itself. Changing the topic, the guy asks exactly if no one dared to touch his friend, who at the moment could also turn out to be helpless. This made him a little nervous. Nodding, the lady says that everything was in order. Even the angelic young man sometimes uses dirty words towards people who might have behaved badly. It looks like Helena is the only culprit. The boy could not learn such vocabulary from someone because in the duchy, only Fresca uses this. Smiling, the brother promises that if anyone dares to touch the lady, he will get rid of everyone. Remaining completely calm, the young man instills fear with the help of his almost indifference. The guy leaves to get something to drink. The beauty just waves her hand after her, hoping that at least now she will be able to sit in silence until the end of the event, and then calmly leave. If a man goes out into the hall, he will probably be held hostage for some time by the ladies who used to be around him. Now, there is only peace and quiet. The comfort ended as quickly as it began due to women's voices calling out to the princess. She opened one eye to see who had arrived. In fact, mostly those who walk in such groups are not the best people. They have their downsides to what they do, so you should be wary of them. The blonde looks searchingly into the eyes of her interlocutor. She was looking for the princess. So now, without wasting the opportunity, she introduces herself as Lady Yulika Bronte. The gears are quickly spinning in her head, forcing the beauty to think about what family Yulika belongs to. Obviously, this is a relative of the Duchy of Balor, which is the family of the favorite. The woman had been in conflict with Prince Caesar for a long time. The man prevented his favorite from receiving the title of empress, and she, in turn, continued to be against his becoming crown prince. Both possessed unimaginable power, which was constantly compared. But just recently they made some kind of deal, and this year the prince became heir to the throne. There's no way these girls can be on good terms with Caesar, but then the question remains why they came to the coronation. The lady clearly has some business that they don't want to reveal. There are rumors that the lady is friends with Winter, who considers her his best friend and mentor, which is true. Bursting into sparkling laughter, Bronte cannot stop. It seems as if someone told her a funny joke that made her want to laugh non-stop. Asking for forgiveness, Yulika says that she did not expect to hear about the rumor that came from the character. Usually, aristocrats can exchange a few words with the prince, but no one has ever boasted of friendship. It turns out that there are such people. These babies are very annoying to the princess, who still cannot find the strength to turn around and leave without leaving a scandal behind her. The princess cannot be one of the close people, because usually such people from the village are simple-minded. Laughter and snatches of words reach the ears for only a few minutes, but this can be considered self-indulgence, because none of them carry a sword or add poison. Yulika looks worriedly into the lady's eyes. She says this is all just because she is very worried about Helena, who most likely is not able to make a decision herself. Leaning closer to the heroine, the blonde asks her to realize her place. All stories remain empty because Fresca has nothing to do with the prince. The girl spread similar rumors, but came in a country dress. Such an outfit will definitely disgrace His Highness, making him blush in front of the guests. After all that has been said, the young lady moves away and accidentally spills wine from her glass, leaving a scarlet stain on the snow-white hem. She did this not by accident, which becomes clear after the words. The lady's hand just twitched, so she cannot admit her guilt. She is ashamed that she did this, so the princess will urgently need to go change her clothes. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the blonde offers to go into the room with her. She brought a spare dress, and now it will find its new owner. Examining the spot, which has increased in size, the lady sighs. The rest of those present ask to accept the kindness of Yulika, who, it seems, offers to change clothes from the bottom of her heart. Obviously, the other dress will turn out to be terrible, but if she refuses, the girl will brand Helena as a soulless person. Getting up, the lady accepts help, saying that the girl needs to wipe her hand. Extending her palm, the beauty grabs the wrist of the blonde, who does not have time to come to her senses due to the speed of her movements, which are set on something. The next second, the entire contents of the glass flies straight into Bronte's face. She screams, but cannot say anything because a glass of scarlet liquid splashes in her face. Her friends rush to the blonde, shouting that the princess allows herself too much. Her character is bad, but it all started with Yulika, who behaved impudently. Looking at the girl, who is now wet along with her dress, the heroine asks for forgiveness. Parodying Yulika, Helena says that her hand twitched. They are generous ladies, so they can definitely understand the situation. The lady will need to put on the same spare dress that she brought with her. There is no limit to joy, because now it will save the whole situation, while the girl conveys information to His Highness. Startling, the blonde asks again in surprise. She can't believe that they're talking about Kaiser again, who wasn't even here. The expression on his face amused Dante. Carefully smoothing out the folds on the hem of the dress, the lady says that Winter himself selected the dress. In fact, it was his servant. But in fact, everything could be considered one and the same. Addressing all the ladies by name, the girl prepares to take her leave. It was time to leave, even if she didn't really want to forget the surprised expressions on their faces that had helped give her a good laugh. Smiling, the blonde thanks Yulika again, saying that she will remember the kindness shown to the Foresca family. Turning away, the lady laughs lightly. The girls turned very pale, thereby causing tenderness and at the same time a grin on the heroine's face. Looking at Bronte one last time, Helena chuckles and then turns and walks away. She hopes that very soon they will meet again, but another time in a better environment. Bowing, the lady tries not to show it, because there are more than enough problems for today. Now all she can do is leave the castle and go in search of His Highness. This will become a good memory from childhood, as something insignificant and unnecessary, but it would be better not to meet such foolish ladies. Yulika slowly gets up from the ground, dusting off her outfit. Now she has personal scores to settle with Helena Foresca, who today managed to disgrace the aristocrat in front of her friends. Sitting on the sofa, the lady tries to scrub away the stain, which felt twice as large after the girl began her operation to save the fabric. The rag was completely soaked, taking on a scarlet hue that refused to go away. We have to conclude that there is nothing more to do about it, because any efforts will be in vain. Throwing the napkin to the side, the blonde leans back in her chair. She doesn't really care, because now she has an excuse not to go out to the guests. The only strange thing is what happened recently. Lady Bronte was definitely up to something, because otherwise she would not have even approached the princess, who was not touching anyone. Due to the closeness of Yulika's family with the favorite, their influence was one of the greatest. Even as a margravess, she became very involved in politics, so she seems to have more influence than the Foresca family, who abandoned it. There would be no benefit for such a noble family to pester Helena, who did not even intend to start a conflict out of the blue. The memory of when the lady approached the princess, talking about some rumors that she herself was spreading, pops up in my head again. The lady urgently asked to stop talking about the fact that they were friends, because His Highness would receive a huge blow to his reputation from a girl in such a terrible dress. Perhaps all the attempts were made because she likes Caesar. It's a little cute, but the expression of jealousy almost hurt Helena herself, which she didn't exactly like. There's a rustling sound behind the door, then another knock. Gray, who had been waiting for almost the entire event, finally found a moment to chat with his friend, so he arrived at the hall. After all, the maiden herself came to the castle to look at His Highness during the coronation, so there was no point in refusing this. Turning her gaze to the open window, the lady noticed that it was snowing outside again. It seems that winter is coming into its own, so, intending to watch this, the maiden passes further through the window. The hand reaches forward on its own, grabbing the window sash, which turns out to be open even on the other side. It's cool outside, as expected. Looking at the snow-covered city, Dante sighs. The words are firmly stuck in my head, but in order to understand whether a village dress is or not, you need to wear them often, which the princess, of course, does not do. In her past life, the Duchess was not even interested in clothes and jewelry. Before becoming an empress, the girl wandered the streets and battlefields, and after becoming one, she became more common, even more often than before. Renatus does not have a single good memory of the imperial palace, which is not surprising, but for some reason she still misses those times. Thoughts are interrupted by the warmth that suddenly envelops the master. A man's voice joyfully says that he has finally found what he has been looking for so long throughout the castle. Turning her head, the blonde incomprehensibly asks how Kaiser ended up in this particular room at this particular time. By all laws of logic, he should have continued to receive guests outside. Everything turned out to be much simpler than it seemed, because the girl was not visible. So I had to ask someone who knew, and they said that the princess was in this room. Pointing to her dress, the lady says that her clothes are a little dirty. The man again thought that his friend was avoiding everything and everyone because she was lazy, which was somewhat true. Laughing, the brunette notices that this is more like the usual behavior of the beauty he has known for so long. It seems that the main character of the party would rather not be anywhere other than the coronation hall. However, the young man had already managed to greet everyone and then leave for only 10 minutes. After that letter, the acquaintance was going to scold Caesar for the way he behaved, but looking at the tired face, which probably had not slept for several days, one can only remain silent. Now you can feel the guy becoming the crown prince because he finally started putting in more effort. In addition to all this, the man became taller than the girl, which was incredibly annoying. Deciding to do something strange, the brunette bends down, pinning the master to the wall with his hand. Now their faces are at the same level, allowing them to speak. Stretching out her palm and resting it on her cheek, the girl screams that it's too close. The man is not going to kneel, but it would be better to return to his original position. Joking a little, the girl says that it would be good to do what he suggests. She always likes to look down on someone, so the guy can happily bend the knee. Exhaling, the young man smiles again. In all this turmoil, he really missed such light moments and jokes from his friend, who helped him a lot, cheering him up. Getting down on one knee, the brunette asks how the master sees him now. Obviously, the girl should be satisfied with how the whole outcome turned out. Glad that Winter still has the strength to joke, the princess shows with gestures that she absolutely likes everything. If someone sees the crown prince in such a position, they will be scared, however, looking into the eyes. The lady will definitely not be able to say something like that, so warm palms fall on the man's face. Without removing her hands, the blonde quietly congratulates Caesar on his 18th birthday and thanks him for being born. This time, the congratulations turn out to be more than sincere. Falling silent, the maiden expects at least some reaction from her ward, but instead, silence lingers in the room. The man was covered with scarlet paint, which was almost unnoticeable because of his palms, which still did not let go of the young man's face, not allowing him to get any overview of what was happening. The couple stands in a strange position, absolutely in complete silence. No one is able to say anything or move because such a congratulation was unexpected. Asking her friend to say something so that the maiden does not die of embarrassment, she blushes. Gently taking the friend's palm into his own, the young man quietly thanks. He came here because he wanted to hear those very words. Exhaling, the princess reminds the prince that as soon as he enters the hall, he can hear a million more such congratulations. Bowing his head closer to the master, the guy says that these words are meaningful only when they come from the lips of a princess who wanted to congratulate him so much that she forgot about her rule of not expressing emotions. Taking the girl's hand again, the man comes even closer, looking somewhere down. He was born only for Helena, who has now become the closest person to him. The cheeks become filled with color again, making the young man a little embarrassed. In the voice of the future emperor, one can hear the desire to burst into tears, which will very soon take over. Snuggling close to her friend, the blonde inhales his scent. The girl could only hug that very close person, without whom she could no longer imagine her life. The stubborn and lonely student recognized his teacher as someone so important that it made him feel much better. Words spoken a moment ago will not be forgotten even after years. After the gala reception ended, the brother and sister had 3 free days that they could spend as they saw fit. So Helena, of course, was going to spend them at home and sleep. Leonard apparently planned to visit many houses, as the couple's parents do. At the reception, the young man received many letters with invitations from various aristocrats. Instead of accepting invitations, the blonde remembers that he has long wanted to go on an excursion to the nightly detachment. They arrived in the capital, which means they can finally visit the cherished place. The guy is even more of an exemplary student than the princess previously thought about him. Skipping classes, he wanted to visit the academy, thereby still attending some training. In this case, it turns out that the estate will soon become completely empty, leaving Helena in her care all alone. This meant that it would be possible to sleep and eat enough. The plans were again destroyed literally in the second half of the same day because Kaiser appeared at the castle, who, greeting the master, announced that he had arrived to visit. Getting out of bed, the blonde sighs heavily. I want this to all turn out to be a bad dream from which I can wake up. Shouting at the prince, the girl asks why the future emperor is so free. However, it is rude to say such a thing to a person who has not even slept properly in recent days. In fact, the young man heard that Leonard had gone to look at the nightly detachment, so it immediately became clear to him that his acquaintance would simply be lying around and fiddling. This bastard turns a deaf ear to everything they tell him. The guy was so kind that he decided to take the time to come and have a lot of fun with his girlfriend. He was bored alone, so company would definitely be nice. Pushing the prince out of the room, the blonde promises that she will feel good, even alone. It seems the lady is going to end her congratulations with just words. No longer wanting to listen to anything, the young man diligently resists so that he is not thrown out of the room. This will be in lieu of a birthday gift, so no refusals will be accepted. Looking menacingly at her interlocutor, the lady remembers that her acquaintance never saw the gift. It seemed that he didn't even really need it, but it still wasn't good to refuse. Asking what exactly Kazar wants, the girl promises that very soon she can give him a gift so that he can finally calm down. Speaking about what he needs, the brunette begins to list that the lady could build him a country estate in the city and near the seashore, which would be quite enough. In the end, the lady agreed anyway, because the same bait, as usual, worked like a charm. Sending the servants to rest, His Highness assures them that everything will be in perfect order. The Crown Prince decided that he was now omnipotent, so he sent his guards and servants home. The master raised the boy too strong and now fearless. Grabbing his friend's hand, the young man invites Helena to move forward to choose what they would like to do together on the estate. Resisting, the lady tries to find out why she was grabbed by the hand. All this is necessary so that your friend does not run away during a walk, but stays nearby all the time. There's no need to worry, but you can no longer believe in it, because Kaisa remembers very well how before, at the festival a long time ago, the princess simply disappeared, running into an alley. The discussion is over because the blonde has nothing more to say. The prince seems happy with his job, especially since he will now be holding hands with Helena. Looking at the young man, who breaks into a smile from the memories, the girl sighs. Today, so be it. She will let him do whatever he wants. But next time, he won't get away with it so easily. Pointing to a bakery, the guy suggests heading there. And since this is a birthday present, the girl nods in agreement, intending to follow all the instructions. The maid puts down a mug of tea and a kettle, which are filled with hot liquid. Now, all that remains is to start drinking tea and the sweets that you have just purchased. Turning to Kaisar, the blonde wants to ask some important question, thereby distracting the man from looking at the ceiling. For some reason, today it seemed to the girl that all her actions were for her, although everything should have been quite the opposite. Today was not Helena's birthday, but Winter's, so the injustice must be corrected. Taking another sip of the liquid, the man says that he apparently doesn't notice any difference. He prefers to give something to his friends, but since they left because of the emperor, he is also obliged to buy something. Smirking, the brunette says that as a prince, he only uses what is made by great masters, so he doesn't need it at all. Turning to laughter, the young man can no longer restrain himself from the expression on Farisk's face. One can understand from her that she was disgusted by the fact that they literally mocked her, albeit as a joke. Breaking off a piece of the pie, which seems to melt in your mouth, the lady once again clarifies her question. Perhaps the young man wants to buy something, despite the way their conversation started. Breaking into a welcoming smile, the young man dreamily says that if only he could, he would definitely buy Helena, who could then spend all her free time with him. Continuing to chew, the blonde watches as her friend bursts out laughing again. It seems he has a few more lives lying around. This guy has become too cunning over the past few years. Previously, when the princess tried to bully the young man, nothing came of it. But over time, everything changed. Perhaps the Imperial Castle is on bad ground because the character is getting worse every time. Distracting Helena from her thoughts, the guy asks about yesterday's reception, which, it seems, was not bad at all. The girl doesn't know at all, because she first spent 15 minutes outside and then simply hid in the room. Virgo didn't even meet anyone. It was quite in her style, but sometimes you need to leave your comfort zone to find new acquaintances and friends. Once again thinking about what he can ask next, the young man clarifies whether it's true that no men touched the lady, even after she herself went into the room. Starting the phrase that everything is fine, the blonde suddenly stumbles. Such a stop makes it clear that something is clearly wrong, and most likely someone dared to touch her. Jumping up from his seat, the brunette once again, in horror, clarifies what was said. It's not that bad, but perhaps the lady managed to make friends with the daughter of the Bronte family, who herself molested her. The blonde tried to do everything possible to force Dante to leave the event, or at least bring him out into the open. All attempts were failed. Freezing, the brunette glares at his interlocutor. He associated Countess with something not so pleasant after all the strife and conflicts that were wrapped around the favorite. Falling back into the chair again, the young man sighs loudly. It seems that he expected to hear anything except this hated surname, which he no longer wanted to even remember. The face became noticeably sadder, hiding those very true, joyful emotions that were previously available for viewing. The prince seemed to want to turn around and leave, to remain in his thoughts. Noticing such a drastic change, the blonde gasps, realizing that she said something completely stupid. The Bronte family is on the side of the prince's opponent, given that the favorite really caused quite a few problems, even after the signed peace agreement. Deciding to quickly change the subject, the girl calls out to Kaisar, saying that she has something, and she would like to give this thing to the young man who deserved his gift. There is a snow-white box on the table, along with a tied flower bow. The girl admits her mistake, because she should have done this during the reception, but the gift itself was not very good compared to the others, so it would be better to give it now. Grabbing the bundle as if it were some kind of miracle, the young man cannot believe his eyes. Asking a million questions, he constantly clarifies whether it is really his, and whether it can definitely be revealed to him. Nodding, the Virgin warns that the present is extremely modest, so you shouldn't hope for some expensive clothes or jewelry that you definitely won't have. A scarf made of dark green fabric, more reminiscent of a swamp, is revealed from the box. It is made of warm material that is just right for winter. Freezing, the brunette looks in fascination at what he has wanted to get for so long. There seems to be pure delight on his face, which makes him move on. Looking at the thing, the guy comments on Helena's knitting abilities, because this piece of material looks like a rag of rags, which might even be a shame to wear anywhere. Stretching her hand forward and swearing at the same time, the beauty asks to return the rightful thing to the owner, because this is how it should be. But the friend just throws the scarf over his shoulder. Stroking the scarf, the brunette happily says that he likes this gift much more than anything else. This, of course, is not true, because at the reception the guy received a much larger variety of jewelry. Saying sincere thanks, the boy objects, because everything that was given at the reception was for the whole kingdom, and this thing was just for him personally, especially given by his best friend. Due to the fact that Helena spent quite a lot of time with Kaisar, it immediately becomes clear that he is happy. This drives me into a slight stupor, because the heroine did not even hope for gratitude. The beauty could not even think that the young man would like an ordinary handmade scarf so much. Opening her mouth in surprise, the lady tries to replay everything that happened in her head. Starting to laugh again, the brunette tries to restrain himself a little, so as not to raise strange questions from his acquaintance, who, it seems, doesn't care at all. Screaming about how much he likes the little thing, the prince does not even pay attention to the murderous expression on his face that the interlocutor sitting opposite him gives him. At first, it may seem that this is all a joke, but the young man likes the scarf so much that he is ready to give his life for it, just to be together all the time. Night fell when it was time for the couple to return back to their home. Unlike the lands of the duchy, which were a province, the capital's night was dazzlingly luxurious, along with many lights. Looking out the window and noticing many reflections outside, the girl examines the buildings that fly by with great speed due to the speed of the carriage. The views were truly worth it and remained consistently beautiful. 500 years ago, the Empress spent countless nights in this city. Sometimes they passed by at work, and sometimes just on the street. But now everything seems even more beautiful, adding to the charm that was there before. Kaisar, who volunteered to go with the lady, sits opposite, falling asleep as he goes. He wasn't lying when he said he'd been incredibly tired and exhausted over the past few days, so it was understandable. Trying to wake up the prince, the lady moves a little closer, not understanding what happened. Very soon, the carriage will arrive at the estate, which means that there is no more time for sleep. The guy completely switched off, no longer reacting to any words from other people around him. It would be much better if, instead of meeting with his girlfriend, he spent time on the rest that he so richly deserved. Approaching the guy and taking a seat next to him, the blonde gently touches the man on the shoulder. The answer is an inaudible grunt from the side, which makes it clear that the companion will never wake up. Still, the persuasion worked, because the scarlet eyes slowly open, while Winter quietly says Helena's name, as if trying to make sure that the princess is right next to him. Another bump turns fatal as the carriage wheel slips off the scaffolding, sending the couple flying to the other side of the carriage. The servant, who was on the other side, manages to grab the railing, smiling nervously due to such a sudden jump. He also didn't expect it to end this way, so it turned out differently. The young man falls on the girl, pressing his lips to her lips. They do not immediately move away from each other due to the balance, which has become difficult to maintain. The carriage still rocks a little from side to side. Jumping to the side, the master quickly came to his senses, realizing what had just happened. Clutching her mouth with her hands, the girl asks for forgiveness many times in order to make amends for the incident. The young man also steps aside, trying to recover as quickly as possible. There is a rough road here, so it turned out that everything did not go according to the plan that was intended. The romantic description definitely doesn't fit the picture, so one could only say that the heroes were almost left without their front teeth. Because of the impact, they were too close to each other, so now they feel pain and embarrassment. Almost starting to cry, the guy backs away, shouting that this doesn't count. He does not give any precise explanation, only continuing to insist that this does not suit him, because no one expected such an ending. Without ever taking her hands away from her face, the girl quietly asks her companion what he is trying to tell her, because such a vague description is clearly not suitable under any circumstances. The prince seemed to dislike the collision very much, which happened very unexpectedly. Until the end of the road, he still could not connect two words into one sentence, continuing to say the same thing. Swinging open the door of the carriage, Helena jumps out of the carriage, not intending to listen to the other excuses of the young man who did not even try to stop her. She will go first so as not to make everyone feel even more awkward. Goosebumps run through your body, making you want to hide somewhere. The incident, it seems, will now remain in the memories for not a very long time, as if reminding of what happened. The servants greet the mistress, who does not react to them in any way, only running at the speed of light into the interior of the estate in order to disappear from view as quickly as possible. Gray, who remains in the carriage, looks into the distance in fascination. What happened no longer seems real, causing the young man to doubt how things will turn out in the future. Right at the entrance, the girl is met by Leonard, who has long since arrived back at the castle. After watching the knights nearby in the academy, he did not linger in the capital, so he immediately returned. Looking at the lady's face in surprise, the boy asks what happened to the young lady's lips. They seem to be swollen, but the justification finds itself. Because the carriage she was riding in was shaking, the maiden fell and bit her lip. Looking down thoughtfully, the blonde also notices how red the girl's face is. It seems she has a cold, so if necessary, the prince can call a doctor. Jumping to the side, the girl tries to hide her embarrassment. I don't want to believe that she is embarrassed because she and Kaisar had a collision that meant absolutely nothing. Turning around and leaving the room, the blonde asks her not to bother her because she needs to rest and recover as quickly as possible in order to feel better. On his way out, Dante looks at his brother for the last time. She is ashamed that she was able to deceive a loved one, but it is impossible to say that today she and the prince touched lips. Gray's facial expressions resurface in his mind. He seemed confused and upset that the incident had dented his face, making him look less like an emperor. Walking into the room, the girl falls onto the bed with a heavy exhalation. She would like to quickly return to the Count's estate, where she would not have to meet with Winter on an ongoing basis. It was necessary to get at least a few days of rest in complete solitude. 2 days later, one of the heaviest snowfalls began in the capital, which made it clear that the plan to return home had failed. The Virgin did not want to believe that she would now have to stay in this estate for a few more days or a week. The servant, who, as usual, came to complain to the princess, says that he explained to His Highness that it was necessary to conduct a rehearsal for the speech to the throne in the afternoon. But in the first half of the day, Gray practiced fencing and came all sweaty. Not understanding what the problem is, the brunette leans back on his chair, expressing his dissatisfaction. It was just a rehearsal, which doesn't mean anything, but you have to wear a costume that can get dirty. Sipping tea, the blonde tries to remain neutral. Because of the snowfall in the morning, the couple was locked in the estate, so everyone kept throwing all their problems onto the princess. As luck would have it, Hamilton arrived precisely at the moment when Leonard, who was always assenting, was not there. The young man again received an invitation from the main nightly detachment, so he promised to return not so soon. Normally, the girl would not even hesitate because of the Viscount's complaints, because for him it was a common thing. But today, everything changed. Looking menacingly at Kaisar, the beauty skeptically repeats that he is to blame, so Noct has every right to complain about the prince who does not respect the work of others. Virgo does not know all the details, but the fact that the Viscount is right becomes obvious. Focusing on the person sitting next to him infuriates the Emperor, despite the fact that he always tries to remain indifferent and calm. Starting to cry, Hamilton takes out a handkerchief that was already prepared for tears. As expected, the princess understood and supported him because she is a generous person. Trying to support the Viscount, the girl continues to assent, while the guy talks about how difficult it is for him. Sometimes I just wanted to give up everything, to which the brunette reminds me that no one ever stopped him. Remembering an incident that happened a few days ago, Noct says that the prince rushed him and then simply disappeared. Perhaps someone beat him, judging by how swollen his lips were. This time, the couple unanimously shouted at the servant, who froze without the right to say anything. He is asked to be quiet and not talk about what happened. Asking why they both scream so much, the man thinks for a second, because if you think like that, then there is also a wound on the princess's lip, which looks extremely strange and similar. Silencing the Viscount again, the couple does not allow the poor guy to even get a word in edgewise. He hadn't said anything yet, but he got what he deserved in advance, just hoping that next time no one would touch him, even if necessary. This day was a complete failure because Dante felt discomfort, which is why she overreacted. You can't get caught by a chatty man like Noct, so the maiden tells him that there are monastery councils in this estate. The brunette jumps in place. Such a valuable book is worth a lot of money, especially since these are related records of the monastery, transcribed in elegant handwriting. The man always dreamed of seeing something like this. Inviting the guy to come with her in order to show everything, the blonde points to the door. This would be a great honor for the teacher's family, because he had never been able to see such a scripture with his own eyes before. Helena turns around sharply. She's trying to imply that she needs to try her best to distract the Viscount from the lip strike that he doesn't know about. The brunette seemed to be interested himself, so he assures His Highness that if a lot of people make noise, the expensive book will be ruined. Kaisar silently looks at the couple, who expressed themselves, it seems, very clearly. He has nothing to say. The princess continues to glare at the prince, hoping that another brilliant idea will certainly not come to his mind. When everything happened, the beauty didn't even know how to get out, so she just quickly ran away from the crime scene. Turning away, the brown-haired man sighs to show how he bowed down, talking about doing what Helena wants. The couple turns to leave the room, where the future emperor remains turned away. Turning back for just a second, the maiden carefully examines with her gaze the one who almost called everything into question. There was no denying that Kaisar had an incredibly bad temper that developed over time. The servant is delighted. He cannot believe that he was able to hold such valuable books, because it will be an honor for him. The beauty is watching the man. More than half an hour had already passed, but he continued to flip through the pages, as if he had fallen in love with them. A thoughtful look moves to the side. What was a little more important was the question: why did Kaisar become the way he is now? The guy behaved like a child who does not understand what his words, said incorrectly, can lead to. More recently, the prince believed that what happened did not count, but for some reason after a while, he obviously changed his mind. Dispelling bad thoughts, the girl turns to the man, asking if it is possible to come, being so busy. Most likely, Viscount Noct came because Winter was stubborn again. He has an incredibly hard time dealing with others. A smile appears on the guy's face by itself. In fact, they came under the pretext of complaining to Helena. The blonde freezes. Her eyes widen, and she asks in surprise why the young man had to take such measures. Due to the coronation, His Highness has become incredibly sensitive, so he cannot sleep. So the servant wanted the king to be in a place that was comfortable for him. The princess is asked if she knows the reason for the coronation before herself, to which she remembers her birthday. To make the plan accurate, the coronation was held in the castle not in the new year, but in the winter. The real reason was different. The Viscount did not want to drag the master into all the new affairs in the castle, but he still told the whole story. There was some reason why there was such a big hurry. Of course, she didn't open up much. The girl herself guessed what would happen. Very soon, the favorite will become the new empress. Noct looks at Helena, who is surprised at her own guess. He nods in agreement to confirm. If a woman does this, then the Bullock family will become more powerful, and she will want to install not Kaiser in the place of crown prince, but her little son. Now the puzzle is complete. The father tried not to spend time with the nobility because Fresca decided to fully side with Grey. The Duke's estate is too far away, so it was extremely difficult for the beauty to learn about such rumors not from the first person. The guy offers to become Helena's informant. It was for her, and not for her father or brother who could stand up for themselves. Noct, as usual, remains a mysterious person, which irritates Fresca incredibly. Still, the girl cannot help but admit the fact that Hamilton always treated the girl as an adult, an equal person. The guy still tells the reason. This can be regarded as a return gift because the lady showed precious books. Having heard the reason for the coronation, one can pretend that nothing is clear, but not in the case when it is a student of the master. The blonde nods and then leaves the room, heading to the room in the separate hallway where Kaisar sleeps. Coming closer, the girl sits down on her knees looking at the guy. Living in the palace, he can still only sleep in the estate. No longer holding back, the girl reaches out and runs her fingers through the silky hair that is too alluring. The girl remembers how she told the prince to become emperor, although she herself knew what the treasured place was like. The lady did not want to believe that she had sent a curse on the student that was too terrible, which would be difficult to put up with. If something bad ever happens, the guy is obliged to tell everything so as not to bear the burden alone. It will be easier. The beauty understands the guy's feelings, but it doesn't mean anything. The voice makes him open his eyes and try to turn around. Carefully rising from the sofa, the brunette grabs his head. He asks Helena when she came to understand. Jokingly, the lady says that she wanted to paint her friend's face. Now he cannot sleep peacefully in the presence of the heroine. Noticing a strange reaction, the lady tries to make the young man relax. She was just joking. Grey looks at his interlocutor, trying to understand if this is true. Just waking up, he did not have time to turn on his brain. No longer trying to concentrate, the guy nods his head, not intending to stir up a quarrel. Examining the heroine's face, Kaiser once again stops at her lips. It is obvious that the wound is not healing. Looking into the master's eyes, the young man bends down and the next second gently kisses the girl on the lips. Stepping back, the heroine cannot help but admit that what happened was wonderful. The kiss was natural and fleeting. Turning again to Fresca, the prince quietly asks if he can kiss her, as if he did not have time to do so. It was necessary to ask before doing it, but finding a way out of the situation, Winter asks about the second time. The couple joins in a kiss again. The girl is pleased, even if she is not sure whether it is right to do this with her student. The beauty lowers herself a little, throwing her hand over Kaiser's shoulder. They stand as if only a couple of them exists in this world. At a young and ignorant age, this can only be done once, purely out of interest. The first kiss is always so tender. It can be given to any person in whom there is even a slight interest. What happened in the hall is not at all serious for either the boy or the girl. After a few days, the snow finally stopped falling. As planned, Leonard and Helena were able to leave the capital. Hamilton and Ravenna came to see off the guests, who, according to their hopes, would arrive again very soon. Unfortunately for the beauty, the young man never came. Most likely the prince had some more important things to do than something like that. Attention is drawn to a voice from the outside that forces the girl to return to reality. They ask her if she is bored. Brother talks about Agot. She couldn't go because the headmaid left her at the estate. The blonde quickly understands what's what, so she nods actively. Everything happened exactly for this reason, so there is no point in denying it. Of course, the girl misses her devoted friend, who is left all alone in the castle. Looking out the window, the girl looks at the estate for the last time. She would like Kaiser to be with her today. This is the third summer since the guy became crown prince. Last year, on an excursion in the night squad, the captain of the Scarlet Knights clearly became interested in Leonard. The man called the young man a great master, so of course he forced him to attend the military academy. Because of everything that had happened, the blonde could only see her brother once a month at best. The prince visited the duchy in the summer, as promised, but no longer found time to stay much longer. The power gained and the freedom lost were equal to each other, despite the fact that he was not happy. Agot, on the contrary, has changed. She became so obsessed with the sword that her hands developed permanent calluses. It was a little sad that the girl moved away, but at the same time, she showed that patience and work would grind everything down. After all the events that had happened, the fourth summer had finally arrived, which foreshadowed becoming just as ordinary. As always, Kaiser visited the duchy, but with annoying news. It said that the imperial family was organizing fencing competitions. The event was held once every 4 years, so it was planned to take place in the coming year. Only aristocrats usually participated in such competitions, and they were more like children's games. It turned out that since the new year, the selection of participants has been tightened. Now not only aristocrats can participate in the competition, the organizer is the imperial family, but there are no restrictions. There will be a huge number of capable people coming, so it will be fun. Helena was incredibly interested in what was said. She couldn't deny that Leonard would benefit from practicing real combat. Agot brought a chocolate tart, which, of course, His Highness does not like. Only the heroine, who was worried about her brother, did not pay attention to the altercation. The girl smiles, promising that she will prepare an egg tart, which, of course, will be ready when the prince leaves. The blonde had no intention of interfering. The couple continued to quarrel, but now it seemed that they were suitable for each other. The decision was made spontaneously. Since everyone can participate, it means that the maid will also go to the competition. Grabbing the piece of paper, the lady says that Caesar brought it personally for Agot, who began to object. In fact, despite the hostility, the beauty still wanted to perform and prove herself in battle. No longer happy about this, the maid turns away from her beloved princess towards the prince, trying to sound as friendly as possible, but to show displeasure, the maiden thanks His Highness through clenched teeth. A fight between Winter and Agoth could be a joyful one, as they would compete as apprentices to their master. It was said as if the brunette was being forced to participate, to which he confirmed that the prince was obliged to do this. The blonde carefully eats the chocolate, asking in surprise, since when did this become a tradition that she had never heard of? This has been the rule since the Grey family took over from Empress Dante, because their symbol is the sword. Due to the fact that in a past life the girl stood out so much, a similar tradition arose. This was done to earn a living, but everything has changed. The competition didn't seem like a bad idea. With this, it was possible to learn more about the maid's capabilities. Looking decisively at the students, Helena says that all three of them can go out and sweep away their opponents as if it were nothing. It was evening outside. This only meant that it was time for Kaisar to go back to the imperial palace. The man is about to leave, even if he is asked why he won't stay the night. Riding a carriage at night can be incredibly dangerous. The guy didn't think Helena would get up, since he was going to leave quietly. After accepting the title, his time actually decreased. Sadly, lowering her gaze to the floor, the girl nods. She asks if the student will stay in the duchy in the summer, although she knows the answer very well. By the time that came, the young man was usually already visiting the estate. But now, everything has changed. Memories from childhood have always been valuable, so a smile is shown on the gloomy face of the interlocutor. Approaching the stairs where the master is standing, the brunette quietly asks for forgiveness for how everything turned out. The virgin should not have asked such a thing. It seems as if she is clinging to her friend, because it is obvious that he is busy. Definitely, after that day 3 years ago, the relationship between the friends was no longer the same because there was an awkwardness in it. No one ever talked about what happened. Perhaps this was because both were afraid that the relationship would change. Virgo only regretted that, due to such reasons, they were constantly separated from each other, so such conversations would still be present. Everything was different before. The man pulled the blonde away from his strange thoughts in his head. The brunette remembered that the beauty had become friends with Brant at the reception. He wonders if she has ever invited the girl to a personal meeting. The lady asks why such information is needed, to which she receives a simple answer. The young man accidentally remembered this. Something definitely happened, so the master, who had lived 2 lives, understood that they were not telling her the truth. And all this was not just like that. I also remembered Lady Bronte, who for no apparent reason attacked the girl. I'll have to find out from Hamilton. There was no answer, so the young man just nods, planning to leave the estate as quickly as possible. This is how the crown prince is seen off, but there is silence all around. Only Helena stands on the steps in a nightdress. After the maiden heard about the true reason for the rush to the coronation, she wondered what should be done. The beauty was worried that the guy might not be taken seriously and not accepted as a new ruler who would soon take over. Realizing that this is the last chance to speak, the girl stops the prince. If he is bullied, he can tell everything to his master. The boy turns sharply, freezing. He didn't expect to hear something like that, knowing that they were taking care of him. The guy is a student, which means that Helena trained him so perfectly that no one can defeat him. The young man can still be a little childish. At least sometimes. So that's what he's going to do. Walking up the steps, the prince stops and then hugs the princess, holding him close. Trying to get out, the girl asks what he is doing, to which he just grins. She herself gave permission to be a child. In order to withstand difficulties, the guy needs to recharge. This is done specifically in the duchy. The guy sometimes behaves strangely, but the master does not prevent this. The lady carefully lowers her hands, relaxing. The lady is always ready to help a friend. If this is the level of affection he desires, she can give it. The blonde is ready to do anything for everyone who loves her, so the man can come again to get it. The carriage is out of sight, so the girl turns around and goes back into the estate, where it is much warmer. A month later, a competition was appointed, for which 3 from the duchy went to the capital's estate. The father and mother were incredibly glad that the girl had a craving for at least something, so they advised her to try to take part in meetings of aristocrats. There was no talk about this. The laziness was too strong, but since the parents will be happy, it will be worth it. Another person who looked incredibly happy was Agathe, who was literally walking around with her mouth open. The girl couldn't believe this. She thought that she would not be able to get to the capital until she came of age, but everything was canceled. Pointing her finger at the ground, the maiden notices that a lot of carriages pass there, but there are no cracks, and a very happy man lives in the castle. This makes me smile. The dragon statue in the square gave me goosebumps. It was erected in honor of the slaying of the evil dragon Crusay. The way Agate surprises everything around her. It is as if she was taken for a walk by the owners who kept her in the house. The girl was literally glowing, but Helena was a little worried about how restless she was right before the competition. Despite this, The brother noticed that the Duchess had been buying Agate a lot of things for quite some time. Leonard himself was no different from his sister. They both loved doing this to the girl. The couple loves how the girl's eyes are always ready to fall out of surprise and her joy. She is ready to try not to tarnish the name of her mistress. You can't talk about something like that because the Duchess asked to return after they defeated everyone. Throwing away the boxes, the beauty changes position. She intends to win, so that's what she needs to think about. There is no determination, but there is courage. So this situation suits the heroine, even despite her laziness. Leonard promises to do his best as well. The blonde had not seen him so confident for a long time. All three are obliged to defeat their opponents because they are Helena's students who can do everything in the world. For some reason, the beauty was sure that one of the three would be the winner, but time was pressing on them. The princess has agreed to meet someone, so she's about to leave the alley. Virgo is going to meet the Viscount, but don't be surprised. Usually the heroine is lazy, but this time everything is different. The girl needs to find out what connects Kaiser and Lady Bronte. Hamilton will arrive soon, so the heroine will be back soon. A meeting was to take place in one of the rooms, which promised to be interesting. Noct smiles and says hello, even if he is surprised that the lady herself proposed to meet and no one forced her. The lady wanted to ask something, which made the man light up. He would like to serve as an informant. The blonde sighs. She is not at all interested in politics, no matter what the question or answer is. The man wanted to lure the beauty into a political faction. He doesn't understand what the problem is, so he needs to be careful. Calming down, the guy asks what interests the princess. I would like to know more about the Bronte family. The brunette freezes because he didn't know that the lady from that family managed to do something terrible. The blonde is silent because she is thinking about what to say first. She needs to think a little longer before saying anything. The man doesn't say what happened, but asks in advance what the lady did, which seems suspicious. The brown-haired man apologizes. He phrased it incorrectly, which makes me wonder what's wrong. It's worth starting with the fact that the current empress is going to make her own son, Fran, heir to the throne. Virgo freezes because she didn't know this. She guessed, but wasn't exactly sure. Kaiser became the crown prince, so until he is killed, Fran will not be in line. In this case, the empress will make the prince heir after the guy becomes emperor. The only thing worse is that if the future emperor has a child, it will be difficult to do so. Most of the internal forces in the palace took the side of His Highness, so if this continues, it will become more difficult for the empress to make the prince heir. That is why the favorite wants to promote her people to the highest positions in order to replay everything. Everything became obvious from the first words. The woman wants to make Yulika the wife of the crown prince. The plan existed long before the maiden became empress. She knew exactly what to do. Now it is clear why Brant declared war at the meeting. No matter how trite, there is a political battle between them. Now is the time to discuss Kaiser's engagement. This has to happen. Hamilton blinks his eyes. The interlocutor is much calmer than he expected. There is nothing to be surprised about, because members of the imperial family get married early, although in a previous life, the lady was never married. The guy changes the subject, asking if the princess would like to become Kaiser's wife. They in the castle have a strong desire to push the beauty to take this step. Noct seems too caught up in his own thoughts, but he only hears one reason. Virgo does not want to participate in this. Freezing, the man almost screams. He does not understand why he should refuse the position of the emperor's wife in the future. You shouldn't do these things just to become someone who gets into the political game. Nothing is interesting anymore. The blonde was an empress, so she is not going to become the emperor's wife. The Viscount's face shows despair. He had completely forgotten that the princess was such a person. Virgo no longer listens to the indignation because she managed to immerse herself in thoughts about the future emperor. The friend knew very well that he would soon marry one of the candidates, but he kissed the master. The eyebrows frown a little. The girl realizes that the selection of candidates for the position will soon begin. The meeting ended after a long time, even if it did not bring much clarification. The couple says goodbye. Whoever becomes the prince's new wife will be strange, because it will be difficult for the princess to date the king. Time dragged on incredibly long, but the morning of the competition finally arrived. The servants ask you to take your places, because the next tournament will begin very soon. Perhaps due to the lack of qualification restrictions, the spectator seats were completely filled. That is why one of the servants led the girl to the first floor, from where she had a better view than from the terrace. Sitting down on the offered chair, the beauty turns away and hears the rustling of her dress. It's weird that someone would wear a dress to a sword competition. Turning her head, the maiden notices Lady Branta. Yulika is about to leave, saying that she will take another place, but they grab her hand. There was no need for complications. Forcibly dragging the lady behind her, the lady sits the blonde on the chair next to her. It doesn't matter what she thinks now. Smiling, the Duchess is glad that they have finally met. Yulika tries not to stutter from fear, but nods. Laying her hand on the beauty's shoulder, the maiden asks her to relax a little, because thanks to her, everything was fine with the princess. Noticing a fearful expression on her face, the lady is asked to smile. I wouldn't want people around me to think that they have a bad relationship. If the lady is so weak, then it is unclear what she is going to do when she joins the imperial family. Looking at the girl who does not move from her place, the lady smiles. The fact that even such stupid people seem nice is no longer normal. Branta obviously didn't want to start any more conversation. She turned away, pointedly looking to the side. The tournament begins, so the Emperor announces its start. She and the Empress are sitting in a separate place. The first are two unknown participants who enter the battlefield and begin the battle. The aristocrats' games were quite fast, but the attention was focused on Agoth, who fought too well. For the people around her, Virgo seems too young, but incredibly agile and capable. Once upon a time, the beauty only wanted to protect her mistress. It's a pity that the maid lost, but even so, she will probably be inundated with love letters after the competition is over. The master claps. The girl's eyes glow with joy. Noticing the mistress's smile, she realizes that she did not do it in vain. The next one is the blonde one, who is the son of Duke Foresci. People are aware that the brother has won many other competitions. Now the young man is attending a military school, but for some reason I want to know how he will grow up in the future. The techniques that the man uses when attacking his opponent are exactly the same as Helena's. In just 2 attacks, a miracle happened. The opponent falls and admits in horror that he has lost in order to save himself. Leonard won, but still, talking about how wonderful the fight was, the guy smiles and extends his hand to his opponent. After this, even more letters from noble ladies will accumulate at home. There is the last person left who must enter the ring. Without waiting for an announcement, he attacks his opponent. After a few seconds, the battle is over, because victory becomes His Highness Prince Grey. Still, the man is a gray wolf from rumors. He didn't even use his other hand, causing everyone around him to whisper. The guy learned such ugly sword skills, but did not understand what to do to seem friendly. It's a shame that others don't understand the true premise, but it was a wonderful victory for the heroine. A sword is an object made for killing, so it is clear why such energy emanates from it. The victory of Leonard Foresci, like Kaisar, brought many points, so now the final battle had to begin. These two were the ones who would go head-to-head in what was sure to be an epic battle. Now, whoever wins, Helena's student will be the winner. She couldn't help but be proud. His Highness's sword is incredibly smooth and beautiful. This phrase was addressed to Lady Branta, sitting next to her. Usually such abilities inspire horror, but in such a context it is better, although it frightens Yulika. What happens is the beauty of the battle. The beauty of the sword is in the precision with which it separates life and death. The movements seem too fast. The crowd does not have time to follow the swings that divide reality. The blonde tries not to lose sight of anything unnecessary, so she only briefly turns around and nods at her friend. Weak people need to know what sword they are facing. The statement makes the nobles freeze in horror. The lady fought with Yulika with energies, but she did not understand anything that was said, only talking about how beautiful Kaiser was. Someone like her would not become the crown prince's wife, although Helena was still not so bored as to worry about the daughter of someone else's family. Distracted, the lady does not notice how Branta jumps from his place, shouting something about what is happening in the ring. The blonde steps back, falling under the sword, which lands on his shoulder. This means only one thing. The battle is over, so the victory is awarded to His Highness Kaiser Winter. He deserved it. This was the first time a prince had won such a tournament, having never attempted this before. Obviously, this was due to the fact that all past crown princes took part by force. They showed satisfactory matches and exited the tournament. Fureshi's student is completely different, so he worked diligently to earn the victory. A wreath is placed on the head. His Highness accepts the congratulations, but for some reason, all the ladies around perked up, which makes Helena surprised. The prince is about to head into the crowd towards the stands, so he steps down from the ring. Branta explains that there is a tradition in which the winner gives a victory wreath to the girl he likes. All this means that the maiden hit very hard. Kaisar finds himself in front of Yulika, who has gotten up from her seat. Obviously, the lady chose an uncomfortable place, so now she is obliged to be the center of attention instead of running away. The blonde addresses His Highness. She joyfully congratulates him on the victory, which she managed to earn on her own. The brunette smiles back. He's glad that he can pay for faith in him no matter what. The Empress looks straight at the prince. Her businesslike smile makes you want to laugh because of her self-confidence. What is happening is the very politics that it is best not to enter into under any pretext, even if you want to do everything as quickly as possible. The young man raises his hands and carefully removes the wreath. The very special moment has come that is worth attention. Lady Branta's face lights up with scarlet color and joy, which can no longer be hidden under any pretext. Only a few seconds pass, but the thing ends up on the head of the main character, who blinks her eyes in surprise. The man enlightens all the honors that he managed to receive today to his beloved master, who was with him from the very beginning. People around them blink their eyes in surprise, and the Empress's face lights up with misunderstanding. The girl's face lights up redder than before, but now not because of embarrassment, but because of shame from what happened. Hopes for a quiet life ended exactly at the moment when Kaiser allowed himself to do this. Rumors spread around almost like lightning, no matter what, even if there was nothing like that. Everyone thought that Fureska might become the crown prince's wife, but at the end of such conversations, they always wondered what would happen to Lady Yulika. After everything that happened, the blonde made the guy apologize 1,000,000 times on his knees. Accepting the sword, the maiden quietly asks what she hates most. She should get the obvious answer. The boy looks up, which seems intimidated, indicating that the girl hates the disturbance of her silence. The blonde nods in agreement, but immediately after that asks him what he did. Looking away guiltily to the side, the brunette quietly says that he has created a situation that will bring a headache. Nodding again, the heroine almost bursts into flames with anger, which seem to have subsided a little. The man is trying to justify himself. It was Helena who ordered everyone to win, so it was not bad for the student who achieved victory to thank the teacher. The girl cannot deny the truth of the words, but she is incredibly angry, so you shouldn't laugh. Without even noticing it, the handsome man involved the blonde in a political battle that was incredibly tiring. Turning away, the lady does not listen to the fact that the young man did not mean it. Due to the current situation, the heroine and Lady Branta are obliged to compete for the wife's place. If a man wants to restrain the Empress, it is better for him to use other methods rather than drag the beauty along with him. Kaisar doesn't try to say anything anymore. He accepts his mistakes, so he sadly looks away. If Agoth or Leonard had won, they would probably have given the wreath to their master just like Winter did. Turning to the student, the lady asks why he is saying this out of the blue. As students, the two showed their abilities to the teacher, which should have already been enough for this. Looking into the girl's eyes, the guy begins to cry. He is also a student of the master, so it is not clear what is wrong. I can't believe that the heroine dislikes the wreath so much and hates being associated with a boy. Obviously, the maiden despises every item given by Kaisar, so she behaves like this. The girl does not believe that her friend is crying. She tries to calm him down because she really liked the attention, and the wreath too. Shouting about what is a lie and what is not, the guy asks if they are proud of him, to which they tell him that the lady did those trainings to feel joy and pride. Virgo no longer knows what to say. She hates when little children cry. It's very difficult to resist. In this case, the master is obliged to praise her student and fully reward him for the trophy received. Trying not to start screaming again, the lady just agrees. She can't miss this opportunity, so she's going to do what she needs to do. A smile appears on the brunette's face. That is why he strived to win, But now his feelings are not hurt as before. The blonde freezes. She did not hope that the situation would be resolved so quickly, literally, before her eyes. Kneeling down, the guy kisses the girl's hand. Now you can calmly wait for praise and reward. Turning around, the man walks away into the distance, leaving the woman standing with her mouth open in surprise. The door opens and the prince comes out, who assures the servants that everything is fine and the screams were not real. Nobody died, so they can go about their business. The girl no longer knew what to do. She wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. The shame now overtook even Helena, because in the end she was involved in everything that happened. I didn't even want to believe it. As the sister said, from the middle of the conversation, everything went wrong. After the conversation, the young man left, but then unexpectedly returned. The guy said that Helena used to receive invitations that she didn't want to answer, but everything turned around because she no longer needed to do this. Bursting with laughter, the man ran away, saying that this matter should also be praised. Virgo mentioned this in passing 3 years ago, so it's strange that it stuck with her. The letters almost never came anymore. This is good, because the beauty was too lazy to write refusals, but at the same time, fear was present. If you think about it, it won't be possible to come out positive because Helena received a letter that Leonard accepted. Looking at the piece of paper, the beauty understands that it is the wax seal of the imperial palace. It was sent by Caesar. Expectations changed because the letter was sent by the Empress herself, who obviously very much wanted to meet on the chosen day. The woman herself showed herself to be a strange person, so the master did not want to go to the meeting in the palace. Everything that happened because of the prince and his wreath. The offer could not be refused, so the lady went to the Empress. Walking along the corridor, the heroine draws attention to the painting. She would like to be filmed. The girl had to wait a relatively long time, but now the Empress was ready to invite the Duchess. The woman meets the maiden, smiling to hide her identity. She is glad that the invitation was accepted. Walking into the hall, the blonde sits down and curtsies. It is an honor for her to come to the palace on such an important matter. Lady Bronte was nearby. They seemed to be seeing each other a little too much, which seemed a little suspicious. The two seemed to know each other too closely, but this is not the case. Virgo says that they only met a few times. There was no point in taking the meeting too seriously, but this was no ordinary tea party. The Empress notices that the prince expressed his love to the master, but this seems like a joke. Here, everything was different than for others. This is not a joke, because at the competition, it was Helena who became the owner of the wreath, and not someone else. Addressing Lady Branta, the heroine says that she needed to make a little more effort, which evaporated. The blonde freezes. She can't find the right words because it seems too much for her. It became awkward, so Fresca explains everything. Together with His Highness, the maiden studied fencing, so the prince shared the joy with his comrade. In this case, Brant should have studied fencing rather than magic, which turned out to be a stab in the back. The girl turns to her interlocutor. She didn't know that the lady was studying magic, even if she thought it was stupid. Magic is a very complex subject that cannot be used by everyone. There are no people left in the world who know how to use it. The lady next to her drooped, but aroused even more interest in Helena, who realized that she could benefit from this. It's sunny outside, so the Empress offers to go with her to the courtyard. She would like to show the two of them something. The smile seems false, but the blonde agrees to keep Her Highness company, even through force. What happened in the yard was something that could not have been predicted. The archer turned out to be the one who became a gift for the two young ladies. The girls sit down at the table. In the garden, there turned out to be a real shooting range, which the Empress wanted to show off. Apparently, Lady Bronte was also in such a situation for the first time. The man is the best archer in the lands, so the girl called him for pleasure. Turning to the princess, the lady remembers that she skillfully wields a sword. In that case, the maiden must know something about bows and arrows. While the heroine was working as a mercenary, a friend taught her how to shoot, but she was unable to master the bow as well as the sword, so she gave up quite quickly. Ulika, as usual, bursts into the conversation. The girl can rightly be called a tomboy, because a lady is obliged to use dancing and poetry, and not a sword and a bow. Of course, Helena did not agree with this statement, but she just nodded. Lady Bronte can do this sort of thing herself. There is no need to get into an argument. Lady Yulika had been trained since childhood as the wife of the crown prince, so of course she had completely different qualities. The Duchess, on the other hand, grew up quite freely because there would be no one trying to force her to do anything she didn't like. This is because the blonde was far from the battlefield for power, and this is a special right of aristocrats from the prefectures, which is not available to others. The Empress would like the Duke to continue to be the same, but she asks if the princess is greedy for power. It is not about politics, but about the position of the crown prince's wife, which makes the girl next to her jump in amazement at such a conversation. Yulika doesn't have time to say anything because she clutches her ears with her hands. All around you can hear the crackle of arrows hitting the mark over and over again. Keeping her straight and calm face, the heroine nods. She is not at all interested in the imperial family and politics in general. After what happened, the girl finally understood the Empress's intentions. The sound of piercing arrows was a silent threat that made itself felt. Smiling her nasty smile, the woman asks you to swear to the truthfulness of the interlocutor's answer so that it doesn't only get worse later. I just want to hear that Helena will not be eyeing the position of mistress of the imperial estate as such. After the words have been spoken, a loud sound is heard again, which seems to deliberately put pressure on the consciousness so that the right person says yes. The beauty is incredibly lazy to do this because she understands perfectly well that nothing good will come of it. It's worth showing your capabilities quickly. Before giving an answer, the heroine thanks her for showing her a wonderful sight. She asks to demonstrate her abilities, which she also has. Moving closer to the archer, the lady makes a quick plan of action. The target is close, given the fact that the bow is much more comfortable than what we had to practice with at the time. What happens in the garden is actually all children's jokes that are not worth paying attention to. The Empress must understand who she contacted. Taking aim, the blonde fires several arrows at once, which clearly hit the target, as if they were charged with attraction. What the heroine does will be a silent prevention of her threats. Only this will be the best way to make it clear that you should be much more careful. Turning back to the woman, the lady smiles. She can make a deal, but she won't swear to anything because it's not in her best interests. Bronta almost immediately jumps out of his seat, starting to stutter. She cannot believe that someone dared to talk to Her Highness in such a tone. The blonde is pulled back. The Empress turns to her, asking her to bring earrings from the room just to get rid of unnecessary interference. After the lady disappears from sight, the Empress quietly speaks about all the talents and intelligence that Lady Foresca possesses. It's hard to believe that they are the same age. Looking into the princess's eyes, the woman blatantly lies, saying that she likes her. This is definitely a connection, so you can try to get closer. Without expressing any emotion, the blonde reminds him that she is a close friend of the crown prince to make it clear. The guy is a close friend for the girl, but also the son of the Empress, of whom she is incredibly proud, so there will be no problems. If a girl decides to take the offer and get closer to her, this will in no way harm either her image or her as a whole. Still, the Empress is not going to let Helena go just like that. The response to the threat worked, but it was too persistent. Caesar appears out of nowhere and puts his hand on his friend's shoulder, saying that he has been looking for her for several hours, not even suspecting that she is here. Taking the girl aside, the guy lowers his head into his hands. He despaired because he did not want to add more worries. The Empress did not intend to make a move, but in the end, that is exactly what she did. Virgo looks with a skeptical look, as if something has happened. She would like to say that the young man was wrong from the very moment he handed her the wreath, but she cannot find the strength. The man protected the princess. He looked at Her Highness, saying that he would have come much faster if only he knew what kind of meeting was taking place here. The Virgin did not immediately understand what had happened, however, realizing that now she would not have to agree to getting closer to the hated woman. She was happy in her head. The Empress offered to drink tea, but they did not listen to her. The young man warned that he should not make fun of his friend, since she was not used to this. Trying to appear friendly, the heroine shakes her head. She wasn't going to do anything because she just wanted to make more friends. Plans for finding a companion had to be postponed because the brunette was going to take the princess with him. He wanted to be alone with her. The girl doesn't want to make her son angry, so, of course, she agrees to retreat before it's too late. She understands that she needs to do this. Saying goodbye to the Duchess, the heroine promises that they will see each other again. The time was spent usefully, so it only brought pleasant sensations. Watching the blonde leave, she sighs. Everyone disliked the red-haired one very much, and even more so with how cleverly she brought in son and mother. Looking at the person leaving the battlefield, it seems that she could easily pour poison into a cup and even smile. Caesar does not share the feelings of the mother because he did not like the idea of becoming an empress from the very beginning, like everything else. Looking at the young man, the heroine realizes that she cannot refuse, so she asks if he wants his girlfriend to take his side. Winter does not immediately realize the reality of what is happening, so he only blinks his eyes in surprise, as if he had heard a fable. Helena can continue to do everything she did before, because the prince will not choose her. She's too lazy to do stuff like that, so there's no point anyway. Taking Kaiser's side and entering the war is indeed tiresome and boring, but it is not only he who chooses, but also the heroine herself. The fact that the lady took the guy as her student and promised that she would make him an emperor who would be protected had its beginning. Everything was done for a reason. A mentor will help you figure everything out so you don't have to worry. The young man says nothing, just looking into his eyes, trying to find sincerity, which is immediately visible. He puts his face in his hands. The boy seems to be delighted with the incredible decision of his friend, who thinks she did a great thing. It is enough that everything has become clear. Virgo decides to meet with the Viscount again. She decided to do this right before her departure, which seems like a great honor for a man. The only response was a nod. The blonde is going to return to the capital very soon, although she doesn't talk about business because there was no point in it. Jokes began, however, most importantly, the maiden called the man on an important issue. He promised to become an informant, so there's something to find out. The brunette raises his eyebrow a little. He did not hope that they would remember the words that he had spoken long before. Of course, the guy agrees. But if information is needed to clarify the relationship between the prince and the empress, the young man has nothing to say. The blonde nods. She didn't intend to find out something like that, but she still understood what the meaning was. Looking into the eyes, as if with a murderous gaze, the beauty asks if she seems to the Viscount to be such a person, to which she receives a negative shake of her head. The man apologizes. He said this out of excitement in front of the lady and out of a desire to protect his highness, so he asks you to try to understand. Nodding, the beauty takes another sip of tea. She believes him only for this reason. It would be impossible to trust anyone else. Hamilton has always been around children since childhood, when they spent time with him, and always laughed at how gullible he was. The heroine always knew that no matter what, the guy can be trusted the most. The man asks what kind of information the girl wanted to receive, to which he receives a slight smile. A stack of sheets is placed on the table. The stack contains the names of the aristocrats and the names of the organizations that sent the invitations. Of too much. The list also includes trade organizations and guilds, artist groups, and schools. A huge number arrived after the competition, but now, after the intervention, all the letters have disappeared. The girl does not ask for too much, but wants the Viscount to separate the places that should and should not be visited. The guy's eyes almost fell out. He does not believe that the lady will attend social events, but the prince needs support from behind. People cannot be trusted because they joined only by looking at the title, and if the situation turns out to be unfavorable, they can leave. I had to be surprised twice, because the Viscount could not understand that this would be done despite all his laziness. If the maiden speaks of her intention to step forward, His Highness will be against it. The decision is up to the princess, so she doesn't care. The man needs to justify himself to Caesar by saying that he tried to dissuade his acquaintance. The job will be done within 2 days. If this continues, and the maiden becomes the prince's wife, Hamilton will have no more desires. Even the girl's parents don't want this, but it's worth pursuing. A woman can gain power without even becoming someone's wife, and this is a fact that is common. The guy tries to object again, so the beauty waves her hand. She's not going to put pressure on anyone. Looking out the window, the lady notices children running around. even in such a big city, there are street children. Virgo remembers that Dante was like that too. It becomes interesting to see if others have this potential. The Empress is special because she was even different in the color of her blood and was able to seal the dragon. Hamilton freezes. If you think about it, you can remember a strange religion that exalts the dragon. The blonde looks at the man in surprise. She had never heard of anything like this. Apparently, religion is gathering strength among the middle strata of the population. This is ignored in the country. The Holy Assembly should not sit on the sidelines, but they unanimously say that they consider this a trifle. The heroine nods. She does not agree with this because she did not seal the dragon to observe something like this. Obviously, religion will not last very long, and then it will simply disappear as if it had never happened. Empress Dante would be surprised. The guy talks about the heroine herself, however, living a different life. It already seems to her as if she is listening to a story about someone else. The Virgin moved away from Dante's life and became more attached to Helena, who lived in chocolate, doing what she liked. Foresky's life is not particularly stressful, but for some reason the beauty feels intense sadness. Because this is exactly how everything happens around her. In the future, the main character will have a lot more to do, but she doesn't even know how much everything will change. After everything, the lady even notified her father and brother, but the dinner turned into a disaster, and she had to calm down the two men. They asked Helena to tell everything so that they could help. If my mother were in the hall, it would become even noisier. Exactly 2 days later, Hamilton handed over a list of aristocrats who needed to be convinced and lured to the right side. The lady almost immediately got to work. She invited them to receptions and did persuasion that was supposed to help. Little by little, the girl made connections. This was almost unnoticeable to others, and especially to the imperial family. The summer of next year arrived, which came unnoticed. Agoth brought new invitations, which came from Lady Foresca. The heroine was quite tired, especially since she didn't have time to sleep, so she couldn't figure anything out. Finally, the most important letter that we have been waiting for has arrived. It was an invitation to Yulika's birthday, on which she would become an adult. I'll have to go because it's a great opportunity. There will be many families that support the Empire there, so they can be considered. On the day of the reception, the carriage went on business. Virgo wanted to find an assistant, but did not hope that everything would turn out differently than she expected. The brother found another excuse, saying that he was busy at the academy, so the Viscount was sent with the lady. Although the girl said it in such a way that it seemed that she was not happy, this was not the case, because Hamilton was quite suitable as an escort. It would be more effective if Caesar came with Helena, but even her very presence will show that they are close. The hall is very noisy, so it seems that the whole empire has gathered here. Going down the stairs, the lady is about to plunge into the crowd. The mouth opens in surprise when the blonde looks around with interest. There are really an incredible number of people. The room was more luxurious than at the coronation. If you go too far, you can lose the favor of the emperor, but he also wants to get the power of Balor, so he made the empress his wife. Now it became clear why Yulika turned the glass over on her dress. She was the opposite of Helena. The lady is lost in her thoughts without noticing it, but the young man offers to go greet Lady Bronte. Approaching from the back, the lady sits down and curtsies, congratulating Yulika on her birthday. Smiling so as not to show hostility, the blonde nods and thanks for the congratulations and for coming to the event. This is especially addressed to the princess. It must have been difficult for her to drive along the village road because the Duke lives in God knows where. The path went to a distant margraviate, so the roads are not so important, which means that the lady's house is even further away than the head of the heroine. The girl brought something as a gift. The answer is laughter and some joke about a pumpkin, which seems completely inappropriate. The little ones are trying to kill the lady's mood, but she does not give up, reminding her that pumpkins are collected in winter. The heroine shudders. She gradually begins to realize that very soon she will lose the battle of words with the lady who opposes her. The princess says that this is a fact, but it is obvious that Bronte does not know this, so she asks for forgiveness. Hamilton, who came to the rescue, asks to apologize because it is impolite to emphasize someone's ignorance. In a verbal battle, the best option is to quickly run away, which is what the couple did, without even giving a chance to object. It's fun to watch Yulika rush from side to side. Hamilton helped in what he did, but he also believes that the lady does not have the best character. The lady's character was the reason why she managed to become friends with His Highness. This is also a well-known fact. The blonde decides to rest. The altercation hardly tired her, but it made her wonder what she was doing at such an event. Everyone communicates with Hamilton and does not approach the heroine, because communicating friendly with Helena in front of Yulika is not the best idea. Ignoring others turned out to be the best condition for reconnaissance. Thus, it immediately became clear who was loyal to the Empress and who was not. Virgo decides to take a short break. She didn't see Bronte, so she didn't intend to linger in the hall. One of the maids takes the lady to the ladies' room, saying that the Count is most likely in the smoking room, which is why he is not there. Nodding, the heroine thinks. She only hopes that she will still see the man, since he cannot sit in the room all day. Passing by one of the rooms, Helena cannot hold back and asks why the door is open. It's a kind of library. The servants ventilate the room so that all the books do not get spoiled, getting nothing out of it. All the books are of good quality, so it feels like someone deliberately opened the door in order to set a trap. The lady doesn't have time to go back out when Yulika's voice is heard from behind. She menacingly asks what her friend is doing here. The blonde raises her eyebrow in surprise. The meaning of the question is unclear because she only left briefly to wash her hands. The cabinet with books is full and majestic, so the Count probably loves to read since he made this place. The interlocutor mumbles something in response. She can't find the right words and speaks too quietly to be understood. Turning away, the girl finally shouts out that this is her office, not her father's. He is not so busy with such things that he fills the room with books. Memories came by themselves. Virgo previously said that she was studying magic, which did not go unnoticed. It's quite difficult to say something like that out loud. The lady still cannot use spells. She is interested in the theory of magic and scientific knowledge about it. This is what is important for a trained lady because it is for education. Compared to pumpkin picking time, this is more important. The princess is going to put the Duchess down, so she talks about the method of summoning Rabbi Ross and the theory of repetition magic. Virgo knows absolutely nothing about this. Clapping, the blonde notices how incredible the lady opposite is. This was said sincerely. Everyone says that magic is a useless science, but if you know better, it is a perfection that is not given to everyone. Magic is considered a lost technique. Even if you know the theory well, there is no point if nothing can be applied in practice. This was an obvious fact, but Yulika's gaze when she talks about her hobby shines brighter than the sun itself in the sky. Nodding, the lady agrees. There is no teaching that does not make sense, so Bronte can study what she wants. The blonde seems to be pleased with what was said. She looks on, giving the audience a smile that seems sweet. The lady is about to say something else, so she remarks that the lady does incredible things. Yulika blinks her eyes in surprise. Turning her back to her interlocutor, the beauty asks her to leave. Her mood changed very quickly. The princess must learn the silence and calmness of a well-bred lady because no one would look into all the open doors. The girl admits her guilt because she should not have behaved this way. They will definitely have mercy on her. Hurrying to take her leave, the beauty turns around and heads forward along the corridor next to the maid. What happened makes the heroine even blush a little. She didn't notice how she started praising her enemy. Yulika was an outstanding lady, but she remained a person of the Empress, who, just like her, was enemy number one for Kaiser. The woman turns around one last time, watching the door slam shut. She would like the young lady to be asked at least once what she wants to do. In the duchy, a conspiracy emerged between the maids. In the fall, the lady turned 20 years old, so they were obliged to surpass Bronte, who tried to do it luxuriously. The lady didn't understand why everyone else was more worried about her birthday than she was. The servants have their own battle that must be won at all costs. When people were in the palace, Brandt, the servants there, assured that when the maiden became Kaiser's wife, Helena would watch this in the front row, which angered Agathe. The girl laughs. She doesn't know what to say because the whole world considers them rivals. The servants started some kind of war precisely because of this. Agathe asks about the prince. He was not present at Yulika's reception, but there was a chance that everything would change. The blonde shakes her head because she's sure that won't happen. The girl almost flares up with anger again. Winter could not dare to do such a thing, but he needed to calm down because he had responsibilities. The blonde didn't send an invitation. Foresca is on the side of the crown prince, but Kaiser's power is not that great. I should have been more careful. A smile appears on the face. The young man may cry, but it would be strange if at 22 years old he cried because he did not receive an invitation. Soon Leonard arrived, who was specially free for his sister's birthday and was incredibly happy to see her. The academy was an important link, but no one interfered when the blonde took the weekend because there was absolutely nothing left. While hugging her brother, the lady notices that he has become even taller. She would like the same, but in the case of the princess, she stopped growing. Helena no longer needs to become different because what she already has will be enough. The girl did not want to think about such things. She will soon become an adult, but will remain below the students. A mountain of gifts attracts attention. There were more of them than there were at my brother's birthday, but they were sent for a different reason. Helena must try to do everything, even if there are indeed too many gifts. People from all over the area sent clothes, jewelry, shoes, and everything was prepared in the best possible way, so the beauty intended to prepare well. There was only one day left before the appointment, but nothing had changed. The schedule still included training with Agat. Despite being very busy, the girl did not shirk from her studies, which greatly pleased her friend. Virgo is about to leave the room, but she is stopped. The maid asks for just an hour of time. Blinking her eyes in surprise, the lady clarifies when she needs it, to which she receives a nod, because she wants it now. Due to the reception, the heroine has absolutely no time, but Agat is asking for something for the first time, so it is impossible to refuse. Almost jumping for joy, the girl asks to go somewhere with her, to which she receives a nod. Turning to Bash, the lady asks what happened, but the answer is no. She asks to sit down so that her appearance will be taken care of, but the lady understands that the servants are up to something. After a while, the girl is wearing beautiful clothes that are not suitable for an ordinary day off, but look beautiful. The clothes are perfect for the lady just for an ordinary day. She always tries to be beautiful. Everything was fine, despite the fact that all the servants around behaved somewhat suspiciously, so much so that I wanted to ask what happened that everything had changed so dramatically. The maid bursts into tears, saying that she remembers the girl being little and acting like an old baby, even if the beauty is an adult. This does not mean that Bash will stop caring about her. This is true because the lady does not understand anything about everyday life. The conversation is interrupted by another maid who opens the door and reminds him that it is time to go out. The maiden had just time to get ready, so she followed straight after Agoth, whom she led to the servants' dormitory behind the palace. The door swings open, and almost all the servants from the castle are inside the room, congratulating the girl on her birthday. The blonde stands with her mouth open. They continue to congratulate her on what will happen tomorrow, which makes her touch. The beauty was too surprised, so she could not find the right words to speak out. No one had ever done anything like that to her. The man apologizes for the sudden surprise. They didn't want to scare the princess, even if they had never done anything like this before. The servants heard that the lady would soon leave for the capital, so they prepared a gift. He is a little modest, but still they tried their best. Accepting the box with the lock, the lady quietly asks if she can open the little thing now, to which she receives a unanimous yes. In your hands, you find a figurine with carved swords, which attract so much attention, focusing on yourself. Not finding the right words, the heroine asks where they found the money for this, to which she is reproached. The servants also earn more than enough. Perhaps a necklace would be a more worthwhile gift, but this seems more absurd. They know how to please a lady who is interested in such things. Swords are much more suitable for a lady only because of her originality, which is completely incompatible with anyone else. The servants would be glad if the gift did not get boring, but this cannot happen. It is worth noting that even so, it is much more valuable. The blonde would never try to exchange what she received for something else, because the thing would look great in the bedroom. The figurine cannot even be compared with the pile of gifts piled in the hall, because in 2 lives, the heroine has never received such incredible gifts. In her past life, Dante could not take her soul anywhere because she simply was not surrounded by good people. Wherever the heroine went, she never felt needed, remaining completely alone everywhere, only with her power. Now everything has changed, because it is in the Duke's house that there is a place where she is always welcome, no matter what. Clutching the gift to her chest, the woman once again thanks everyone who is with her and promises to come to the estate. The lady was going to leave much earlier, but she was detained. Now it was night, so after all the fun, it was time to sleep. Stopping near the door, the blonde once again examines the treasured thing that so quickly became her favorite. Without letting go of the gift, the girl enters the room, hoping that she can quickly fall asleep. But a familiar voice is heard right in front of her. No effort was made because right in front of the lady in the chair sits Kaisar, whom she missed so much. The girl goes a little deeper, asking in shock what happened, not finding the strength to believe what's happening. Kaiser arrived 4 hours ago and even managed to greet Leonard. The girl was having a fun time, so the man decided to wait. The guy had to come late at night, even without an invitation. He understands why the maiden did this, so there is no point in explaining. Missing the birthday of the only master would be an even greater mistake than anything else. This could not be overlooked. Winter switched to a guessing game, asking what happened. The girl only said that it was the day before her birthday, which is not that important. Midnight came, and the guy wanted to congratulate Helena first. He managed to succeed even in a task that he had not even hoped to accomplish at all. Looking into the eyes of the beauty, the friend congratulates her on coming of age. He had to wait too long to get what he needed. Yesterday's day and night are no different, but for some reason, the heroine, holding hands with the prince, feels like an adult. The cherished morning has come, so going down the stairs to the hall, the lady thanks for all the congratulations. She is happy about this event. Many ladies try to remind about themselves and their existence, saying that they know how little the maiden was before. The beauty smiles. She is incredibly pleased to hear so many kind words addressed to her. A lot of important people came to greet you. Among them, the lady even noticed those who remained neutral in the war between Baller and Faresca. Virgo hopes that the person who arrived at night will not be in the hall, but hopes crumble like dust. Smiling, the prince says that for him the day is joyful and cheerful, just like for the heroine. Asking what happened, she hears in response something about her gorgeous smile, which she had the opportunity to observe. Trying not to express her anger, which would become unreasonable, the heroine asks if His Highness is upset because his birthday is only once a year. Gently kissing the princess's hand, the young man speaks of his love for every expression on the maiden's face. The man turned out to be a snake because he simply decided to quickly run away, leaving the girl alone with her anger, which had to be hidden in front of the guests. After the greeting, the interest of others disappeared, but the heroine is the main one, so she cannot disappear. She'll probably have to sit still, so the blonde turns around to find Kaiser and Leonard. The brother communicates with already adult aristocrats. Surely they want to be remembered by the guy who will become a duke in the future. The ladies in the audience were interested in the blonde for a completely different reason. They flashed their eyes to attract attention. Kaiser could not be found, so the lady gave up. Her thoughts are interrupted by a young voice, which notices the fact that the princess is tired. A handsome young man appears before the lady. This is the eldest son of Count Rook, who seems to study with Leonard at the academy. The couple discusses the event, and the man thanks again for the invitation. More importantly, he would like to dance to the next song. Leonard talks a lot about his sister, and today, seeing the Duchess, the guy was convinced that it was true. Getting down on one knee, the brunette asks about consent to the first dance, which will open the dance floor. Laughing, the girl remembers her inability, because of which she can trample her feet. The companion is sure that he will not feel anything, because the beauty is light as a feather, continuing to insist on dancing. Virgo extends her hand into the palm opposite. The guy seems impatient with what he will soon be able to see and feel. Instead of holding hands, the young man is easily pushed away. He watches as whoever grabs the princess, leaving him aside. The one who showed up, of course, was Winter. He agreed with the princess that the first dance would be his. The brunette apologizes for the millionth time and then quickly runs away, which makes the girl feel quite awkward. If the young man had not been so brave, he would not have had the right to become the first. Therefore, kneeling down, he asks the master to dance. It is obvious that Kaiser wants to show the couple to people, but it is the Duchess who will then have to butt heads with the Baller family and Branta. Trying to argue, the lady fails miserably because even the argument about poor skills does not work. People around begin to whisper as soon as they notice a beautiful couple heading forward to dance. It turned out that Helena cheated because she is a wonderful dancer who hid it. A very long time ago, the beauty was able to acquire the necessary skills from a distant friend, about whom no one knew. This story was not created to be discussed. That friend looked like Kaiser, but was completely different in character. The Empress had no ability to dance, but Ella's never calmed down, continuing to persist. The guy insisted on his own, and always dragged the girl to the dance floor to show the others a masterclass in dancing. Many simply refused to be partners. But even after this, he never left Her Highness, even if she stepped on him 100 times. Elis was the first dance instructor, and the first partner who was able to finally achieve success in training. The girl thought too deeply that she herself did not notice how she got confused in her steps, and almost fell to the floor. In order to save the situation, the prince twists, picking up the princess in his arms, lifting her into the air as if it had been planned. Lowering the lady to the ground, the young man quietly asks if everything is okay, to which he receives a nod and slight gratitude for the rescue. There will probably be a lot of rumors about this situation, but the blonde is not worried. Nothing bad will happen from this. Due to the fact that in her past life Dante had to protect only herself, it was easier for her. There are too many people in this life whom she would like to protect from trouble. The more such people become, the more the beauty wonders if she is becoming weaker than before. Now there is no point in thinking about it. For Helena Foresky, these people are incredibly dear, so this cannot be changed. Only a year passed, but already the following fall, the final decision was made that the lady was leaving to live in the capital. Having gathered her strength and thoughts, the heroine prepared for departure, which foreshadowed to be a new good chapter in life. Strange sensations did not leave the princess even on the way to the capital. The heart is pounding and the soul is heavy, although the beauty has nothing to worry about. Perhaps the girl is just bored after leaving. This is exactly what a person feels when he leaves loving people. Leaving waiting people sounded strange. This is exactly what Dante Renatus was unable to experience in her past life. Speaking about the fact that Helena smiles with happiness, the maiden quickly stops short, laughing at the fact that she talks about herself in the third person. The servants on the estate were already ready to enter service. Each of them bows their head, welcoming the lady to her arrival. The girl did not stop by for a short time, but became the mistress of the estate, but she is only going to ask for reports. She doesn't find time for more. The thought of a place where you can train comes to mind, so it's worth remembering the garden that has already been prepared for this task. The rest will be done without haste. So the beauty is about to go to the meeting, but she doesn't succeed. The servant wants to report something. On the weekend, young Mr. Leonard promised to come to the estate, but he did not warn about his visit. Kazar will arrive that same day, and even if it cannot be said that the beauty is not happy, she knows that the man will bring with him something that will cause a headache. The brunette smiles, watching this display of emotion. The only way out is to try to refuse. This would work if the heroine were not a master who has no right to refuse to visit his student. The Imperial Palace had exactly what the blonde had come for. She decided to meet with those she already knew. Lady Evergreen and Hamilton were the ones who agreed to the meeting. They were already waiting for their guest, who was a little late. Skipping the greetings, the lady gets down to business. Using the list as a basis, the maiden visited societies and observed their trends. There are many aristocrats who can be won over to the side of the prince. Taking the sheets on which the list of names and houses was laid out, the servants begin a detailed study. Adjusting her glasses in surprise, Ravina is surprised that she managed to get quite confidential information. Shutting the mouth of even a servant is a difficult task, given that at meetings the ladies are followed by their servants, who know about everything. Agathe is still young, so it was easy to lull the vigilance of her interlocutor. These are the places where people talk the most. In her past life, Dante had plenty of time to listen to stories and rumors. Almost all of them came from the servants around. It was difficult to think of it to such an extent, so it can no longer be denied that when a lady needs something, she leaves her comfort zone. Not understanding what proposal we are talking about, the lady asks again. Clearly the Viscount is offering something. Folding his hands in a pleading gesture, the brunette asks to become His Highness's official instructor in the art of swordsmanship. The blonde freezes. At this moment, it seems to her that she could have expected anything, of course, except for what she heard. It's more like a desire to tie the heroine to Caesar so that she doesn't run away, and that's true. She does not want to become a wife, so she must stay close, at least in this status. This was not so bad for the heroine, but if Hamilton had suddenly seated the princess in this place, it could have aroused suspicion among the public. With everything that could happen, something like this would force the Viscount into a headwind that wouldn't help. Until now, the master existed only by standing behind his students. Most will not be happy with a girl with unproven abilities. An idea about what needed to be done immediately came to mind. Rowena remembered Marquis Ben. As was known, the man left the political arena, just like Fresca, closing himself on his lands and maintaining neutrality. Most recently, the brunette attended a reception at the estate, but the girl decided to simply turn a blind eye to him, which turned out to be a mistake. Somehow, the maid learned that the Marquis's territories had recently been infested with monsters, so he asked Fresca for reinforcements. It is strange that the young man asked for reinforcements. Aristocrats are usually given aid and military support from the state, so it is obvious that everything is too bad. In this situation, the man should have first asked for help not from the Duke, but from someone with a similar title. Evergreen remembers one interesting detail. Previously, the Marquis requested help from the Bronte family, but of course he was refused. It is clear that the Empress's supporters were in a bad mood, and one could only guess what happened to them. The Imperial Palace still does not intend to send an army, and there are also budget problems, because the local soldiers are not used to fighting monsters. What the maiden heard could be a chance for salvation. If everything is done correctly, the Marquis will side with the Crown Prince. The servants had already even managed to come up with a plan. The princess would gather a monster cleanup group and perform with it on the territory of the Marquis. Thus, the Duchess will kill two birds with one stone. She will show her capabilities, and at the same time lure the man to her side. Even if that was the case, the lady wanted to take a break from fighting monsters in this life. She's not sure if she can do it. Those who arrived have nothing to answer. Of course, believing in Helena's powers is what you need, but you need to come up with the right plan. Hamilton recalls what once happened to the mercenaries in one of the abandoned houses when they wanted to kill the prince. That day, Fresca showed her true capabilities, which made the guy believe what he saw almost instantly. The girl admits that the proposal sounds too boring, but if the Viscount proposed, it means that he views the girl as a knight. If you look at the situation from the other side, then this idea does not seem so hateful from the very beginning. Consent is not long in coming, but the heroine has one condition left, which the joyful Hamilton, of course, is ready to listen to. The girl herself is going to choose who will go with her. Of course, among them there will also be 3 students who do not have the right to refuse this venture. A few days later, Caesar returned to the palace. He doesn't know what to do to make the process with Helena gain momentum. Rowena, standing to the side, asks if the couple were holding hands, to which she receives a nod. As children, they even slept in the same bed. As for more serious physical contacts, things were better. The man let the girl touch his thighs. Virgo is surprised. The prince gave the Duchess much more than expected, which could not but cause such a reaction. The guy is desperate because he doesn't know what else he needs to give, so that the lady sees him as a man and not a student. To do this, you need to go to a consultation. Of course, Winter agreed, so he granted an appointment to a famous, charming person. Rowena has a distant relative in the knightly detachment, so she volunteered to introduce them, saying that the Black Knight Ash Garin is a real heartthrob. It was for this reason that His Highness summoned the knight. He started talking about how easy it was to do something like this. You just need to be beautiful, because a beautiful face is the best weapon for conquest at the first meeting. The guy sighs, because he and Helena have already met many times. The problem is that the relationship cannot develop into a relationship between a man and a woman. Grunting, Garen thinks about what can be said in the case that the prince proposed. Still, something special is found, so the man is asked about Kabidon. This is the name of the technique, with the help of which you can show strong charisma and sophistication with the help of a gentle look. Looking down at his companion, the young man will be able to emphasize his maturity. After this, you might even be able to kiss. After that day, thoughts about this technique were spinning in Kaiser's head. The blonde had to call his name more than 3 times. Smiling, the guy assures that everything is fine. Even during training, he was not entirely focused. The man couldn't believe that the heroine would have guessed something like that so quickly. She must have talent. Winter admits that he remains just one anxious person who seems strange to everyone else. The young man freezes. He realizes that they are in a deserted corridor next to each other. The perfect moment has arrived. Addressing Helena, the guy raises his hand, stopping it near the interlocutor's face. Not hearing the request to move away, the hero tries to remember exactly how to make a gentle look. It's strange that today the young man is embarrassed, because usually it's easy for him to do something like this, but he needs to pull himself together. The next step is for the prince to place his finger on his chin. The lady remembers bad days from her past life, so she menacingly asks when she will be released. Kaiser did not immediately understand what the problem was. He did not see what the heroine saw. Pushing the young man, the lady turns sharply, pinning him to the wall nearby. Obviously, this is exactly what I wanted to do, but next time the master has the right to scold the student for such jokes. The girl's hand ends up on the brunette's chin, who quietly asks for forgiveness for his pathetic attempts. Leonard arrived at the estate over the weekend. They haven't gathered like this for a long time. As children, they were always playing cards and things like that. Now the entertainment has changed, so the guy takes out a bottle of wine. They're all adults, so they have every right. No one is sure whether everything will be all right. However, no matter what, they will drink at home and not somewhere in the alley where no one will even have a chance. Realizing that everything is fine, the blonde lights up with an idea, asking to quickly pour her a glass of a drink that will warm her soul. As it turns out, Helena is not so simple. When she was a mercenary, she did this almost every night. The best thing is talking about monsters when everyone is already in condition. Finally, everything has been poured into glasses, so a toast is raised to the girl's arrival in the capital. We can only hope that this will last for a long time. Virgo can't believe that she can finally drink something like this. Now, life will not be so boring, which seems strange. Having drunk half the glass almost in one gulp, the beauty falls. Only after so much did my mind become clouded. Although Dante knew how to drink, this does not work with Helena. Opening her eyes, she laughingly asks why Elez is standing sideways, stroking the hair of the girl who is lying on her knees. The brunette says that he did not think that the heroine would be so weak, but did not think that she would drink so much at once. Caesar has a cool hand, which makes him relax a little. The girl had not drunk so much for a long time that she herself did not notice how this happened. Laughing at the lady, the guy notices that she really took too many times and talks about such things as if she had already tried this before. Looking at the boy, the girl notices what a handsome face he has. He should be grateful to his ancestors. Helena doesn't stop talking about what she likes because the guy's face is exactly her type. She admits it. Calling the lady by name, the young man gives her a moment to understand what is happening, asking her to close her eyes, and then bends over her face. The next day, the girl felt better, so she came with the news. They go to help Marquis Ben on a monster hunt. Winter was more than against it. He was almost screaming about how unsafe this activity was. Virgo could not miss her chance. The prince was going to go there, so the princess shouldn't do it. You can't do this alone. The guy is also going to take over the role of Fresca, to which she categorically disagrees. Lowering his face into his hands, the handsome man sighs heavily. He had no strength left to argue, even if he tried to prove his abilities. The prince does not know what the reason is, but if it is for his sake, he is not going to do it, not under any pretext. The man forgets that the princess promised to make him an emperor. She had to finish the job she started. Finally, there is a chance to see the real abilities of the master, so it should not be missed. No one can defeat Faresca. No longer finding the strength to resist, the guy is no longer able to calm down. He does not want to participate in such a thing under any pretext. Giving up and agreeing, the hero still sets one condition. If it suddenly turns out to be dangerous there, he will immediately withdraw all the troops back. It was promised to finish the matter before the end of winter. After the conversation, the girl easily received permission from her parents. The couple did not interfere with their daughter's aspirations, together fulfilling their promise to support their daughter in all her endeavors. The next day, most of the work was ready. The squad was just waiting for the scout, who was supposed to bring more information. The first was the head of the Scarlet Knights, who requested permission to meet the girl. Dalton wants to send several knights as support. Inexperienced knights will not bring any benefit because they will have to be trained and sent back instead of fighting. Nothing can be done because the team is still needed. You need to make an appointment with people. Of course, Kaisar dragged himself to the meeting like a tail, who, according to him, could not leave his master completely alone. Without arguing, the brunette understands that Helena is determined, which shows that they will succeed. Virgo was really going to come in and win. She needed a lot more knights for her team, so she had no choice anyway. Kaiser would not have trusted the girl to come in a dress and lead the knights into battle. Clothing must be appropriate for the situation. For the guy, it's not so important what the master is wearing, because he would continue to blindly believe in Helena, no matter what. Usually, things are not resolved this way, because at this rate, one day the guy will be betrayed, making him regret his frivolity. There is nothing we can do about this, because the guy will be killed anyway. This answer does not suit the blonde. The lady does not believe that the boy grew up so reckless because of her, since she did not remember doing such a thing. A middle-aged man interrupts all the fun. He's glad they finally met, but asks if he should call her Master Leonard. Extending her hand, the lady shakes the hand of Nerp Dalton, who introduces himself as the head of the knightly detachment of the Red Knights. Carefully convening those who would be most suitable, the man prepared a place where it would be possible to carry out the selection that would happen. The guy suggests immediately going deeper into the hall, where you can look around, understanding what's what. Without letting go of Helena as quickly as she wanted to leave, the brunette grabs her hand, reminding her about disinfection. Virgo does not immediately understand what it is about, examining her hands. The prince is just worried whether they will listen to her. It is difficult to start following the orders of a lady who suddenly appears, who at first glance knows absolutely nothing about battles. Scarlet Knights focus on ability rather than knowledge. There is a long-standing mutual hostility between the White and Scarlet Knights. These two species continue to compete with each other, hoping that one day it will end. Turning to the blonde, Dalton advises to prepare a little before entering the battlefield, where they have almost already passed. Scarlet Knights grit their teeth at the sight of White Knights, so distrusting Faresca wouldn't even be rude per se. What happens next will be seen later. Helena speaks at the estate, saying that she will be the one to lead the knights in an attack on the monsters of Bendalium. Some of those standing in the hall will go on a hike with her, but of course the selection will not be the easiest, as one might think at first glance. One of the knights in the crowd grins. He seems to have something against what he hears, so he's not going to just back down. Raising his hand to the sky while the others laugh, the guy asks if it will be their duty to protect the noble lady from being hit by the monsters. Unfortunately, there will be no such chance, because the lady does not accept protection from weaker people than herself. Twitching from anger, which came as if out of nowhere, the guy tries to calm down, even if he manages to do it very difficult. Due to the fact that the general of the purge turned out to be a girl, there was too much mistrust. In this case, the lady will give her place to anyone who wins her. The knight in training, Hawk Millen, comes out first. He's not going to be punished for hurting a lady, so he might as well try. By coming forward and putting her weapon forward, the lady assures that this will never happen, so worries can be brushed aside. A second later, the battle begins, which with every moment only gains speed and danger. This makes the beauty try even more. Not even 2 minutes pass before the young man is on one knee, defeated with a sword on his shoulder, which makes everyone around him understand his true strength. Turning to the rest of the knights in the group, the lady asks which of them wants to be next, knowing full well that she will defeat them all. Without calming down, the knights act one by one. The next person is an unknown person who did not say his name, but of course was among those struck. Then comes the second, third, and fourth. The list goes on almost endlessly until the knights run out. There are defeated people lying around, unable to rise from the ground. Virgo asks if there are anyone else interested, to which she receives the answer, no. The lady sighs. She didn't expect to find anyone capable because almost everyone lost in the first second. But that's not the end. In the end, at least a few people were still able to be selected as participants in the monster hunt. Deciding that there is only one way left to win the hearts and devotion of the knights, the lady says that there are no worthy people. 3 days later, there was an influx of knights in the office who apologized. They asked for a chance to learn. Everything went exactly as Helena expected. As far as she knows, the Scarlet Knights are very arrogant in their abilities. If the heroine tried to force the guys to obey with the help of status, then now none of them would bow. Forcing everyone who arrived to stand up, the lady nods, but warns. Her workouts won't be some of the easiest. It's as if the knights are shouting that each of them is ready. This effect is really worth trying in the future. Virgo gets up from her seat. She adds that she is not generous, so those who disobey will be severely punished. From that very moment, training began, which took quite a lot of time. Knight Dalton has arrived to visit the Duchess. The guy arrived for a reason. A reconnaissance detachment returned from Bendalium, so he came to convey important news. What the man said only meant that it was finally time to speak. While in the carriage, the lady questions Kaisar. As it turned out, the young man had already been to Bendalium when he went for an inspection several years ago. There weren't that many monsters there. Leonard heard that not only in the city, but also in the border areas, a lot of monsters appear. The damage from monsters is enormous, but it cannot be small, because they always bring destruction with them. Previously, there were knights on the borders who restrained the animals, but since there were fewer of them, only one name remained from the army. If you think about it, there have been too many monsters recently, although many said that their numbers, on the contrary, are decreasing. For some reason, there was an opinion that the number of animals was decreasing due to dragons. But something changed. No one knows whether this information is true, but the times of their extinction and the reduction of monsters are approximately the same. The surprising thing is that magical power and dragons are somehow connected. Helena didn't expect to hear anything like this. It doesn't matter, because the most important thing is that the dragon does not appear again. For modern people, hunting such a creature is almost impossible. Grunting lightly, the master silences the interlocutor. A dead dragon cannot come to life for any reason. The place where the guards arrived seems quite gloomy. There are many trees around that hide secrets behind them. A man next to the princess asks if it is dangerous for her maid to go out and search. Virgo does not immediately understand who they are talking about. Everyone talks about Agut, which is not so simple. Very soon, the Duke will find out about everything. The conversation is interrupted by one of the knights. He found some large footprints. The tracks belong to a black dog. These monsters have been appearing in these surroundings for a long time. Dogs hardly appear at this time, but according to Kaisar, you need to be as careful as possible. The tracks were left after dawn, so the man suggests returning. It doesn't make sense after they discovered the evidence. With such a lineup, it will be difficult to counter a large number of black dogs, given the large monster. The warnings were in vain. A dog appeared from the forest and attacked one of the knights, throwing him to the ground. What is about to happen is incredibly dangerous, causing your insides to clench in fear. Not even a second passes before Leonard deftly rushes at the monster and then puts the sword back into its sheath. While the guy asks about the condition of his sister, the rest of the expedition look around in fear. The girl cannot believe that they met black wolves. They are not as active during the day. First, you need to go back to better study the area. This will be what they will do. Conversations take place at the negotiating table. The Virgin asks what the Marquis thinks about what is happening. The man received a report that recently, nocturnal monsters have become active during the day. The reason for this was difficult to find out, and in fact the man was not even going to say anything. Draco's religion was tied up in all this, about which it had been known since ancient times. But not much. What is being talked about in the hall is a thriving ideology that revered dragons as something supernatural. The Marquis agrees. Last spring, their priests visited the place where they are located and made baseless statements. At first, no one paid any attention to this, but they went into the forest to perform the ritual. Those who arrived promised that they would revive the dragon, which made them afraid. It was after this incident that there were many more monsters. There was silence in the office. Such a story did not leave those in the room indifferent. The prince leans back in his chair, shaking his head. This seems more like nonsense or pure coincidence. Obviously, this cannot be something strange, because all the other marquises, as one, say that after the visit of the strangers, the monsters increased in number. Helena raises her eyebrow in displeasure, because something so important should have been said much earlier than at that moment. The Marquis did not say because he had no evidence. It wasn't that important, so it was annoying. Without proof, it's just guesswork, so the princess just resigns herself in the end. She understands that she needs to find the details. The Duchess is about to leave the meeting. None of them even rested, but were already getting ready to leave. The group has unfinished business. If they don't want to let their guard down and be attacked like before, then at least something needs to be done. First of all, the lady is going to check the knights, who had to adequately check all the weapons. Entering the estate, the maiden asks everyone with her to quickly get together in order to discuss something important. The story began with a black dog. The beast's weapons are teeth, so it's easier to deal with by attacking from the side. The Duchess forbids turning your back on them and not going out alone. Looking around her students, the beauty asks if everything is clear to them, to which she receives a positive answer. Virgo is an amazing master, so of course she wants to protect her students. She knows everything you need to fight monsters. Turning to her brother, the lady asks what worries him. He has been thinking for some time now. Smiling, the blonde tries to make everyone believe that everything is fine. He thinks about what they were told about earlier. The hypothesis is that the reason why there are fewer monsters is due to the extinction of the dragon. However, this could mean the same thing, but in reverse. Helena doesn't believe what she said. It is impossible to revive what is already dead, in the case of Krusak, who was killed by Dante. There's still something strange. Lady was born with memories of the past, and Draco's religion wants to revive the dragon. It may not be just a coincidence, but the thoughts are interrupted by a young man who apologizes. He didn't want Helena to worry. The man changes the subject. To begin with, the squad should focus on the attack, which will occur very soon. It was important to hunt monsters that did not give residents a quiet life. Everything else is not so important. Virgo warns that the group may encounter a large monster called Lucracat. He is very agile and strong. In addition, the animal has good regeneration, so it constantly comes to life and does not die unless you deprive it of its head with one blow. Turning her gaze to Kaisar, the beauty orders him to start catching the animal. The lady is not going to be the one to do this because it will be difficult to cut off the head of such a large monster. This is not one of the main reasons, because it also lies in something else. The beauty is not going to reveal all her cards. It will be much better if all the credit goes to the crown prince who needs it. Everyone agreed with what the master said, except Agoth, who quietly clicked her tongue in irritation. After everything that was said, the active phase of action began. The fight is almost starting. An hour later, an alert was received that black dogs had been found in the northern part of the forest. The scout also mentioned the fact that most of the traps had been destroyed, meaning that Lucracota was also with them. People around remind the master that night has fallen, which means that the viewing area will be very limited. It is noticeable from Kaiser that he is worried because he is trying to show it almost imperceptibly. The man doesn't mean to seem like a weakling, but he's worried about one detail that doesn't add up. For some reason, the dogs that usually come out at night appeared during the day, as if someone had lured them out. Virgo jokingly talks about walking, to which she receives a remark from Winter. He's too excited to take jokes. That dog that jumped out of nowhere was definitely targeting Foresca, which made everything even more suspicious. The guy asks the girl to be more careful. No one would want the master to get hurt. The conversation is abruptly interrupted because someone from the group announces the arrival of black dogs. Not going to hesitate for a second, the beauty suddenly draws her sword, ordering everyone to spread out around the perimeter to begin the fight. The knights lost all vigilance because they were not sufficiently trained, so they scattered around. Gathering everyone together, the woman forms the necessary formation that will help defeat the monsters in the right order. The attack phase is not long in coming. Leonard is the first to rush into battle, attacking one of the wolves that appeared. Helena does not lag behind, because she understands that she needs to show her abilities and example to the frightened knights. The girl tries to dodge, but very soon she realizes that Kaiser was right. The dogs are trying to attack the blonde. There is no choice left, so you just have to fight more intensely to defeat everyone. Realizing that the strategy is not working as perfectly as we would like, the beauty orders everyone to disperse in different directions around the perimeter. The knights jump aside, noticing how several dogs are heading towards the Duchess, as if nothing bothers them. The girl backs away. She cannot immediately understand what the problem is and why they behave in this way. These little animals dared to underestimate Helena, who, of course, is going to teach them a lesson. Not about to stand still or back away, the blonde pulls out her sword and charges forward again. Realizing that the students will help in the matter much more, the lady immediately orders Agot to join the game. Turning around, the girl begins an attack on half of the wolves who did not have time to go further. Kaisar, seeing such a picture, lights up with hope. He invites the others to get together and help. As he is about to run into battle, the young man hears some growling behind him. Raising his head, the guy notices that same beast. The bowcat attacks the man, knocking him to the ground, trying to pin him to it as tightly as possible. Helena understands that this seems scary, but she asks everyone to gather their thoughts in order to win. The knights, who have long lost their moral spirit, shout that they need to run away quickly so as not to die on the spot. In such a situation, the master can only trust his friend, because Kaisar will be the one who defeats the monster with the best speed. Handing the sword to the prince, the maiden orders him to go into battle, because this monster will be on him. The man very quickly accepts the rules of the game and rushes forward, making Helena smile because now everything will be easier. Leonard is the one who runs after Kaiser to help. The mentor cannot stay away. Virgo wants to show off her strength, just like Leonard is trying to defeat as many monsters as possible in order to clear the territory. Agoth attacks Lucercat. She remembers what she was told, but tries to distract the animal by stabbing her in the back. The eyes close, making it clear that the animal is wounded. He will no longer be able to terrorize the inhabitants because the end has come. Realizing that the right moment has come, the lady calls Kaisar, but for some reason she hears a growl behind her. Virgo doesn't understand what happened. The monster was definitely in front of her, but somehow ended up behind her. Salvation is not long in coming. The student rushes into battle in order to quickly finish off the monster. The end came very soon, but the shock is still visible on the bright face. The lady doesn't know how to explain something like that. Agot runs up first. She hugs her friend, glad that she remained completely fine. Kaiser was right when he said that the monsters were targeting the princess, but finding a logical explanation was almost impossible. One of the knights praises the Duchess. He can't believe that the lady made herself a bait to boost the confidence of others. Bowing, the girl asks not to thank her because of such a trifle. She was going to do exactly that. The captain is called to look at something, so the princess is left alone with Agoth. The girl is about to ask the lord how she is feeling again, but she's just trying to ask the girl to move on. The blonde hints that the others are busy, so she asks to go help the captain of soldiers. The girl is left alone with the animal. She studies his body, trying to understand why, of all people, she is the target. Noticing something on the body, the lady sits down to examine the dragon mark and then touches it with her hand. The pattern was quite strange and resembled something familiar, but my memory did not allow me to remember what it was. As soon as the hand was near the engraving, something inside seemed to turn over, making the blonde feel terrible. The cough began to come out on its own due to the lungs, which began to work much worse, shrinking. Kaisar was the first to notice how the master was feeling. He did not immediately understand what was happening in that direction. A huge dragon or snake appeared from underground and grabbed Helena with its teeth, lifting her into the air. Everyone around saw what was happening, so they immediately realized that they needed to try to win, even if they knew nothing about him. Leonard lunges at the snake, causing it to growl. He drops Helena, who flies straight into the prince's arms. Virgo opens her eyes, which almost don't want to work. They reflect the fear that was first noticed on her face. The girl tries to joke, which brings a smile to the prince's face. The master will incredibly deceive himself in this way. Not intending to linger, the lady pushes Winter away. They quickly need to deal with the monster that has appeared. The boy doesn't even have time to say anything, but he understands perfectly well that the beauty cannot move after what happened. Standing on the ground, the maiden staggers a little. Everything floats before your eyes, preventing you from looking around. The worm that appeared is the one who is the most dangerous. His saliva contains poison that weakens all 5 senses, and especially vision. Feelings really do not obey, but the beauty cannot retreat, because if she runs away, everything will only become much worse. Grabbing her sword, the lady asks about the location of the worm, causing Kaisar to only ask in surprise. The other students also did not immediately understand what was being said, so they could not help as soon as they asked. Carefully standing behind Helena, the guy says that she only needs to walk 12 steps to overtake the monster. Lowering himself closer to his ear, the young man tries to help the master and calm her down a little. The target is right in front of her. The man knows the girl best, so she can trust him. If nothing works out and he has to fall again, the beauty asks him to catch him. The girl hopes for a friend who, of course, cannot let down the one who considers him the best. The master says what needs to be done, so of course they listen to him. Everyone steps aside to let the girl pass. Stepping forward a little, the lady orders you to follow her to help deal with the one who started this fight. The girl doesn't see anything, but she feels her students, who reliably cover her from behind, not letting her doubt it. It is for this reason that a virgin will never lose, because she has no right to do so. With just 2 blows, the beauty makes the monster make wild sounds that foreshadow its rapid fall. Due to the movements of such a large worm, the lady flies off to the side, like a piece of paper being carried by the wind. Kaisar promised that everything will be under control, so the heroine does not even open her eyes. You need to trust someone who promises something. The guy notices Foresca, who is rushing to the ground, so he is going to rush forward as quickly as possible to catch the body. Jumping, the man ends up on the ground, however. Having managed to do what was planned, he presses the beauty closer to him. Gently stroking his girlfriend's hair, the young man quietly says that everything will be all right. He is confident that it will happen. Lately, the lady has been having dreams about her only friend Gray, who was always with Renatus. Usually they did not do anything interesting, but each time these were different locations that the couple visited on missions. The guy always took care of the Empress, realizing that she needed support, at least from him. The man was incredibly reminiscent of Kaiser, which seemed to make the dream situation much worse. Another dream again made the lady wake up in a cold sweat. She doesn't understand where they started or how to stop everything. Trying to sit up on the bed, the heroine realizes that she cannot do it as quickly as she would like. A voice is heard from behind, talking about the strangeness of not being able to feel the body. The girl doesn't understand who it is. The voice becomes closer, so it is not difficult to determine the identity of the speaker. The young man comes to adjust the blanket, which has slipped a little, asking not to be called Prince in the absence of the others. The girl could not be left alone because she suffered a fracture of 2 ribs and a scapula and shoulder. In addition to all this, she does not see, and this will continue for some time. Memories from when they all went into the forest come back to mind. This was not what I wanted to think about. The doctor said that my vision would soon be restored. Leonard is also at the estate, but since the maiden has woken up, he can go to the academy. A smile lights up the bright face. There's no point in delaying things that need to be done quickly. The girl laughs. She was worried that Leonard would pretend to be a nurse all day to get inside. If the guy finds out that the beauty doesn't see anything, then everything will change, but Winter will do it instead of him. The beauty bursts into a new wave of laughter. She can't listen to how the crown prince will serve a lady like her. Silence hangs in the room, so the lady becomes quiet. She asks to say at least something, even if she doesn't care. Lowering his head, the young man sighs quietly. He needed to go there instead of a friend who was injured. Virgo didn't want to listen to anyone, so she decided to do everything alone, without listening to anyone at all. Only Helena knew how to fight the worm, especially since someone important could not be sent on the mission. The guy's fist clenches with all his might. He would rather it hurt him than someone he cares about so much. The girl blinks her eyes in surprise. If she had found something to ask, she could have found out more about what it meant. The young man is ready to do absolutely anything for his master, so there is no need for her to try to do everything alone. The blonde does not believe what was said. She's a strong personality, so she believes that it is right to take all problems upon herself. This is exactly how every task should go. The only question that remains is why Kaisar suddenly said this. Instead of a quick answer, the brunette just smiles lightly. He knows that his face is not visible. Stretching out his hand, the young man carefully takes the beauty's palm, admitting that he really likes Helena. The prince is ready to give his life for the one who stands in front of him, because he loves Faresca more than anyone in this world. The girl backs away a little. She still had no idea that everything was so serious. Gray genuinely likes Helena. He cannot give up his feelings, which are so strong. Left alone, the blonde fell into a panic. She urgently needed advice because she had absolutely no experience in this area. The next day, the lady arrived at the hall for a meeting with an expert who was supposed to help with what had been tormenting her for the second day. The brunette had already finished making all the reports, so he was free, but only a letter remained for Count Fareschi. Hamilton almost becomes hysterical because he doesn't know how to tell the Count that his daughter was hurt and won't come home. The man, as usual, remains overly dramatic. He's going to start right away with the will, even if there's no need to do so. What the conversation started about led him to an awkward, dead end. That's not what the lady came for at all. The girl was talking about something important, but they both got confused. It's time to return to where it all began. The girl has become quite an adult, so she has the right to ask love advice from someone like Hamilton. Finding the right words is quite difficult. This is the first time the lady is talking about something like this, so it's worth thinking about. Immediately realizing that we are talking about Kaiser's love, the brunette laughs. He is surprised that the girl only found out now, which is too strange. There's no explanation for what the Viscount is so surprised at. The lady could not even imagine something like this before. The man asks to tell everything in detail, to which he receives a brief description of the morning on which it all happened. Of course, Helena didn't even think about this, so she didn't immediately find the right words that would somehow help. The Virgin is not sure of anything, but the prince's words struck her. If so, she may forget everything she was told. Smiling, the man wishes the princess a good rest, promising that he will also come tomorrow to visit. The words sounded lonely and filled the heart, but only until the morning. The young man said to forget about everything. Arriving at the estate, the guy acted as if nothing had happened, asking what kind of pie Helena wanted. Finally breaking out of her thoughts, the beauty points to the tart she chose to calm her nerves. It turns out that the couple has different tastes in desserts, but this phrase has no chance of offending the princess. The maiden did not break her fingers, so she could eat herself, but she was stopped by a young man who held out a spoon. Winter was quite the entertainer. After everything he said yesterday, he came in the morning to act as if nothing had happened. Looking at what is left on the plate, the prince wistfully notes that the dessert looks quite tasty. Without holding back, the interlocutor extends his hand, the finger of which he runs next to the girl's mouth. The taste of chocolate remained on his lips, which the young man pours off his finger, leaving the blonde in shock at what is happening. What Winter tried turned out to be very sweet, but it was clear from his face that he had nothing to regret. The prince said that you can forget about the declaration of love, but then he began to do something that haunted his consciousness. The beauty couldn't afford to rush about, so she still told everything to the Viscount, who promises to help. His Highness did not even ask for an answer. He didn't say anything about what happened. The Viscount is trying to understand more about what is happening, so he asks if the man changed his mind about the princess, trying to avoid her. From what the maiden said, she can continue to behave as before. I needed advice to understand this more. Everything is fine, because the Duchess can simply enjoy the attention that His Highness gives. He will be glad that he was noticed. The look on the guy's face speaks for itself. It is clear that everything was influenced by the fact that the young man has been working for the boy for more than 10 years. The words about years reminded the beauty that she had already known Kesar for at least 7 years. This is almost a round date. To have mutual feelings with a boy whose milk has not yet dried on his lips seems somewhat unreal. Master and apprentice is how the couple has treated each other for a long time, from the very beginning of the training that began. All this time, the boy showed only kindness and sincerity as he followed the master with whom he grew up side by side. This is the first time this has happened, so it makes you think. The girl was happy, but after that, she didn't know how to react. The most important thing is not what the young man said, but what feelings the girl experienced about this, which she did not immediately realize. Noct knows exactly where to press, so he asks if the girl didn't like it when the guy confessed to her. The girl should have felt at least something. Either it was joy or more pleasant excitement. It is quite difficult to understand her feelings, because in the past, the maiden did not know what to do with herself when she was an empress. The memories of the day when something strange happened came back. Dante was fine, but she was upset that she couldn't show her hospitality. The girl asks for a glass of water and for everyone to clean the room while she is left alone with her thoughts. Realizing that the Empress is bothering her friend, she apologizes because she would never want to disturb anyone. The man waves it off. He doesn't think there's anything bad about it. Being in such a relationship, they can talk about something like that. Turning to Elez, the queen asks with interest about what kind of relationship they have. The girl did not expect to hear any strange answer because she understood everything herself. They are close friends. Turning on her side, the beauty buries herself in the pillow. Dreams from her past life tormented her again at night. Everything that happens could be called Kesar's fault because of him it was not possible to sleep normally. Rowena, who has gathered in the office with the princess, asks if the girl has started dating the prince. Almost falling from the support that serves as the railing, the beauty turns away. She had no idea that she would be asked about this. The woman seems completely unperturbed. In her opinion, it may be difficult to tell the interlocutor about something like this. Trying to formulate thoughts in her head, the heroine fails all attempts, starting to stutter worse than ever after everything that happened. Evergreen looks intently at the girl, patiently waiting for a miracle to finally happen, and for her to say at least a word in response. No longer finding enough strength, the girl lowers herself to the ground, sighing heavily. What she said becomes what Rowena hears. The verdict is that the lady has not yet started dating the prince, to which the interlocutor nods. She understood everything. The princess asked to meet because His Highness was organizing a party at the palace to celebrate the expulsion of monsters. The brunette immediately agrees to take care of all the preparations and invitations that will be sent. The girls are so carried away by the conversation that they do not notice the culprit of the conversation, who is standing right under the balcony. Noticing the object of his adoration, the guy begins to shout Helena's name to attract attention to himself. The brunette does not know when the lady arrived, but he immediately goes up to the balcony. It seems that it was necessary to say not yet, but soon regarding the relationship. After the party at the palace, Winter will be very busy, so the beauty advises enjoying the attention while she can. Blushing, the blonde turns away. She doesn't want to listen to something like that, so she tries to escape. Virgo sees strange dreams because she constantly listens to something like that. You can go crazy with this, considering that it won't end. The girl cannot understand when exactly she began to like the man who terrorizes her mind almost daily. The guy was not going to have mercy on Helena, who only hoped that over time he would get tired of it and forget about this. Agat was surprised by the appearance of the lady in the morning. It didn't look like the lady was sleeping very well, so we could leave it at that. The maid cares too much about the girl, so she runs from side to side, bringing firewood and more warm clothes. The blonde is trying to convince the one who is trying so hard to make her hide under the covers and not get out of there. The maid took truly extreme measures because she dressed the heroine in 100 layers of clothing. Grabbing something on the bed, Agat holds out something else. This layer will definitely be the very last one in the exhibition. The girl almost jumps in surprise. She didn't expect to be dressed as a snowman when it wasn't that cold outside. The brunette doesn't want to listen to anything, believing that she is the one who is right, so she decides not to change anything. Agoth has been acting this way since the monster was driven out. She seems to feel guilty that the lady got hurt. The girl, of course, did not want to interfere with the feeling of guilt, which could only increase so as not to worsen the situation. The girl can only submit to the student's stubbornness, hoping that it won't take so long and will pass as soon as the blonde is completely cured. Telling Aga doesn't seem like a good idea. She and Kaisar don't like each other, so there's no point in adding fuel to the fire. The girl decides not to tell anything. The life of the crown prince is too important to be so upset about it, hoping that everything will go too easily and simply. While the lady was in her thoughts, the maid managed to wrap her in another 100 layers of clothing, which only got in the way. The girl did not intend to lag behind the mistress. Along the way, she continued to talk about tea, as well as everything else. She will not be alone in the hall, so worries will also be swept aside. The heroine pulls the door handle. The blonde smiles, promising that they will be back soon. Marquis Ben urgently summoned the princess to his place, which definitely meant something. Noticing Helena's silhouette, the prince joyfully greets his beloved. She walked for too long, which made everyone bored. Only a few moments later, the guy noticed that the blonde was dressed in 100 layers of clothing, looking like a funny snowman. Apologizing for being late, Fresca notices a strange expression on the face of the Marquis, who is trying not to focus on his clothes. Ben gathered everyone to discuss the success of the task the group was completing. He heard that they were returning home the very next day. This is true because enough time has passed since they arrived at the castle to solve the problem. The couple is very grateful to Ben, but he thanks him in return. After their arrival, the influence of the monsters decreased much, which of course helped. Thanks to what happened, the residents finally exhaled and felt the calmness of a peaceful life that they had never known before. Rising from his seat, the man again thanks those defenders for showing the light that saved everyone around him. The prince smiles. He doesn't need gratitude, because he just didn't turn a blind eye to the suffering of his people. The Marquis understands that this is still too much, so he promises that he will do whatever he can to please His Highness. The man is devoted to the kingdom. It feels like the guy won 1,000 horses because of how many accolades he received. In fact, the brunette wanted to show something. He calls the butler to bring that very thing. Helena looks around in surprise. She can't wait to find out what's there, so she doesn't hold back. People don't keep themselves waiting, so the door opens with a creak, and guys appear there with some kind of glass object. The thing does not look quite heavy, but for some reason it is carried by knights and not servants, as is usually the case in noble estates. The thing turned out to be more than unique. The piece turned out to be leather on which that same strange sign was drawn. A strange feeling inside does not allow me to relax. The girl clutches her chest because it has become more difficult to breathe, and Kaiser asks what happened. Smiling, the girl assures that everything is fine. The pain did not last long, allowing me to breathe deeply. The heroine was sure about her well-being, but that same strange symbol gave her no peace at all. There are too many questions. I would like to know where the skin came from and why Helena had such a reaction to some drawing. Humming, the Marquis says that judging by its appearance, it looks like a magic circle. If we clarify a little about the drawing, it was on a piece of skin on the belly of Luke Rakota, which we managed to catch during the last hunt. A similar symbol was also found on the skin of the worm that Fresca killed, which made it clear that they were connected. This is not just a seal or a picture, because on both monsters the symbol seemed to be carved. Suspecting something was wrong, the man decided to send it to the Magical Society. He was told that no one knew anything. Those gathered in the office in surprise unanimously asked, "How is this possible?" The symbol had to have a decoding. The thing was sent to experts who know magic, but it turned out not to be runes, but something else. Kaisar was the most worried. He, as the ruler of his people, needed to know what problems awaited them. According to Ben himself, this sign is related to Draco's religion, which has already managed to visit the forest. Noct shuddered. It is about those strange people who recently arrived to present the dragon. The Marquis nods. He wouldn't want it to become true and cause trouble, but he couldn't do without questions. After the guys appeared, the number of monsters increased, and unprecedented circles appeared on their bodies, which seems suspicious. This symbol can control monsters, but since these are not runes, no one has been able to guess for sure. It will not be possible to call the head of Draco, since these are just guesses that are not substantiated in any way. The reaction may be negative. Still, I can't imagine how something like this could be true. There's definitely a new religion involved here. One person comes to the princess's mind who probably knows something. Lady Bronte is trained in magic, which means she can help. Almost jumping up with impatience, the maiden asks permission to redraw this outline. The Marquis agrees. If the Duchess needed it, he had no reason to prevent it from being done. The brunette turns to her friend and quietly asks what she plans to do with the copy. Instead of giving a clear answer, the blonde smiles, announcing that everything will become known over time. But for now, it's a secret. Grabbing a pen and paper, the girl quickly draws some outlines. She doesn't know what it is, but it's not that simple since she manages to feel the pain. The next day, the visit was over. Virgo promises that if the opportunity arises, they will definitely meet again. The man bows. He will look forward to this momentous day when everything happens. After all the farewells, the carriage sets off back to the capital. The road will be long, but in the end, they will be there. The girl examines the city that flashes outside the window of the cart. She is interested in what she sees in front of her. When the beauty first arrived in the capital, she did not feel anything. But it seems that this place was not always like this. The city seemed lively and warm, as if the inhabitants were alive with their ideas and feelings. Such significant changes made the beauty smile as if it was worth it. The work was not done in vain. Helena is distracted. The man asks what his friend found interesting outside the window, to which he receives silence. The Virgin had been simply looking out the window for some time, so the guy became interested in what was found there. Looking intently at the prince, the girl tries to understand what exactly they want from her. The guy asks for forgiveness for interfering, but everything becomes obvious. Winter is too bored to drive in silence. The answer is a slight smile that appears on the young man's face every time he is with a woman. The lady's face turns a little red, filling her cheeks with flowers. She doesn't understand why they are looking at her almost point blank. The brunette pretends that everything is fine. The answer to the question is not found in the same way as Foresky's mood. The prince, as usual, tries to flirt, as if his goal is to make Helena blush. He always looks at his beloved. If the beauty is uncomfortable, the brunette closes his eyes so as not to embarrass her so much with his presence. The Virgin clutches the hem of her dress with force. She is glad that Agot has been sleeping for a long time, because otherwise it would be incredibly embarrassing. If the lady leans over, it will be strange, so pretending that everything is normal, she looks out the window. Turning around, the heroine notices a man standing on the platform. A huge number of onlookers gathered around him. The man calls the dragon God and Savior, which sounds completely absurd, which makes you think. The girl had already heard similar words, but from No, who said something similar when she was little. The blonde understands that it would be illogical to miss the chance. It's Draco's religion that has done something fishy to the forest. The prince nods. He agrees with the master's guesses, so he almost immediately offers to go and check. Without answering, the lady only hits the window frame with force, making it clear that she is in a good mood. Ordering Agoth to guard the carriage, the girl asks her to be careful until they return to their place. The girl does not immediately understand what happened because she was just woken up, but she tries to nod. The maid tries to ask the mistress to go with her, but they are interrupted by Kaisar, who volunteers to go with Helena. Throwing on 2 snow-white capes, the couple jumps out of the carriage. They promise to be as careful as possible. The man in the stands won't let up. He talks about the savior dragon and that the animal brings joy with it. The girl tells how she suffered for a long time, but after she believed in the dragon, she unexpectedly recovered. Which is not true. Even the doctors said that nothing would help and that it would be so. But in the end, it was faith that helped do the impossible. The founding dragon is most likely the founder of the religion, Draco, who is somewhere listening to all this right now. The founder of the religion turned out to be quite kind, so he was understanding, helping the maiden, who now served those who tell everyone else. It is strange that people seriously believed that the dragon brings joy and peace, when, like Crusay, he tried to destroy almost everyone around him. The animal did not listen, but instead carried grief, which spread to those residents who suffered from it. The dragon committed mass murders and stole everything that was possible and impossible. He is not someone who can become an object of love. Very soon, the great dragon was supposed to return, which made others believe, but those who knew fell into horror. Helena has no words to describe such meetings. Every word that comes from a virgin is a lie. Repeating again about the savior of the world, the heroine is trying to get as many people as possible to believe in what is happening. Very soon, the king was supposed to return, which was an incomprehensible remark, since Cruze was sealed forever. The blonde chuckles. She's about to leave so as not to listen to the nonsense that only fills her mind. Turning around, the beauty notices a familiar figure. It is by the color of the hair that it becomes clear who is standing in the distance. The green-eyed man turns, smiling lightly in Faresca's direction. I can't believe he's at the meeting, too. The girl does not believe that this is really true, because she has not seen the man for a very long time. Noticing the desired reaction, the young man heads to the exit from the square. The lady is trying to run away after her, but everything is in vain due to the number of people around. It's impossible to make it so that you have to give up and miss out on such an important character. It's worth pushing forward. The lady is trying to get through, and in the end it almost succeeds, but the hood suddenly flies off her head and onto her shoulders. People around start whispering. They do not believe that standing in front of them is an aristocrat who has arrived in such an unremarkable place. Deciding not to pay attention to the gossip, the lady runs forward, but a second later her wrist is grabbed. Some man asks where the aristocrat, who apparently is a duchess, is in such a hurry. Trying to escape as quickly as possible, the lady is defeated. She hardly put any effort into it. Looking out into the crowd, the blonde sighs in disappointment. No is no longer visible, which means hope has been lost. Perhaps the lady simply misspoke. But even if it was an acquaintance, she did not know what she was going to tell him. The brunette next to her does not let up, emphasizing that an aristocrat who grew up in love and care came to such dirty alleys. The prince volunteers to help, so he steps forward and kicks the man, grabbing Faresca by the shoulders. Apologizing for disturbing the meeting, the brunette asks if everything is okay, clarifying what he wants to know. Flashing his scarlet eyes, the brunette hints that they have nothing more to talk about. Turning around, the young man leads Helena with him deeper into the street. There's nothing more to do in the square since the meeting is over. Turning to his friend, the guy quietly asks about her well-being, hearing a positive hum in response. The girl scared the prince, who did not know who No was. Finding a way out, the beauty says that this is just an acquaintance. If you think like that, then what the maiden saw doesn't make any sense. A guy can't have the exact same face 10 years later. Now that it's all over, so as not to admit defeat, the beauty is sure that she was mistaken. With the return to the capital, a lot has changed. These changes were not all for the better, but not all for the worse. Leonard managed to graduate from the knightly detachment, and next spring was supposed to become the head of the knightly detachment of the Scarlet Knights. The girl entered the palace as a mentor to the crown prince, whom she had been considered for a long time. At some point, everything went wrong, because the head came as a teacher to the detachment of knights who were with her on the hunt. All this happened due to the fault of Hamilton, who spoke about the good side and asked with an incredibly pitiful face. The mentor remains in the castle for a long time. The girl had no choice anyway, so she accepted it. Actually, the lady just planned to slightly adjust the knights' stances and walk around with a smart look, but they thought that they would become her students forever. Trying to calm the others, the blonde moves back and rests against someone's body. The one who arrived turned out to be none other than the prince, who taunts the guys. They do not have the worthy ability to become disciples. By challenging someone to a duel, the hero invites someone to face him so that the Duchess will take them under her wing. The smile seems too sinister, but the guy's words don't seem sweeter than what he said. The guys stick together into one lump, which moves back, asking for forgiveness. At this rate, the young man will scare everyone away. The lady turns to her student, who immediately changes his face and voice, looking with a loving gaze. The girl asks to stop trying, asking if the prince has warmed up. The young man looks like a dog that rejoices at its owner. Smiling to look friendlier, the heroine suggests running 30 laps around the parade ground. Silence hangs around the lady. Neither the knights nor the prince himself have the strength to object in response. The run will end. This warm-up was easy only for one Kaisar, who looks at those who fell to the ground halfway through. You can't get tired, because the next thing you need to do is cut upwards. 100 times becomes a good number. The master spares no one, asking if they want to do this 200 times and receives another denial with an angry shake of his head. Approaching Helena, the young man asks why she is called a master, even if there is no reason for this. A little earlier, the blonde should have refused this position. This should have happened even when they asked whether she could be called a master. There was no reason for this. The beauty did not want to seem like a tyrant who doesn't care about anyone. Almost jumping with anger, the prince menacingly says that the entire list ends with 3 students. Quite recently, Kaiser exuded a thirst for murder, but now he looks with a sad look in order to be reassured. Now the boy behaves like a bully, so no one will like him. The girl does not want to admit her sympathy. The guy likes the girl so much that he doesn't want to share her with anyone, which becomes almost obvious. Putting her sword forward, the maiden asks to agree to spar. If the student wins only once out of 5, then it will belong only to him. Such a deal seems quite feasible to fulfill, which makes the guy agree almost immediately. The fight begins because the lady is not going to keep anyone waiting. She rushes forward with a sword in her hands. Exposing his weapon in defiance, the brunette promises that he can do it much more gracefully, leaving victory behind him. There will be no opportunity to take back your words, so you should remain silent before doing anything. For some reason, the hero is too confident in his victory, continuing to shower the girl with compliments about her beauty. The blonde cannot help but accept this, but also continues to dodge so that everything works out. The girl is trying to do what was intended. Well, we didn't win, but the battle is just beginning. Throwing herself at the guy from above, the girl laughs. He will have to repeat what was said while lying on the floor. The attack is repelled very quickly. Sometimes Helena regrets that she trained the prince so skillfully. In any case, nothing can be changed, because the student continues to make the heroine proud of herself. Kaiser's skills improve every time just because of how gifted and loyal he is. The girl is no longer sure of what she is doing, because perhaps the young man will really be able to defeat her at least once. The sword rushes forward towards the master's body to gently touch him, forcing him to kneel in defeat. Nothing works, as the blonde skillfully dodges, forcing the man to back away so as not to receive further blows. An unexpected trick becomes the end. The brunette puts his elbow forward to block himself, just like he used to do in the ring as a child. Virgo immediately stops to slow down the blow, but instead, the enemy abruptly hugs her. Tossing his sword aside, the young man scoops Helena into his arms, smiling as she scolds him. The jokes about distractions from sparring went too far. The blonde couldn't stand it and started yelling at the student. What Kaiser did can be considered almost unforgivable because he did not think about the consequences. Finally, letting go of the lady, the man jumps to the side, complaining that he was almost finished off. The young man says that he was almost killed, which incredibly hurts the heroine, who knows exactly what this means. The brunette doesn't want to run into the master's wrath once again, so he quietly asks Helena what happened. It was all over, so the heroine finally found peace and was able to relax in the bathroom. Virgo couldn't help but admit that she felt much better after the sparring, but thoughts still came into her head. Kaiser didn't think twice and dared to do terrible tricks. If this had not been a sparring match, he would have lost his arm long ago. A real fight should not be underestimated. As a rule, your opponents will not feel sorry for you, even if you do just that. Calling something like this a trick isn't the best thing because it's more of a skill. If the guy becomes stronger, the lady will feel upset. She finds herself thinking only about Gray almost all day. It becomes difficult to deny the hidden sympathy that begins to creep out over time. The girl is preparing for the reception, but hearing that the prince is looking for her, she asks him to let him into her chambers. Entering the room, the young man seems depressed. He remembers the knights who were waiting for Helena to enter. Trying to calm the student, the lady asks not to scare her subordinates so much that they are afraid to do anything. The young man sighs. He agrees, but still does not want to share his beloved with anyone else. Kaiser is careful, even when he shows dissatisfaction, thereby making the princess incredibly like him. Freezing, the brunette begins to ask about the feelings that may exist between lovers or a student and a master. Obviously, the young man wanted to have what was said repeated to him again. This makes the girl laugh. Extending her hand to Kaisar, the maiden again says that she really likes him, no matter what. The blonde used to be bored, but that's not the case anymore because things have changed too much lately. Smiling back, the hero leans down and gently kisses the princess. He waited for this moment to repeat itself. The Duke called his daughter to talk to her about something important. They need to make one important thing clear. Looking at her father, the lady asks what will be discussed because she sincerely does not understand what will happen. Looking him straight in the eye, the young man asks if the Duchess is going to become crown princess. Viscount Noct is interested in this. If the lady decides to become the prince's wife, the family will change its direction too. One can understand the father because it is impossible not to worry about this. Until now, the family has been far from politics. Becoming crown princess means becoming a political powerhouse. It is still difficult for Virgo to answer the questions posed by others. Not understanding what we are talking about, the blonde quietly asks why his daughter mentioned something incomprehensible. There is no point in talking about who the heroine will become because Kaiser has not made and is not going to propose. Instead of discussing the future, it is better to think about a more important matter in the present. Arriving in the capital, the beauty went with Agate to the central bookstore, along with the library, to finally learn more. The lady, for some reason, suddenly wanted to go to the bookstore, but never answered why she needed it. The lady is looking for a specific book. It has to be about magic, and that's the only condition. The heroine has no magic at all, but this does not seem so important, because everyone around is exactly the same. Without leaving the lady alone, the lady asks why she needs such a book. It turned out that it was intended for someone as a gift. The problem was that it was difficult to understand what the book was about. Giving, it is unclear, was not part of the heroine's plans. Incomprehensible symbols are confusing, so the heroine suggests choosing something else. No other book will be more understandable than the one that just ended up on the shelf. The point is to ask someone more knowledgeable. Noticing the fair-haired maiden, the lady comes up from behind to ask about magic, but it turns out to be Lady Yulika. The meeting place turned out to be unexpected, but it became clear from Bronta's face that she did not share the joyful views of the heroine standing next to her. She and the princess haven't seen each other for a long time, which forces both of them to put on a fake smile on their faces that shows everything. The lady also came to buy a book, which means she can recommend some book about magic that will help the princess. It would be better to call the store employee, but the lady refuses. She wants a recommendation from someone who knows. The heroine is really well-versed in magic, so hope remains only in her. The average person wouldn't choose the book, but she recommends it. Grabbing a publication from the shelf, the blonde throws it towards the Duchess, who manages to pick it up. Accepting what was handed over, the maiden orders Agat to go pay for the book while she and Yulika talk. The little thing ends up next to the girl. You can almost immediately give it to the hostess, because in fact the beauty was looking for a gift. Trying to back away, the blonde asks in surprise what kind of courtship this is from a princess of the same gender as her. If the lady takes care, perhaps her kindness will be accepted. Looking into the lady's frightened eyes, the blonde asks if she can go on a date with her. The lady was going to treat Bronta, so she brought her to the restaurant. She wanted to enjoy pleasant company, so she brought the girl with her. They are a little in a bad mood to sit and drink tea calmly. This is what outrages the interlocutor, who does not quite understand the meaning. Nothing is impossible. That's why it's so easy to let someone go. The heroine is not going to, because she needs answers. The lady is about to ask something, but the princess asks her to relax her face. People around are watching, so I wouldn't want to hit the dirt. Bringing him to a crowded place was not the plan. The girl was not going to be left alone with her, because the heroine is much more dangerous than she seems at first glance. The girl's face lights up scarlet. In a hurry to quickly forget about everything that is happening, the girl asks to tell her what they want from her, not intending to delay any longer. So as not to frighten the girl even more, the princess hastily reaches into her pocket for her drawing, which she redid. The blonde wants to take advantage of the knowledge of magic of the invited lady, who could probably help her with this. Placing the sheet of paper on the table, the heroine hands it to Bronta, who, not quite understanding, asks what it is. Vareska knows nothing about this circle, except for the fact that it looks magical. This is how she decided to ask for help. Thinking, the blonde notices that the outlines of such a sign indicate that these are definitely not runes, which complicates the situation as a whole. Obviously, the thing has absolutely nothing to do with magic, or the Duchess decided to play ahead so that she would be pitied. The word almost becomes the only thing the lady sitting opposite says. She looks more thoughtful than usual. The rune language was created by people for the purpose of using magic. In other words, magic existed on its own, making it clear that it could be another language. The lady cannot say for sure because the records, of course, have not survived. The documents were also destroyed, so the blonde simply knew about it as a fact. Sighing, the Duchess nods. She realized that finding out about the sign would be much more difficult and would take much longer than expected. Stretching out her hand to the piece of paper, the heroine is about to take it away. Hopes were too high, but no one knows anything, so they can't help. Instead of handing over the paper right away, Bronte asks if she can borrow it, at least for a while. Virgo wants to find out more about what is actually being written, however. Setting a condition, the interlocutor then asks her to tell her everything in order to provide clarification. After the words have been spoken, silence falls in the room. It seems that even the people around fell silent a little to listen to the conversation. To diffuse the situation, the lady offers to try the cake. She pokes a piece on her fork to show it closer. Poking a piece into her mouth, the girl bursts into a smile, almost starting to glow because of the emotions she experiences from the taste. Sighing heavily, as if she would have to do a favor, the blonde promises that she will try, but only because the Duchess advises it. Breaking off the cake, the lady puts it in her mouth and then, just like her friend, lights up with joy. At such moments, Helena seems to get along quite well. It's hard to believe, but you still have to listen. Bronte finally understood the point of the meaningless meeting. They wanted to disgrace and insult her. Yulika says that the place of Crown Princess still belongs to her. Perhaps she is not fine and is being used only as a tool. Smiling, the blonde tries to calm the lady down. She shouldn't sacrifice herself for her family just because she's a girl. Anger is expressed in clenched fists. The Virgin cannot believe that they want to sympathize with her, because in the eyes of others, she is far from being the prince's wife. If the lady does not become crown princess, she will have to be left with nothing. This is the reason why Helena feels so sorry for her interlocutor. Even if the princess has absolutely everything, this does not give any right to feel sorry for Bronte, who certainly did not ask for it. The way Helena behaves is disgusting. She doesn't respect other people, making them worry about themselves. Getting up from her seat, Yulika hurries to say goodbye. She wouldn't want such unpleasant encounters to happen again. A few seconds later, the heroine was no longer in the hall, as if she had never come. Vareska realized that she had made a mistake. Even after a long time, the lady still remembered Yulika's words. She sympathized with her because she was the one next to the prince and not another lady. For some reason, the heroine thought that the girl would not receive Kaiser's love in any case, but now she was not so sure. With such superficial arrogance, which was not even immediately noticeable, the lady hurt someone without even hoping for it. Standing in front of the mirror, the Duchess sometimes wondered why she had become such an evil person, especially in the eyes of others. Sadness covers the body because every person wants to be as perfect as possible. The princess is called, asking what happened to her. Trying to smile to hide the pain, the beauty shows a fake mask. Ravina reminds you of a party where you need to look better than anyone else. This holiday is in honor of the expulsion of monsters. At this event, the princess will be the main character, so Bronte must be better. Everything is fine, because the girl did not want to compete so fiercely. But of course, no one left her a choice, because it had already been decided. As you know, the Empress hired the best designers and dance teachers and sent them to Bronte. This meant war. It is not worth going to such extremes, however, only in the opinion of the blonde. It's just a party that will end sooner or later. This is not just a party, because Evergreen has already decided to start a war in which attack and response were no less important. Sentiments are put aside. Clapping her hands, the lady asks not to worry. Although all the designers were hired by Balor, after some searching, they managed to hire a promising person. The girl turns towards the door. She doesn't understand what to expect, like the next step from Ravina, who is obviously fired up with the idea. It's even better that it happened this way, because in the end, the designer we managed to get turned out even better than the others. Famous people adhere to mannerisms and strict rules, but this time, everything has completely changed. When it comes to the crown princess, you don't need to follow trends, but set them in order for something to happen. Virgo shudders. Bronte must have a debt she hasn't paid off if Ravina has such a strong thirst for victory. Coughing, the brunette apologizes for reacting like that. She, of course, has no problems with Yulika or her family. If it comes to that, then the conversation will turn to the Empress. She is the one who ruined everything with her presence. The blonde does not immediately understand what the problem is, but she is quickly made to understand that there are many more problems than it seems. When Rowena was young, her family was purged by the Baller family, who did this. The Evergreen family was close to the biological mother of His Highness Prince Kaisar. She was the one who treated them best. The girl did not have much influence, but if something would help gain influence for the former Empress, then she was ready to do anything. That's why the brunette behaved this way. She wanted to defeat the Bronte family because she has the Empress on her side. What is happening can be called revenge for a clan that was destroyed by just one order. Hamilton said everything he could, except for this one important thing that could simplify the situation. Turning away, Rowena asks not to pay attention. The woman no longer wants to talk about her past. It is for this reason that the girl is always grateful to Helena, because thanks to her, the prince finally blossomed after everything that happened. Just as the princess picked up Agoth, the prince picked up Evergreen, who was left all alone. As the young man said then, if a lady has abilities, then he doesn't care about the past and status, which can no longer be returned. The girl was asked to prove that she could do something, and everything worked out. If Faresca is a valuable person to the one to whom she is grateful, then she is valuable to the lady. Rowena's gaze is filled with warmth and sincerity. She is somewhat similar to Winter himself, who seems to have learned something from the maid. Kaisar turned out to be a wonderful person, which makes the blonde smile. She didn't know much about his past at the castle. The brunette nods. The woman, like no one else, agrees with this statement, because it was the young man who was able to help her with this. That is why the Empress's people cannot lose to Issa, because it will be pride and revenge. Seeing the lady for the first time after her reincarnation, Agot almost fell from surprise and beauty. The blonde was too beautiful to be from this world. The dress flows down the body in light waves, matching the color of the hair, which seems to glow. Rowena tried her best to do everything possible for the victory, which must remain with the girl, who, of course, cannot miss this. The maid is practically jumping around. The lady is so beautiful that she wants to show off, or at the same time, not show it to anyone and leave it in the castle. The brother knocks on the door and is almost immediately inside. He examines Helena's robe. The maid put her whole soul into the girl's brother, so now they look so dazzlingly beautiful. The young man smiles easily. He thought that his friend was already beautiful enough, but it turned out that she still had room to grow. There is very little time left, so the conversation is interrupted. A lady is not allowed to eat a lot, since she has a corset, and she is also not allowed to step on the hem of her skirt or rub her eyes, because these are all prohibitions. The only thing you can do is smudge the lipstick. Ravena's face reflects a full mood that seems to be calling her to fight for what happened. The Virgin did not understand what exactly they wanted from her, so the carriage simply went to the palace so as not to miss the beginning of the event. In the castle, of course, they pay too much attention to the princess, showering her with compliments, who looks like a person who defeated 2 monsters. Turning away to find at least one familiar face, the lady notices the Empress sitting on the sofa. Oddly enough, she is completely alone. The woman tries to smile when, as if everything inside her was probably clenched, so she must have realized that her strength had weakened. The Empress's power decreased, however. For some reason, Yuliki did not arrive. It's strange that the subject is nowhere to be seen. Bronte is nowhere to be seen, so the girls around her start whispering. She always followed Balor, but for some reason now she changed her mind. The girl knew that this sometimes happens to society, but she was not sure whether it was true or not. It's very difficult to tolerate something like this, so the blonde is not going to do this anymore. Just because she's not here doesn't mean anything. In the distance, a lady appeared, hiding behind her fan, asking if she could join the cheerful discussion that began not so long ago. The ladies around immediately cover their mouths, trying to restrain themselves and show that they would not want Lady Bronte to think about their ignorance. Almost all the ladies disappeared, turning to walk away and out of sight. They didn't want to suffer the wrath of the blonde who heard the gossip. Looking straight at Helena, the girl asks why she is spreading gossip. What happens is just like a princess who doesn't think. Misunderstandings have become what the conversation is about. Fresca, on the contrary, wanted to stop those who were throwing mud at the lady, but in the end, nothing really worked out for her. The lady goes against the grain. She doesn't believe what the princess has to say, which makes her feel absolutely terrible. In the past, it was Yulika who poured juice on the girl's dress, but there is no point in reminding about this, so as not to spoil the impressions of others. Before the misunderstanding grows, it needs to be resolved. She really wanted to stop the ladies, so she asks you to believe what she said. Without having time to apologize for last time, the lady realizes that something is wrong here. It seems that Yulika also noticed the catch hidden in the outfits. The dress of the princess standing opposite is very similar to the one Helena is wearing. If you think about it like that, it's like the couple has a set. What happened quickly ends, because Frescu is called by a familiar voice, the owner of which is the prince. Now it is clear what was said earlier. The girls' dresses match Kaisar's outfit, because Rovina and the Empress's designers worked hard on this. The man does not pay attention to how the lady freezes in surprise, asking how her evening is going today. Starting to say that this evening is only for Freschi, the guy bends down to kiss her hand. This is not worth grief, but only admiration. Looking around, the blonde notices how everyone around began to whisper. It becomes clear why they are in shock. It's a pity that people don't know the truth, because the man is actually very kind. Don't worry, because the blonde isn't going anywhere. The brunette smiles. He's not going to worry because he's well aware that everything will be okay. Someone's voice is heard from behind, apologizing for being a little late. This even gets Helena's attention. The one who has arrived is none other than Count Brandt. Yulika stands next to him, a little drooping because she's obviously uncomfortable. The man wants to say something, but the prince asks him to do it as quickly as possible and get out of here. He is a bit busy with other guests. The count asks if everything ended well, but not for gratitude, but only to understand whether everything is okay or not. There are not even words about what is happening. Helena does not understand why Bronte tries to patronize, even if she later says that it is worth nothing. It seemed that the young man was stuck with Count Bronte, but there was still no way out. Her thoughts are interrupted by a guy who, as it turns out, wants to tell her something too. The daughter of a man who had money trained and practiced playing the piano all night in order to congratulate the beauty on her remarkable achievement. Yulika's skills are not the best, but she would like this modest gift to be accepted from her. The game, which will be addressed specifically to Helena, cannot but interest the girl who is happy about this. Turning to the girl, the man asks why she is still standing, if His Highness is already in the hall just like the Duchess. Turning to the prince, the man invites him to walk with him, completely forgetting about the lady who remained behind them. A few minutes later, the maiden was left completely alone. They forgot about her, as if this song was not addressed to her. The man said that Bronte would play specifically for her, but nothing changed. No matter how you look at it, the blonde was left alone. Perhaps it was for the best. The blonde is going to go get checked because she is already tired of greeting people. The girl doesn't know what to do, but while no one has realized that she is missing, she needs to use it, so she heads to the garden. The light falls on the stage, on which the piano has already been placed, just like the girl who sits behind it. As expected, receiving bridal lessons from a young age is on another level, but Kaisara is not interested in that. The ladies around laugh easily. Some people catch monsters, while others just play the piano as if nothing had happened to amuse the audience. Lady Bronte is confused. There is too much noise around, which puts pressure on her ears, giving her absolutely no peace in relation to it. The girl is pitied, even if she does not want to admit it. She will become the best and most important in the kingdom, and then everyone will be silent. Starting to pick up the tempo in the melody, the lady tells herself in her head that she is not pathetic and does not at all want to be consoled. Helena, who has finally managed to get outside, finally breathes in lungfuls of cold air to refresh herself. The Marquis turned out to be just as strong as expected. He tries to do what he has planned without any mistakes. The man announced his existence to the prince himself. If Kaisar had pretended not to see anything, he would have passed for a rude person. The situation was the same with playing the piano. If the lady had refused, then a lot would have become more complicated. The girl understands that this had to be done, but nothing can be done about a bad mood, even if this is the case. Bad thoughts begin to creep into your head. The prince is probably listening to a beautiful game or sitting happily side by side with the princess. Remembering the dress and suit, the lady realizes that these two are too suitable for each other, which makes her think about everything. Yulika may become crown princess, which will only worsen the situation. It will be a joy for her, but definitely not for Foreski. All those sides that Kaisar showed to the princess will be seen by Bronte, who did not see it and does not deserve it. I can't believe that the smiling guy's face will also be seen by a woman who is not going to give in to it. The bright smile, easy laughter, and warm hugs were meant only for Helena. But now it seems to her that everything is going downhill. All those things will be done not only to her, but also to someone else. My thoughts are interrupted by a voice calling out to the girl. It turned out to be a man who searched the princess. He asks why she is on the street all alone while listening to the song. Smiling, the beauty understands that there is nothing to be done about it, so spreading her arms to the sides, she just asks for a hug. As the student approaches, he hugs his master, promising that he will never refuse what he is asked to do. Kaisar absolutely destroys the girl, because when she is with him, her heart does not want to obey, starting to dance. If it comes down to it, winter had already begun to crumble a long time ago, even from the moment he realized that he liked Helena, with whom he grew up. They will collapse together until it all stops on a certain note that will put an end to the relationship. The girl didn't know that sympathy could be exactly like this, when you want to take everything from a person. Love is when a person becomes stupid without realizing it, only together with his beloved. There is nothing left to hope for, except that Kaisar will forever remain next to the heroine. The couple heads forward down the corridor. For some reason, His Majesty decided to call Helena to his chambers. Nobody knows the real reason because you have to be on guard. Since the princess has decided to interfere in political affairs, she must be on her guard. The situation is different from Renatus's past life. Then there was nothing to lose, but now everything has changed very dramatically. Now the lady needs to protect not only herself, so that if something goes wrong, the whole family will get what they deserve. My thoughts are interrupted by an almost scream that comes right next to my ear. The man who had been calling Helena had been calling for several minutes now. Looking into the heroine's eyes, the brunette assures her that she has nothing to worry about, because if anything happens, he can protect her. If the lady makes a mistake, His Majesty will express his dislike. The heroine's family may get hurt, so she will try to be careful. If this is so true, the guy promises that he will turn everything around and run away with the girl wherever she wants. The lady understands that this will never happen, and if anything happens, it will fall on her shoulders, but she still tries to smile. Opening the door to the room in which the king and queen are sitting, the lady greets them, noticing that the woman is serious. Walking forward, the blonde curtsies and greets His Highness, introducing her first and last name. The man doesn't seem like someone who would want to attack a girl for no reason, so he invites her to sit opposite him. Of course, the reason is Bendalium, because the conversation begins with the fact that the king heard about what happened there quite recently. The girl's contribution is great because she resolved a situation that the royal family could not resolve, although she was simply doing her job. As expected, the talk about the lady was true. She seems much stronger than even most men. Smiling, the Empress agrees. She still tries to remain friendly no matter what. The princess's talents are so great that it's a little worrying. This doesn't sound like something you'd want to listen to. Of course, the girl cannot sit still. The woman's goal was to tell the emperor that she was a stumbling block. It is not clear what the Empress is worried about. Quite a lot of people are praising the princess, and it's natural to worry that it's not going well. The girl laughs. She's just voicing her feelings, but Kaiser seems to be clouded by how much he cares about the princess. This is the ability to discern talent that no one notices and attract it to the imperial palace. The woman looks intently at her son. He says this as if she is fighting with the princess, even if this is not at all what it seems at first glance. Addressing His Majesty, the lady asks if it is possible to give the princess the title and estate she deserves. The lady's subjugation skills are excellent, so Baller suggests sending her to the feudal lords as this would be the best solution. The woman is going to exile the girl into the very wilderness, but she is trying to resist, since she has just become an adult. Such a burden seems too great. Virgo knows how to be shy, because from an early age she trains the crown prince, and now also knights. The lady is deeply devoted to His Highness, so this can be played in favor of the Empress. Looking at the heroine with a direct gaze, the woman asks her if he will reject the offer, thereby spoiling the mood of everyone around. The woman seems very worried to be trying so hard to get rid of the Duchess. A brunette intervenes in the conversation. The queen cannot say such a thing, because power over the feudal lords belongs to his father. If you suddenly do something wrong, many talkers will start spreading rumors that will not be welcome. What is said affects the powers and position of the king. Silence freezes in the hall. The two young men glare at each other as if they are about to finish everything. The guy is trying to protect the princess. She is his master, so she must be by his side. The father supports his son. Talking about feudal lords is inappropriate, so the Empress becomes quiet, agreeing that she has gone too far. Now the blonde understood what the world of politics was. It is clear and measured, and also takes with it a lot of other details. The girl was no longer sure that she could survive there. She is doing something that is not typical for her, and now it has become hard labor. The male knight smiles. It's always like this at first, but over time you usually manage to get used to it and relax. The girl doesn't want to get used to it, but the guy remembers that the crown prince might be upset. Refusal may mean that the lady does not want to get used to the relationship. They are talking about two different things, so you need to be much more careful. The blonde is trying to correct her train of thought. The knight was worried about the couple because as soon as they meet, they engage in sparring matches that continue on a daily basis. In fact, this is a little different from a normal relationship, but still not much worse than anything else. Virgo agrees with what is being said. From the outside, it really seems that they are just doing this, but this is not true. The problem is that the heroine does not know what it is to be in a relationship because she has no experience. She needed an expert, which was Ravina. The girl called a friend to give advice about dating and to make sure it was professional. A rough plan was already in place because after spending time chatting in a cafe, they go to the opera. Then the couple will go for a night walk around the neighborhood, and then everything will end with a joint dinner. This doesn't seem like a bad idea, considering that all the details as such have already been added there. Rowena nods. She liked it, but if the princess doesn't know anything at all, it's suspicious how she made such a plan. In fact, it was all the fault of the students who, having learned that the master had not been on dates, decided to help. It seems that the Duchess does not want to talk about something like this, but the maiden notices that some important detail was missed. The only thing that the princess did not notice is that she must choose an outfit to wear on a date in order to impress her lover. The girl realized it, but the maid promises to figure everything out. After some time, the blonde is already showing off in a beautiful outfit that suits her very gently. Agat examines the lady admiringly. The outfit fits perfectly, but is completely different from the girl's style. The girl does not deny that there is a drop of truth in this, but since everyone liked it, she will not change anything. After all the meaningless conversations, the blonde is going to the imperial palace. She asks to prepare a carriage for her. Today, the lady is going to go with Caesar on a very ordinary, unremarkable date that will end normally. Sitting in the carriage, the blonde runs through her plan of action in her head, which was quite simple so as not to get confused. Virgo thought that she wouldn't spoil anything, but of course, she was almost one step away from it, without noticing it. Caesar will be absolutely delighted, so Helena enters the estate, talking about how they are going for a walk. The girl got ready for such a date completely spontaneously, and because there was a new opera that she wanted to see. Noticing the strange expression on her face, the girl falls silent. The heroine does not know whether the prince likes the opera or whether she was mistaken. When asking if a friend likes performances, the girl hears a positive answer, which makes a stone fall off her shoulders. The performance is only in the evening, so the beauty suggests going to a cafe. There they can just chat. Leaning over to kiss the blonde's hand, the young man looks at her with a loving gaze. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. When the carriage arrived at the place, the lady did not hesitate. So as soon as she was on the street, she took out the umbrella that she had brought with her. The girl asks if the umbrella is cute when she hears Kesar asking why she needs it. They both laugh. A strange reaction haunts the beauty. She's trying to figure out what to do next and how exactly to do it. The lady remembers being told that modest ladies under an umbrella are considered very beautiful. Helena isn't very sweet or gentle, but she thought the umbrella would fix that. The man has nothing against it, but notices that it's quite cloudy outside, so there's nothing to hide from. Looking at the sky, the girl cannot but agree that there is not even a hint of the sun, but it is still cute. Coming closer to the heroine, the guy looks at her, saying that he wants to be much closer to her than now. The people around look a little strange and laugh easily, because the young man snatched the umbrella from the girl's hands, saying that he would carry it himself. Arriving at the place, the maiden looks around. The cafe looks cozy, but for some reason, it is completely empty. They are in complete silence. Helena looks strange, so the handsome man asks what happened. He can't believe the lady doesn't like the place. The girl tries her best to smile. She's just surprised that this happened because it's a famous place where there are no people. The brunette does not pay such attention. In his humble opinion, this is even better because they can be alone. If the guy feels good, then the girl feels good too. But the silence is almost killing. The heroine is trying to figure out what she should talk about on the first date. The conversation, of course, doesn't go well. Helena asks about the young man's family because he doesn't look like his father at all, which means he takes after his mother. The young man does not know who it is from. He also has little in common with his mother, which is why many say that he looks like the first Emperor Grey. Obviously, the conversation is about Elez. For some reason, the blonde also thought about this, because the prince was too reminiscent of her old friend. The man agrees, but says that he does not like the ruler as a person, because there is something repulsive about him. For Elez, the empire was more important than the people themselves with whom he spoke or lived. The prince is different from him. If the young man had to choose between the empire and the man he loved, he would choose Fresca without hesitation. Noticing the surprise on his face, the guy begins to laugh. No matter what, he always finds the girl a sweet creature. Reaching out his hand, the man grabs the lady. They are completely alone, so all sorts of thoughts come into their heads, which the princess almost immediately suppresses. It's strange that Elez was only concerned about the empire. He was supposed to love his wife, but this did not happen because the couple communicated only on work matters. Grey was a fairly straightforward person, so it becomes clear what happened between him and his wife. There is no time left to think, because the servant places in front of the Duchess a cake that looks like a work of art. The girl couldn't stop, so she ate everything just because of the wonderful taste. Perhaps Kaiser doesn't like everything, but the girl can't ask that. He says something about the location of the opera house. Thoughts are interrupted by a cry asking for help. Reacting instantly, the brunette pulls Helena closer to him. Something strange is happening in the alley because a young girl is surrounded by two guys. Virgo is trying to fill her own price, and if she walks through dark alleys in this form, it means she is looking for a man. Crying and further cries are heard that the girl should not be touched. The blonde, approaching from the side, understands that things are bad. Because of what was said, one of the men thought it was directed at him, so he wanted to attack, but they tried to push him away. No longer holding back, the heroine realizes that the very moment has come, so she steps forward to try to resist those who attack. The guys are more aggressive than it seemed at first glance. They don't know what's going on, but even if the lady considers herself omnipotent, it would be better for her to move away. The menacing appearance is not the most frightening thing, because the princess is going to show what and how to teach these people manners. There is no point in running away, because the girl will pursue those who are here to the last in order to take proper revenge. Men are sure that no one will do anything to them, so they rush into battle with their fists at the ready. The girl easily dodges, making the enemy take pity and fly away after several hits. Next comes another attacker, who, even seeing the consequences, tries to do at least something to protect his comrade. The guy flies forward and smiles because he thinks that he succeeded. But on the contrary, he opened from below, so the heroine strikes in the groin. The pleasant sight makes the girl rejoice at how everything turned out. She didn't expect to be able to relax like this. While the lady was looking at the people who were quickly running away, she was interrupted by the girl whom she had saved and who quietly approached from behind. Hanging her head, she wipes her eyes from tears and asks how she can thank her savior. In fact, she was very scared of what could happen. Leaving the girl alone to calm down, the blonde assures that everything will be fine. Anyone would help in her place. It also helped the girl because she relieved stress. She had to worry too much lately. The Empress constantly got on my nerves, just like Branta and her daughter. There were too many students, so there was absolutely no time left for rest. There was a date that made me want to go crazy because of all the difficulties, but it all went away. The lady suggests they leave before the two on the ground have time to come to their senses. Turning around, the guys promise that they will meet again. Many people have already said similar things and then simply disappeared from the beauty's life forever. Thanks again. The girl is about to leave, since she was detained a little because of everything that happened. The girl was helped a little by what happened, especially since she saved an innocent person, which was a good deed. This is wonderful, but because of this, the couple was late for the theater. The blonde was so carried away that she completely forgot about the opera. There was no time for panic, but this also bore fruit, acting on what had happened. Grabbing Kaisar's hand, the master drags him along in order to make it in time. But even if they ran, nothing happened. Smiling lightly, the young man asks if everything will be okay. The doors were supposed to open during intermission, but he wasn't sure. There was no point anyway because the couple missed the start of the show. Virgo had heard that this play was for couples, which is why she wanted to go so badly. Not understanding what they are talking about, the guy asks who told Helena this. She's not going to talk, mentioning just one girl. Don't be upset. The prince says that the plot there was so-so, even if it's not about the plot, but about the music. Freezing, the lady almost jumps in place in surprise. She can't believe that the man has already seen the opera, but for some reason he didn't mention this detail. The young man smiles. He knows how much Fresca wanted to go there, so he didn't want to spoil anything. A date for a master is tantamount to a war that needs to be won, so the heroine sent Kaiser with her to view the landscapes, even if the evening is not night. Looking around, the blonde notices the fact that it is very beautiful here, which she likes incredibly, and it is no longer possible to hide it. This seems cute, but it upsets the blonde because she got confused and everything went wrong. She wanted a very ordinary date without any hassles. The one the acquaintance loves is Helena, so it doesn't matter how the date goes. The main thing is that she is next to him, which makes him smile. The girl also loves the man, but still remains upset. This was the first time this had happened to her in both her lives, so she didn't want it to end in failure. Nobody knows what is right and what is wrong. There is no need to worry, because these are small things. A guy is happy when his beloved just smiles at him, and it doesn't matter what they are doing. If a lady ever asks to destroy the whole world, then the young man will do it for her without question, because he appreciates her words and mood. You can't say something like that so carelessly. A girl would never ask for something like that, because a cake is enough for her. She is the prince's lover, but her needs are modest. Perhaps this is even too modest, but changing the topic, the lady asks what she should do to please Winter with something. The only thing the hero asks for is a kiss. The reaction turns out to be strange. Perhaps the man was in a hurry, so he sank almost immediately. Kissing in front of other people is not part of the princess's customs, but she understands that since her lover wants it, it is impossible to refuse. So she asks her to close her eyes. Approaching the joyful puppy, the young man asks if the girl will really do something like that for him, rejoicing at how everything is going. The guy still listens, so he closes his eyes, feeling a cool hand that is on his cheek. The kiss becomes special. It's hot outside. The lady and Agat head to the new hall to get some rest. In such weather, you don't even want to train, even if you don't have time for it. The girl was called today. The commander is thinking about completely the wrong things, trying to seem strange. Walking into the main hall, the lady notices the Empress and Lady Bronte, who are rejoicing at the meeting. It was something like a trap that we managed to fall into. The girl greets those who stand in front of her, even if her thoughts are elsewhere. She wants to know how it all ended, because Yulika might have learned something interesting about the pattern. Looking at the blonde, the heroine realizes that something is wrong with her, but she hears something about fencing lessons from the queen, who is usually not interested in such things. Today, the princess has a personal matter that has already been learned about. She wants to see the deputy commander who called her. The maiden thought that the lady would come to the bride. The proposal sounds strange and incomprehensible, given that the princess did not hope for anything. As you know, the prince proposed to the lady, or this is just speculation. The Empress is again trying to bring others into conflict. The woman did not want to offend anyone, just meaning that the lady was aiming for the place of Winter's wife. Virgo says nothing. The queen is a terrible person to talk about something like this right in front of Yulika, who so badly wanted to become the prince's wife. No one proposed, which makes the Empress smile. She was waiting for this answer to be told about this and finds this strange. The lady is rushing things, but when the prince proposes, the girl herself will decide to accept him or refuse. She is even considering this option too. The lady did not understand everything correctly, so they will do it for her. Love is not important, because in this castle, only politics, which finds its place, is important. The lady considers this a political issue. Then it is better to ask about it not from her, but from the Duke, and also the girl's father. The girl is smart, so she uses what is beneficial to her. She understands why such a question was asked, but she must apologize, so she cannot understand the depth of thoughts due to her youth. Turning around to leave, the woman promises that they will resolve this issue a little later, but now it's time to leave. She wants to have a good time. Sitting down in a curtsy, the blonde does the same. In her heart of hearts, she hopes that in the end she will no longer meet the queen who wears her out. Agat, who was present during the entire conversation, begins to ask questions. She, just like the mistress, does not like this kind of treatment. There was no one in the hall, but after a few seconds the door opened, and a knight ran in, who reported that the commander had been put under house arrest. This only meant that the queen began to act. Gathering in the living room, people again discussed the strategy of their actions. The three knightly guilds were just finishing their meeting when suddenly the secret documents of the White Knights fell out from under Renault's clothes. The man tried to convince the others that it was a mistake, but Horio ruined everything. There wasn't even anything important there except the training schedule. Horio, on the contrary, always tried to annoy the Scarlet Knights more, so he tried to do this one more time. The door opens. Caesar enters there and asks for forgiveness for being late. Hamilton told him everything, so he hurried here almost immediately. Things are not going well. Renaud was arrested, but it is not known to the public yet, which makes everything better. Bending over, the young man nervously says that it's all his fault. He always takes responsibility for everyone else's actions. This is not true, and nothing irreparable happened. This presents a problem, but not one that cannot be forgotten. The situation is already heating up. The aristocrats are not yet a threat, but they will not move to take advantage of the moment as soon as the queen orders them to do so. After this, the maiden may lose her brother. But what is important now is that Horio could have colluded with Balor, who simply promised him something. No matter how you look at it, it will be difficult for Leonard to get out of such a situation. Although these were unimportant documents, they were also important. The Empress pressed Horio. A reputation can be damaged in many ways, and if the accusations turn out to be false, Horio will be in trouble. They planned it after all. What is more important now is what exactly the Empress's plan is. For some reason, she caused such a commotion, which means she has her own goal. The Duke tries to remember what has caused Balor a lot of damage lately. She didn't tell anyone, but it becomes clear. What happened has already happened, but it's no secret to anyone to know that it all consisted of that same punitive operation. The Empress did not like what was happening because a new candidate for the prince's wife had appeared. She has already tuned in to Yulika. The woman did not like the man who resolved the demonic incident and received the approval of the Emperor and the public. The woman is trying to intimidate the Duchess, so she will try to blackmail the blonde. She will order you to submit in exchange for your brother's life. The girl will do anything for Leonard, but the father seems to be quite serious. You cannot agree to the conditions that a person sets, whatever they may be. Not understanding what the man is getting at, the girl asks what the problem is. If the heroine gives in even once, she will continue to blackmail in the future, knowing exactly how to apply pressure. The situation is complicated, so it cannot be denied. But at the same time, it is not impossible, because the young man is confident that it will be possible to prove his son's innocence. One of the servants planted documents in the guy's things, but again, this was done on someone's orders. If the culprit is found, everything can be fixed as quickly as possible. Everything will be fine, no matter what. Leonard will be the one who can handle everything because he knows that he has all his family and friends on the side of truth who will help. The meeting ended too late, so everyone should have gone to rest. Inviting everyone to go through their rooms, the Duke gets up from his seat. Going out into the corridor, Helena catches up with her father to talk about their family again, but this time with a narrower group. The man asks the girl not to worry and tells her to be careful until everything is over. He can't let the situation get worse. These words were empty because, knowing his daughter, the young man was sure that she would not listen and, of course, would get into trouble. You need to do everything you can. But since the princess has already decided to be close to her lover, she must be prepared for such consequences of her actions. Helena has not forgotten the words that were spoken by her father, so she will never allow anyone to humiliate herself or her family. The Duke has strong and brave children, but that is why he asks what exactly the beauty is up to. Virgo is going to repay in kind. Early the next morning, as the heroine predicted, an invitation came from the Empress. The girl offered to enjoy a tea party with Yulika, even if everyone understood what exactly would be discussed. It would be possible not to go, but the heroine understands that she is obliged to help her brother at all costs. Hugging Agathe, the blonde assures her that nothing will happen to her. You need to be as careful as possible, and then everything will definitely work out without any mistakes. No one can harm the Foresca family with impunity, so this time the lady is going to teach the queen some manners. The lady arrived at the castle, only with the thought that she needed to protect all those whom she loved and cared about so much. The Empress turns a little, but does not stand up, greeting Helena. She hopes her cute expression will help the situation. The girl doesn't even want to stand on ceremony, because she wants to quickly move on to drinking tea and discussing the details of what has already happened. At first we wanted to talk on the terrace, but it started to rain heavily, which ruined everything. The woman comes in trumps, asking if she knows why the lady was invited. Most likely, this is due to yesterday's events, because Foresca has already been told about the allegedly stolen documents. It wasn't that important information. According to the woman, the matter is quite serious, but everything will be decided by Horio, who had the honor of choosing what happens. Relations between knightly organizations are not that good, and to organize sabotage, it is extremely important to know such little things as training times, and to start a rebellion, to find out a military secret. This is a more serious matter, but it was now that the lady understood what the queen was up to. She's going to do it quickly. The girl accuses her brother of preparing a rebellion only in order to blackmail the princess. It is not true. If this happens, then the lady will get into trouble, and people will laugh at her position in society, not to mention her brother. Lady Yulika must bring something, so she quickly returns, holding out a piece of paper with some suspiciously familiar design. Opening the sheet, the woman asks the princess to remember what kind of drawing it is. When it was deciphered, it contained a very rebellious message. Not understanding what is being said, the blonde tries to object. There couldn't be anything like that because she found it on the monsters. It says that the new king needs to be welcomed, so this can be considered a sabotage that is being prepared. Trying to convince the queen, the Duchess assures that this does not apply to Foresca. This is about reprisals against punitive forces, so it's talking about something completely different. The Empress thinks otherwise because people are not really interested in the real truth. They are delighted with the idea, and if they throw in some wood, the fire will flare up. In fact, it even showed that when the prince gave the wreath, despite everything around, people believed that she was a contender for the title of crown princess. The Empress is right, even if it is strange to realize. Rumors are actively spreading, even if they have nothing to do with reality. It does not matter. The girl sitting next to her asks her mother how long the provocation will last, to which she receives an easy answer. It won't take too long. With Foresca's severed head, it wouldn't take long either. The blonde is trying to reason with those next to her. When everyone finds out the truth, something worse might happen, and that's something to worry about. The princess is not confident in her abilities, but the Empress does not look like a person who will not be able to complete the task. What is said becomes the end, because the lady will not be able to convince the heroine. Renatus had no one in her past life, so she had nothing to lose and was invulnerable. This was the case for the time being. In her new life, everything has changed because the Duchess can use her family as her favorite people. She didn't even think about it. The girl regrets what happened. If only she had not entrusted the case to Yulika, everything would have been much better and simpler. Now she faces a task that is difficult to solve. The girl is given the opportunity to choose. Either she will not forget about her brother, or she will have to deal with the Empress, who will put all her strength and anger into this. Nothing like that will be required in exchange. The lady just asks to give up the title of Crown Princess and Kaisar's wife so that everything will finally stop. In order for bad rumors to stop spreading, the maiden needs to stop dating the Crown Prince and not visit him. Sounds like a good idea for society. The woman thinks only for a second, because the choice is really small. She agrees to the conditions and almost immediately asks for her brother to be returned to her. After the conversation, Helena almost immediately runs out of the hall, heading for the exit, in order to quickly get further away from this nasty place with nasty people around. The princess is stopped halfway. It turns out that this is the girl who was sitting next to the queen and brought that ill-fated piece of paper with the symbol. Lady Yulika tries not to stutter, so as not to expose herself even more, but she is going to explain how it all happened in order to take the stone off her soul. The girl falls silent, but then quietly asks for forgiveness, which causes a strange reaction from the blonde, who would not want to listen to it. The Virgin came not to pretend to be good, but to explain the message. It is the ancient language of the Ma people. They say there is only one king left. This king is Cruz, who was sealed away by Empress Dante Renatus 500 years ago. He will be the one to rescue everyone and become the new ruler. Knowing this message, the heroine retold it to the Empress, so that she would later talk about Foresca's frivolous attitude towards politics. It's time for the battle for the royal crown. The girl doesn't care what she has to do, even if she goes to great lengths to achieve what she needs and is important to get. She's not going to give up so easily. It's strange that Yulika considers the queen's actions to be correct if she behaves this way. She speaks exactly as she thinks, which makes you doubt everything that is happening a little. The blonde is not trying to seem like someone who will be hated, however. According to her, there is nothing to be done about it, because she cannot go against her will. The girl wants to justify herself to Foresca. She and the Empress saw one person, after meeting whom she was incredibly scared for no reason. The girl would like to tell this, but she cannot, because she is ashamed of how she behaved and behaves, and after that, she is going to complain about problems. Leaning closer to Lady Branta, the lady asks her to look after the prince. She won't be able to do it, but she hopes everything will be okay. This won't last long, just until the princess returns, but this will also take some time. But it's worth the wait. It's cool outside, so Agate tries to take the mistress into his room. The girl wanted to get some fresh air, but very soon a gentleman with whom they had not seen for a long time would arrive. Asking what the master is going to do next, the girl clarifies whether she wants to go to the palace. The entrance there is closed to her, so all that remains is to try to teach the new ones. The girl no longer knows what she should do in life to return everything to normal. His Highness was left completely alone, which cannot but sadden her, which is logical. Even Kaiser heard the conversation, so of course he could now find himself in a different position. But this did not mean that everything was over for him. Thoughts are distracted from the right moment, because hearing the notification that the gentleman has finally arrived, the beauty quickly descends the steps and runs to hug the guy. Leonard smiles as if the last few days didn't even exist. He is glad that he can see his sister, and this is enough for him, even if she has turned very pale. The young man's face also does not look completely healthy. He understands that this is all from the arrest, but not everything is over yet. The guards who were with him earlier will arrive tomorrow. What happened turned out to be a slight misunderstanding that needed to be corrected quickly, which is why the men were probably called so urgently to find out everything, and thanks to the payment, he had a lot of time. Horio investigated, so of course it ended better than expected. A piece of paper appeared in the young man's hands, which he held out. The girl looks in surprise at what caught her eye. She heard that the piece had disappeared, so she did not immediately understand where it came back from. The boss and Hawk did a good job, so now the brother is standing right in front of Helena, who consoles herself with the thought that this is all for the sake of their family. It was very easy, but in the end, there's even a long version of the story that I managed to hear. Fresca, of course, agrees to listen to what they tell her. Helena was not very pleased with the exact information. As it turned out, Horio and the Empress actually united in order to confront the Duchess, who was interfering with them. The Horio family are entrepreneurs. As you know, they have their own business. They are in the ship trade and have large ships. The Duke does not understand what made the Empress unite with them and her family, because they already have money and fame in abundance. Such alliances are not concluded just like that, so it makes it clear that the family has some kind of vulnerability because the Empress takes advantage of it. An investigation needs to be carried out. With the help of people who are involved in this, or rather, with the help of employees and clients, they will be able to find out what is happening there. Perhaps the employees really know some information, but no one knows this yet. They may not want to tell the truth to someone from the outside. The most important thing is that employees know for sure. The ship is stuck at sea, and if the guys work at the Enterprise, even temporarily, you can find out absolutely everything that happens there. It is worth preparing for the fact that this will take a lot of time, but it will certainly be worth it. Fresca never gets angry, because the clan is just taking revenge on its enemies. Everyone will do their job until the investigation is over, and after that it will be possible to understand what should be done next with the Queen. Less than a month had passed after Helena's deal with the Empress, but the Emperor's family had already announced the engagement of Yulika and Kaisar, who were preparing for the wedding. The wedding invitation arrived at the Duke's estate. It seems that the Queen is bullying in this way to get revenge, but her motives are extremely difficult to understand, no matter how hard you look. Looking at the written invitation, the lady sighs. She didn't want to go there because she didn't want to look at everything that was happening. The girl doesn't know if this is necessary, because she is already being dragged to a strange wedding. The only thing that infuriated me was that the family made it official, and preparations had long since begun. Putting Lady Fresca on display, the girl asked if she would like to change something. I wanted to run away, but gathering my thoughts, the beauty said that she had nothing to do with the Crown Prince's wedding and would not discuss it with anyone around. The blonde has the last word. She is not going to discuss such things because she will not become the Crown Princess. Kaisar wanted to disgrace Helena by sending an invitation to his wedding. It would be better to say that the gentlemen are not feeling well and will not go anywhere. The lady may have urgent matters to attend to. The Empress will not believe that the heroine is sick, so this will not even be possible to pull off. You need to find things to do, but creating them won't be easy either. One of these days there will be a meeting of Draco's religion. Agat herself found out about this, so without forgetting, she conveyed everything to the mistress. Everett spoke about this. This is the girl who delivers food to the residents. She called for this meeting so they can go there. Such a matter could be passed off as important, so the beauty asks to prepare everything before they quickly go there. Pulling her hood over herself, the girl arrived at the house, which turned out to be closed. The voice of a man who was not even expecting them is heard from behind. Today was a day off from grocery shopping, so the lady didn't immediately understand what they needed. Helena takes off her hood, so they almost immediately recognize her, realizing who exactly is standing in front of them. The Duchess's attitude is extremely decisive. She wants to know more about Draco's meeting, and it is advisable that this be said now, and not a little later. You shouldn't talk about something like this on the street, so the brunette invites the couple into her house, placing cups of tea on the table. Everett is a member of the cult, but as it turns out, she is scared there, so the lady rarely appears at meetings. This was not the first time she had seen something like this. As we know, the cult leader uses the powers of the dragon and calls it magic. It's somewhat similar to teleportation or levitation, which makes you feel like something is wrong. I can't believe that there are still such magicians left. But what's most interesting is that many people say that a man sacrifices people to put on a show. Agoth becomes the first to regain the power of speech. She insists on telling her more about what they are saying. In truth, Everett delivers food not only to Foreski, and among the villages where the heroine goes, there was one where many people disappeared. At one time, only one person returned who managed to escape, and all he said was that the brunette was trying to eat him, still stuttering to keep himself on track. The man was so scared that he repeated these words over and over again. He couldn't stop because he was trying to realize that he was safe, where no one would touch him. The woman only heard this news. As far as is known, she knew nothing more, because after that, the disappearances of people continued as usual without returns. The cult leader is remarkable, but the lady only saw him from afar. He is younger than he looks and also has long golden hair, which certainly attracts attention. The description is very similar to an old acquaintance of the Duchess. She's not sure if it's really no or not, but that's something she'll find out very soon. You need to find out when the next meeting will be, and the interlocutor helpfully provides this information. It'll be on the alley in Pot Square next weekend. The girl helped a lot, so when the time came, the lady went to the square. The meeting was starting, so people from different houses began to appear around and gather in a crowd. Agat followed with the Duchess, so she also took the cloak. They are going to move closer to take seats and see everything from not the last row. There are more and more people every minute, but what is strange is the number of followers this cult has, which was not that popular. The girl walks quickly forward, but someone accidentally touches her behind the back. She asks not to do this and hears an apology. The voice is suspiciously familiar, as if the heroine had heard it more than once. The dragon is respected, even if he has done nothing for these people. A man appears on the platform, literally floating, emitting golden energy. Looking at the crowd that had gathered, the young man sincerely thanks each and everyone who decided to come to the meeting on this hot day. This is how people show their devotion, because when the dragon comes, they will receive the greatest mercy. The man's voice is young, so according to Everett, he is no more than 30 years old. When the lady met No, he was about 20 years old, which meant that most likely this was the same acquaintance from the alley who now runs the Draco cult. Rising in the air a few more meters, the young man shouts that the dragon will arrive any minute in order to arouse the interest of the people around him. When the spirit is ready, it will finally return. If he returns, No said, nothing else will matter. Some people begin to float, as if it were a force that they managed to summon. Only a select few can harness the power of the dragon. This is not given to everyone, but everyone who goes to meetings will have at least one slim chance of trying. To become like this, you need to pray hard and continue in the same spirit, which makes Helena's insides clench. She can't believe everything that's being said, but she feels uneasy. Without magic, anyone will be fascinated by this. because for ordinary people, it is a mysterious phenomenon. Everything will unfold right before their eyes, and no one will remain indifferent. Even Agath became one who began to admire. Something powerful happened, and it was this strange phenomenon that made everyone open their mouths and try to find out. Stretching out his hand, the young man asks those who believe to follow him, because they will go to where the dragon is. There are probably people here who would like to see a dragon. The girl stands with her mouth open. This is either a hoax or something involved. It is impossible to see someone who has long disappeared from the planet, even with the help of some kind of magic. A skirmish begins all around. People raise their hands in the air, begging to be taken with them to see the one who will soon save them. They couldn't believe it. Helena is pushed to the side, making her almost fall to the ground due to the excitement which does not stop, only gaining new waves. Again, noticing someone who is behind her, the lady asks not to touch her with your hands. She does not want to be involved because she arrived only to become a scout. Asking to leave, the lady hears the apology again and then sees the man's face. It turned out to be Viscount Noct, who, like the Duchess, was very surprised that he met someone familiar. People around heard the statuses that were said in a fit of surprise, so they began to whisper that nobles had attended the meeting. The couple quickly realized that it was the end for them. Trying to justify himself, the young man says that Viscount is his name, but Foresca, standing next to him, steps on his foot to keep him quiet. They came to disrupt the meeting, which people around do not like. No one knows how they got here, but everyone rushes forward to try to grab at least one. Grabbing onto Hamilton, the beauty runs as quickly as possible away from here so as not to get into trouble. Noe, standing on the stage, orders to find them and bring them back. Today there were some nice guests at the meeting, so they can show something interesting. In the air appears, according to another, part of a dragon with hair like Dante Renatus, which has long since died. Freezing, the maiden tries to digest this, but Agath grabs her hand and pulls her forward. The path will be longer if you go through the alleys, but this time Hamilton comes into play. His mansion is nearby, where they all go together to be safe.